Ladies and gentlemen, interview coming soon. Blood Gang. I'm right here, Miles. I'm right here. All right, we're going in left. No. I'm interviewing another detractor. There's a guy that went live today. And I watched him do a video here and there, and I said, you know what, that guy'd be a good guy to do a segment with. And I saw he was live covering somebody, like somebody in the Vortex, not DSP, but someone else. And I was like, hey, man, I'd love to have you on my show to do a segment, possibly. You know, I'll do it as an interview, but maybe turn it into a segment. Tell them, hey, we could maybe start doing like a future segment of some sort in the Detractor world. Yeah, he's not really just a DSP detractor, though. He's kind of like a detractor of, he covers them all, really, all the locales. I've seen him do DSP, and he'll know who DSP is, but I figured have him on, interview him, tell him how I came across him and all that shit. He seemed happy to do it. He was like, damn, your channel looks pretty professional. I was like, yeah, you can say that. Hey, get that mouse. Get him, Daisy. What up, Daniel? His name is, I think it's pronounced Hey Harvey. But I'm also going to talk to him about doing a Detractor show. Last night, because I pretty much streamed until 6 in the morning, Shady J from the Game Chasers came over and we were in the Discord. He pretty much hung out with us until fucking 7 in the morning. So that went well with Squigs and shit. But I'm going to ask that Hey Harvey guy, hey, man, me and you should do a Detractor segment together. You know, a little bit different than Raw Bowling. Do Raw Bowling on the days I do Raw Bowling. And then maybe have this guy on for like a once-a-week thing. Where we maybe watch different locale videos and comment on them and so forth. Duty streams type shit. Well, Kevin, we're going to need you there that night. We're going to have to make this guy feel right at home. We're going to have to bring Servap. We're going to have to bring Grease Lightning, Jim Crick, Evil Knievel, Chris Schmidt, Hopscotch, DeVito, good. Yeah, I gotta fit. Oh, that was for a car. Now I gotta figure out what day. He told me to follow him on Twitter. I sent him a DM. He said he's definitely interested. He's a smaller time streamer, but I was watching him do his segment on a, DSP video or something like that. I'm like, you know what? That guy looks like Kenny, kind of, meaning like he just needs someone to maybe give him a hard ball or something. Because he's got some good takes. It'll be locales, but it might work. So detractors everywhere you go. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to interview him about that. Ask him if he considers, tell him how, the road to the detractor alley. Maybe there's a segment he could do. Not during the bowling thing. The detractor alley will be a thing that isn't just the bowling. He's going live tonight? Yeah, I might go into the room for that at that part. We'll see. It is Brad's favorite show. All right, we're going in. I hit the wrong button. What up, Squigs? What ended up happening yesterday? You fall asleep? Oh, he'll still drink. Drinking, well, bowling doesn't stop Brad from drinking. Let's call a spade a spade. He said, I started feeling sick. Yeah, you were smoking on that giant bowl, fucking slamming alcohol. Go. Party time. Come on. Come on, slut. What the hell's happening? doing it. What up, Ledge? We in there, Squigs. Suit up. The best was somebody, one of Squiggles' mods went rogue last night. Some guy goes, how does one become a moderator? Squigs fucking moderated him up. Shady J gives him a raid. And some guys just started blocking all the accounts and started laughing at Squiggles. Wait, vampirizer, increase. Well, how do I get the components to use these things, man? Fucking bullshit. Where are the components? All right, so we in the basement. We're going blood up. We're going in. Fucking knew it. Fucking pussy. Thank you, Ann. Weirdo shit. Fucking gave him the wrench. He just turned into a dragon. He was like, "Wah!" The fucking power of the wrench. Hello? Hello? Taco? Fucking hashish. Get that mouse, Daisy. Unreal. I like how he laughed like the Lone Ranger, too. He's like, I'll see you next time, Squiggles. What was that? What up, Carl? We're going in. I can't even get up there. We had to go backwards. I knew it. What up, Ice? Son of a bitch. Yeah, that's a fucking long-ass run back. Carl. What up, Billy? Right here, Mal. Still don't got enough. I wonder what happens when you upgrade it. Thank you, Nicole. Good to see you, sweetheart. What up, Tolliver? Son of a bitch. Yeah, you gotta figure out what's up with your microphone. You can't hear you ever. Yeah, I know, Bill. Run, you fucking bitch. fucking get. Right. Well, what is happening? Hello, Blue-Eyed Diva. What they want me to do right there? Now I can't even get back up there. How stupid is that? What am I missing now? I die, where would it put me? Come here, dude. It's fine. What the fuck? Hook that up. Fucking bullshit. It was a one hit. What up, Vance? What? You're getting sick? Sorry to hear that. This guy was already freaking beat. Falling down there. He has no movement. She keep falling down there. What a fucking loading screen. Come on. What up, Rev? I'm interviewing a Detractor. You'll have to see when it comes out. It'll be good. You'll see. Huh? fucking dead ends. Thank you, Abby. Damn it. Thank you. here, mouse. Go get it, Daisy. Go get it. Get him, Daisy. Get that motherfucker. Great here. get no fucking energy components. What's the point? Daisy! Get that motherfucker! Get up! Not a 4, it's bullshit. What time's he going live? 9 or 9:30? He's on now? He ain't live yet, you liar. Yeah, 9:30 we'll probably put him on. Damn it. Get out of there, mouse. Right here, mouse. Yeah, 12 minutes, Barkley. It's raw bowling time. Right. He's the chain man. Thank you, Ann. All right, it's party time. Easy. Go get that motherfucker. We're going in. I think I got a new one to overplace this one. Hold on. What did he call it? Layer 3, 4. We're going in. What the hell is happening right now? Why is it? Daisy, get that motherfucker. It does, Frank? We're going in.
And letting the dogs out, making sure
Saturday
I had all the
Night
audio
Bowling.
and
Let's
video
see how we
settings,
start this.
done correctly here tonight. I wasn't doing too awful bad. So we decided to do a little bonus show for this
Bonus.
week. We had,
wait a minute.
We had the
Wait
Disco
a
Inferno
minute.
pre-show that we did.
Bonus.
We had the Disco Inferno show.
Bonus.
We had the post-Disco Inferno show to where we revealed.
How is it bonus if we have to still pay?
That he was disqualified basically upon of his own actions. So let me throw the comments up here.
Let's get the comments. There's not going to be many, Ken. Don't worry about it.
Vanessa. I'm on my little.
You pretty much have to give your liver the fucking comment up there.
Keypad tonight. There we go. Just to see if it's working. Well, these glasses on, it's hard for me to see, but also the glasses makes it much better for me on this 70-inch computer screen.
70-inch computer
friend,
screen.
Over earlier today, who's been helping me with the 501c3 to get
70-inch computer screen.
Final.
Does anyone realize how big 70 inches is?
Made to have that go into effect, and then I think we officially have the number probably within 2 weeks. So she sat over here in that chair behind me, got all that done today, played with the doggies. Took a while, took a little while to get it done. It was about a 90-minute process to go through and just answer every question they've got and get all the details done. We thought we had the bulk of the work done, but as we got into it, there was a little bit more to do.
We thought we had bulk of the work done.
The ability to do the virtual camera.
There's one winner.
Do the cool backgrounds and fireworks and all that stuff that we've been doing.
Fireworks.
It's not taking an upgrade, and I don't know why. And I've gone through YouTube videos and tutorials and everything, and tried to figure out exactly what's going on. Hi, School. You want to come up and say hi? You've been busy dog today, right? So I've been busy. So I visited Carrie and said we got some paperwork done, and we got extra dog biscuits today, and we did hi Choco, and we did some tricks and just showed everybody what smart dogs we are. That's what we did, and we did pretty good at it too. I'll take my glasses off so I can see for a minute. Yeah, he's a good-looking dog. He's a pretty good-looking dog.
He's just using his TV instead of monitor, but still, that's a fucking...
Well, if Bob ain't here tonight, and I guess he's not, then I'll throw that up for a little bit. We'll go a little bit bigger until it's time to see if we can get a donation or two coming in.
Whoa, I thought this was a bonus.
30 minutes. We are going to try. We got 20
I guess Kenny Boland's the only one who gives you a bonus and makes you pay for it.
The hair's a little wet tonight. I did not have time to go through the dryer. The old
you didn't have time, huh, Ken? Where the fuck were you all day?
Just got out of... I had a lot to do in 30 minutes. So I would just run a brush through it. Yeah, the wig stayed on again. That is amazing. How well that wig stays in place. It is amazing.
Get that motherfucker.
How well it does that. And if nobody speaks within the next 10 minutes, I'm leaving anyway.
Damn!
There's no reason for me to be doing this show.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Vanessa won't be donating. So
that's bullshit, Ken. Oh, Vanessa won't be donating. The Filipinos donate over here, though, Bolin.
Another Filipino saying hi. So far, nobody in this country has said hello yet. But we do have
No
Miss
need.
Chris
You're
in here
supposed to
saying
give
hi,
us 18
Vanessa
interactive.
saying
Where
hi. We
else do
just
we get
recently
18
helped
interactive shows where the guy
Vanessa's
can't do 10 minutes by
with
himself?
some various things. I think they needed some rice, some help with their electric bill, and things like that.
Rice and electric.
I wasn't going to wear my bling tonight.
You know what, kid?
Bob
Since Bob ain't
advertised
here,
me wearing
I'll
bling,
write that down.
But no, I wasn't sure if Bob was going to be here tonight or not. He set the show up for me, but I wasn't sure if he was going to be here tonight or not. And being as we're 7 minutes in, I'm assuming not. So he might have some other stuff to do. I was busy all day yesterday and most of the day today. And so I said, what the hell? I'm going to be home this evening anyway. So we'll just answer any questions
I wish we could ask him to find busy.
A quick, at least 30-minute show. And if we could make
at least a 30-minute show. Okay. Wait a minute. You said show, Kenny.
The past couple of days.
What's the show part?
See what we can do.
Or are we just waiting to see if we had talkers or donors?
No donations and nobody has spoke.
Whoa. Is that a first?
Let's see. Yeah, I had to delete that account.
See, I think it's funnier
just some notifications
when you don't
here.
Comment in his chat. Right. No need to troll him. It's better to troll him with no comment.
Because if no one's going to say anything, I got no reason to be here. We've had 2 Filipinos say hi. They're not going to be donating.
Kenny, you don't got to remind us, brother. We get it.
For those of you that ask questions, if you remember, and if you ask questions or if you make a donation, we'll answer whatever questions you got. Talk about whatever topics you want to talk about, be it in the world of sports, wrestling, television, entertainment, what have you. We'll do that. But,
wait, we got a commenter, Kenny.
Shame one person.
Good evening, says Randy Sattery. And where's your badge, Randy?
The purpose of a live show. Randy Satterley. Thank God somebody spoke. So, Randy, why do you think your badge didn't go through? Because we gave you the thing how to do it. And I ain't giving you shit. I know you're trying. And Randy's one of our better donors on our show. Randy, as a matter of fact, I wish I could show my background. Donors. But the virtual portion of this camera is not working. I could show you the background that I had. But for those of you that want to go to my Facebook page and you want to see
what up, Venditti?
What the badge looks like, I don't know if I have Randy's or Donald Flowers or I think I got Robert.
What up, Iceman?
They all look alike, just a different name at the bottom of it. But I'm on the virtual thing now. And I can tilt the camera up and down, stuff like that. I can do all
that. The best money can buy.
Background up here.
What did he say the other day? You got 8 paychecks?
But
8 paychecks coming.
But
and I'm not even exaggerating. The word
because it's not taking
8
the proper
paychecks
upgrade.
Came out of his mouth.
And I've done everything I can to try to get it to do so, and it just ain't do it. How many shows do you do a month?
Look, Eric's head trimmer gave him a comment.
Shows a week,
he had to get a comment from someone over here.
This week we did 4. So
someone said, "How many shows do you do a month?"
Sendwave.
Come on,
and that didn't work. Randy has tried to get a membership for what it. Did it take your money? I don't
18
know.
live interactive shows per month.
Because we showed you how to do it.
But if you don't talk, you don't get shit.
Pretty weird. We know Eric ain't getting in no damn hurry to get a badge. We have it that. But no, I do between 12 and 18 shows a month. Sometimes even more than that. We had one stretch where I did.
When you add up the figures, Kenny, I would probably get in there for that.
Like 108, 109 shows in a row, something like that. And
I was there for
during
that.
COVID, we figured, people didn't have anything to do and they had extra money. So we did that. And, I moved the garbage cans over because you can actually, with this new camera, you can see them better. So the camera.
I like how Bola never mentions he made thousands.
But during the
of dollars.
How you doing there, Mr. RJ?
Paul,
is there a delay for you guys to be able to speak when the show starts? Because I've noticed when the show starts,
no, King, they don't got much to say.
Quickly, but everybody else seems to be real slow. So I don't know. So, like I said, we're trying to raise $60. Paul RJ, by the way, wrote me before the show.
We are trying to raise 60. Okay, let me write that down.
Rolling on that $60.
Since Bob's not here, I'm doing all the writing down.
Shut out tonight.
We are trying to raise 60.
$10.
I have heard rough rice
to get the ball rolling.
Damn,
on $60.
what a world!
Challenge.
We can get a rough and rice for 60.
Like I said, that's 2 families.
Let me write that down.
That we're trying to get taken care of.
Someone
obviously, we can always use more help than that,
but
those are the 2 that I told we would focus on. Yes, I had to wait a few minutes before the chat room appeared. Okay, all right. Well, that might explain some of that then. So, like I said, membership has its privileges.
No, it doesn't.
And Randy has donated quite a bit, just about to every show that he watches.
You want me to take a survey, Kenny?
And he cares about our people, and we appreciate that.
Memberships have just as many privileges as fucking.
We still don't have any donations yet.
Survey.
Other than Paul RJ's challenge. $2.99 went to Google. Huh? Yeah. Well, that's how that should work. I have a membership to my own channel as well. So
membership to my own channel as well.
If I need to check on something or go back and watch old footage, I can do that. So I don't know.
So I can watch old footage. Fuck
Randy's been trying to get a SendWave account going because Randy would get a bonus $20 and I would get a bonus $20 to send to our Filipino families. And he can't get one of those to work either. So I don't know. It's weird shit. He lives in the Twilight Zone. He lives in Lexington.
Challenge.
Weird shit happens there. I dare anyone to match my donation.
New challenge accepted.
Well, so far.
What up, Rob?
And it's a $10 donation. We're trying to raise $60
New challenge
for the 2 families in need tonight. A couple of our younger Filipino
60,
friends that are needing
2 families.
And I told them that we would, as a matter of fact, one girl, Jamila, needs replacement shoes for her work, and they won't let her work without the good
Write
shoes.
this down.
And
we got rice.
They're exactly,
roofs,
I think, $30
replacement
for a pair of shoes for her.
This is one hell of a list.
Pesos. And
replacement shoes.
Ruby May is needing transportation home and a little food money so she can come home and visit her family. She only gets to come home like once a month. And
hey, Ken, tell her to have one of those guys like short
Friday.
Round fucking push her on a
car.
car.
To raise $30 for her. And so there's a third one then because she's the third one.
For an Uber ride, Ken?
That was needing help this week. And
that's not help. That is a fucking favor.
I just have to scroll through. Because what people don't realize is that I get so damn many
in a country that the weather is always like paradise.
Importance of need first. And I had somebody wrote me the other day and says, Uncle, there is a television on sale in my neighborhood. Yeah, okay, well, I'll bite. How much is the TV? 18,000 pesos. I said, well, I hope they sell it.
I'll bite?
Won't be to me. For those of you wondering, that is about 30,000 pesos is 600. So that's probably $540, $550 for a 50-inch television. You can get those at Costco.
Hey, Kenny, you're looking at us kind of funny. Meanwhile,
and the electronics can be a lot more. And it was a brand I'd never heard of.
Someone was trying to get you.
Not only if it was something, I tried to raise the money for it, and yeah, it was pretty rough.
Brad should be in soon, maybe.
But like I said, Randy Satterley has matched that $10 donation. Randy Satterley
challenge
with a Venmo
accepted.
donation of $10. So we have $20 towards our way to
New
60.
challenge.
And that's how this show works. It doesn't have to be one person do 30 or one person do 50
Holy,
or 60.
this is how this show
we haven't
works.
heard from Michigan Mike in a while. Good Chris we haven't heard from in a little bit, but he's once a month or sometimes even twice a month.
Let me write that down, Kenny. We're keeping tallies on the donors. All right.
Good Chris, he doesn't get to chime in here too much. I guess if he is, a Saturday night might be the time that he can do that. But yeah, there were some of you wanting me to wear the bling again. So there's the king necklace, the king crown.
Wanted you to wear the bling again.
Shirt tonight in blue.
Real quick, Kenny, can you tell me who said
Wildcats?
That?
And then my WWE looks like a Miz ring that way, but it's not. All right, my WWE Hall of Fame mentionee ring that I've had put up and hidden in one of these drawers forever, and I finally found it. So
guess what, Bolin? That ring still isn't over.
Some of the stuff I used to wear when I was on television, and we got the ring. It's a heavy ass ring. There's no cheap ass ring here. They sent me a good one, and I think
they make heavy ass fake chains as well, Kenny. I had one.
Only ever Hall of Fame mentionee when Cornette mentioned my name during the Hall of Fame. I done forgot exactly what he said. I guess I need to go back and watch his Hall of Fame speech so I know what he said. Maybe he'll go back and listen to the phone call where I called and gave my condolences over his dog passing.
Probably not.
He was asleep on the ottoman behind me. And,
no need, Ken. You fucking teamed up with his worst enemy. Why would he do that?
And I had to keep him in the bedroom for a long time because she's on her laptop trying to get all of our 501c3.
He'd be a bigger hypocrite letting you back in the circle.
And then we get right down to the pavement. So And like I said, it took us a while to get there. So once that was done, we didn't want the dogs running interference. We let the dogs out, and she got to play with them for a while. And she doesn't let her dogs kiss her in the face. She's got 3 dogs as well. She does not let her dogs kiss them in the face.
Where'd that comment come from?
Dogs do whatever they want. Let me go into branding. I got to get Arby's though. Well,
when they're feeding the dog's fucking vagina, Ken, it's probably why she doesn't want her face being licked.
That's the plan. There we go. There's the ways to know. And Arby's down there in the corner now.
There he is.
Murderer's Row of sponsors.
Look at that. Hey, I love what Disco Inferno said. I love Cabreras.
Of course, McDonald's.
You're fucking sponsored by Cabreras.
Two Rivers restaurants.
Like Disco's thinking about how fucking.
We've got. David. I'm aware.
Hey, Kenny. These sponsors did dick for the families, though. Why haven't the sponsors done anything for the families?
One of the trolls of our show contacted me and said, "Hey, Kenny, did you know that Jimmy's dog passed away?" I said, "No, I did not."
One of the trolls of the show.
So I didn't know. But yeah, and I just mentioned.
I guess that's what Schmidt is now.
Phone number he's had since I was probably since he
your
was
own fucking father, Schmidt, calling you a troll.
I left him a message and I said, "If you'd like to call me back," I said, "I'd like to think if one of my dogs passed away, you might be decent enough that you'd call me."
Well, he's not calling you, Kenny. What you did has nothing to do with animals.
Remember, the reason we do not speak is because I got rid of Brian Last in 2 weeks.
This is a lie.
I'd never do a show with Brian Last again when Brian tried to tell me how
that's
to do my
true,
show,
but that's not why he's not around.
The only concession I gave them is I won't have Vince Russo on my show if Brian Last or Cornette are involved in it.
Lie.
The only concession I gave them. Then they tried to tell me whether I could have my kids on my show or not, on a show called The Bowl.
Because they were killing your gimmick, Kenny. I said,
called me up and said, "Well, Brian,
let me stop that right there.
Can't have the kids on."
So real quick before we go back in, when I first met Kenny, I go, "Kenny, damn, I saw you over at Russo's with some guy that was his kid and some girl." I'm like, "Where the hell did bowling go? Your kids were killing your gimmick. Cornette was trying to keep you with money, idiot. Him not getting along with your kid was a minuscule reason. Because Cornette knows value, and if they brought value, he would have ran somewhat. There was no value. It was killing your character. You were showing too much of a nice side. I was a fan of yours then. There was no ill will like now. I remember watching it like, who the hell is this guy? And brought it up to you.
Brian, he can get fucked, is what I told him. And got into a bit of a screaming match, me doing most of it at Jimmy, saying no.
Me doing most of it.
He reached out to me wanting my show on his network. I reluctantly agreed.
My show on his network? No.
Not so reluctantly telling you I'm done. I'm not going to do his fucking show no more. Unlike you, I can do my own shows. I don't need.
Unlike you can't do your own show. You just said you needed a commenter, or you were out in 8 minutes.
By the way, pays for one wheel of parking at a parking garage in New York. If he really lived in New York, he does not. Which we knew a bunch of shit on him that wasn't true, and he got real mad that Chris and Maya revealed that shit. So, and Russo and I had been friends for quite a while. Russo and I had been friends at least for a couple
define
years.
friends, Ken.
He refused to have me on a show.
He doesn't hate you. We'll put it that way. I mean, when he comes bail you out of jail.
Doing each other's shows. So then when he found out I was working for Russo, that was bad enough. But when he called my house and kept bugging me during Russo's show, I answered the phone. His voice got on Russo's show. And when he called me back, he said, "Did I get recorded on Russo's show?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "I told you to quit calling." And
you hearing this?
I said, "But it's a recorded show." And
what do you think Cornette hated you, bro?
Be the bigger man.
That would be like me going outside and my guys I work with the guy that set me up
on Russo's show. He won't air it. And Jimmy lost his motherfucking mind, yelled and screamed and hung up. And I never spoke to him again.
Exactly. You think that shit had anything
Russo
to do
was the bigger man
with
and
fucking
did not play Jimmy's voice on his show, which he could have. And I even told Russo, I said, "Man, it's your show." I kept telling him to quit calling, and I kept telling him, "Don't speak. I'm doing a show," and he kept doing it anyway. And then he admitted to some shit that he didn't want out there. And I guess he thought Russo would use it against him, but he did not. Russo says, no, Kenny, I don't want to be the reason that you and Jimmy end your friendship. I will not play.
Oh, Taylor says, I just ran through the whole WWE Hall of Fame.
He was the one stupid
and not one time
enough to
see
talk
Kenny
when I told him
Boland's
not to.
name on WWE Hall of Fame.
That is the reason we don't speak.
He lied.
And then
remember what he always
this
says.
other various shit come out.
If I have a bad show, it's the viewer's fault for not asking the question.
True. I said, well, okay, sue me. Let's go to court. That gives us the power of subpoena. You don't want to take me and Chris to court with the power of subpoena.
Talk about a bunch of babbling.
Can come forward and testify.
Here's
and plus I have a lot
Kenny,
of audio
the court legend, the lawyer, the educated Kentuckian.
About shit you've admitted to and things you have said that you don't want people to know you said.
No shit, then, Ken. Why'd you try to make up with such a fucking racist guy then, you fraud?
And, I said, so sue me. And everybody will hear them. And guess what? It's been 7 years and nobody sued anybody. But they're welcome to, and what do the fuck they think they're going to get? How stupid do they think I am? So that is the reason we don't speak.
You know, Kenny, I wouldn't say that. How stupid do they think you are? That's a question they can put up for debate.
Yeah, I forgot about that story, but that did happen.
New commenter, David Hadley.
Yeah.
Kenny looks lost.
I don't know what to tell you.
We'll give him one free one.
Hopefully you enjoyed the trip down memory lane. Hopefully you'll consider getting a membership for our show. Hopefully you might even make a donation to help feed our Filipino families.
Wow, Kenny.
Can't even let the guy breathe. Things that they need.
Why do you think you have no commenters? You didn't even let that guy take his shoes off.
Donald Flowers has pitched in to help out with the $10 challenge. So we've now raised 30 of the 60. Thank you, Donald. Very kind of you. And Donald has been very generous recently as well. And they have their new badges, by the way.
Bob, write that down.
I don't think I have a way to do so tonight.
Write that down, Bob.
I don't think.
If you have bowling on, please turn them off.
Page and
somehow he's got 29 and we got 17. Let's drop his number.
They finally took my picture
like he
off
said, he doesn't want trolls over there.
I'm not that big of an egomaniac that my picture.
His words, not mine, Bob.
The boss badge, BOSS. That used to stand for something else back when Sasha Banks was our first ever member. Let's see. Looks like we might have another donation here. I'm looking.
Wow.
TC from the NC. Oh, TC, you have a new badge. TC. And I keep forgetting I got to send that to you because the only way I can reach out to you is on Twitter. So at the end of the show tonight, I will go on Twitter.
Thank you,
and
Joseph.
Send you your new boss badge. You got the updated one with the new logo and everything.
Boss badge.
I really miss not having my Heart Delos in here. Oh, Heart Delos is the other one we need help. She needs help with her electric bill. Her electric bill is,
we already got electric written down, Ken.
About $20
so are we doing the whole block
for her electric bill? And then we were trying to get Ruby May home. That's about 500 to 600 pesos.
Get Ruby May home. Where the fuck is she? In the middle of a goddamn road or something? What do you mean, get her home?
Come home that much, and she just won a dance competition. How far in advance did OVW?
She just won a dance competition, Kenny, and she doesn't have a way home.
Era,
how'd she get there?
We would have a good idea of what we were doing over 6 weeks, but due to WWE call-ups and our roster could change in a split second, it was a good idea to start writing.
Hell yeah, Rome.
The day after TV ended, for the next week. We would have a storyboard, more or less. Jimmy would. I didn't. We would have a storyboard, and they basically gave me a concept of what they wanted. They learned not to give me a script. There's a lot of us in wrestling, especially the old schoolers, and I guess I would consider myself.
Quit saying the word script.
You're better not to give us a script.
It would give you an idea of what was going on.
Don't do that. So, let me see if I can tilt my camera down a little bit to where the bling will show up. So at least lets me do that. Yeah, we can tilt it down a little bit. The TV's off. It's not like we really have to have the damn thing on, right? So I can do that. I just lost the virtual ability, it looks like. Because, see, I'm throwing a background up now, and y'all can't. No, I can see in the background.
So
y'all
we
can't
got
see that.
Ruff.
It's like the John
We got to
Cena
get
background.
fucking Jamboree home.
So, yeah, I see it here in
paying
my
Uber.
studio. But
like,
the virtual
Kenny,
studio
if
is
they
not
need
linked
food,
to the actual
wouldn't we just send them money for food?
So I'm sitting here with
first,
this sofa to the left,
and tell them to fucking walk
conference board
and say there's a nice meal at your house when you get home.
It's the John Cena room.
Do not pay because these people are in dire need.
Shit, did it not
Mango isn't in dire need. You, to get pictures, have to take these women in some kind of way.
But at least it did that much. And if I activated the AI tracking, it would do that. But I'm not going to move much. Eunice is in
raising
here.
money for families and Ubers are too. We got to get her home.
I think it's about $4.
What would she do if you're not there
tonight? If we get beyond $60,
of course,
let's get Eunice and peanut butter.
It'll be good if we get beyond 60 tonight, folks. With this entertainment, no shit.
Because that's what the dogs like. And
ESP used to say 50 was a good show. This motherfucker's getting 60 doing way less.
Honey peanut butter looked like the peanut butter that she sent me. Forgery is a crime. Well, that's good to know. I appreciate that. You making an insinuation?
Hey, it's good to see you got your chats making it real entertaining, Ken. I wish we could switch chats.
And I can tell that little dipshit's going to go away immediately, I think.
I didn't even see who he blocked. It didn't come up on my end.
There we go.
So David Hadley must have said something. Kenny blocked him.
Thank you for your information. We appreciate it. That was obviously somebody that wasn't going to be donating. So yeah, we have $30 in the house so far, I think. Let me check.
30 in the house, baby. Did we get a show yet?
We have.
All right, what's on the docket, Kenny?
Oh, here we go. Good Chris. I appreciate it, good Chris. And if you're in here, good Chris, if you got any questions you want asked or answered or anything, good Chris has kicked in.
Answered or anything.
So gets us to 6. I mean, let me look.
Yeah, Kenny. What do you think of Tito Santana?
With 10. And good Chris with 30. So we're up to 70. So now I'm going to stay for a full hour. I'll stay for a full hour. And
so the name of the show, Kenny, is donate for me to stay. We don't get a show.
We get to 100 tonight. I
stay. I don't do nothing.
And,
I just stay.
Good Chris is taking a lot of that burden upon himself to get us to 70.
A lot of the burden.
If, good Chris comes on. Hey, but being as my producer might be floating around, maybe he can show that brand new badge for us, because I don't have my virtual abilities tonight. And being as he's the one that designed the brand new badge, he might like to, and even Dutch Mantel, there it is. Dutch Mantel loved that. He was, and
couldn't tell you, Prez. Couldn't tell you.
An honor to have one of those badges. He wrote me today, said that is an honor, and he was thrilled to have that. So Dutch Mantel, a member. Dutch Disco Inferno, now a member. Mr. Kennedy, I sent Bob the text message today for Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy said, let's do this next week. So I said, all you got to do is get
Kennedy
time. And so that'll be a surprise show with Mr.
Last
Kennedy.
Time Bowling had Kennedy on, they were talking about fucking dog shit.
So that's what the new badge looks like.
I thought Mr. Kennedy, you would have thought that was fucking Rick Kennedy.
My ugly face anymore. They now have the what do you call it? The new logo.
We can get to 100. Well, Kenny, we got to 60. Family done.
Forgery is indeed a crime.
I've heard things about
crime.
Family done.
Kenny, let me try to.
I'm Kennedy. Kennedy will be on later.
Kennedy Bolin.
Kenny Kennedy. That would have been a great name.
So if you'll go to the very bottom of your StreamYard screen and hit the little gear that says settings.
Go to the bottom of my StreamYard screen. Okay.
Here we go. Click the tech with Bob and Bolin.
It should default to the camera.
Yeah.
And then check to see there if your camera says Insta Studio or Insta whatever.
It says Insta 360 link to, and it used to give me the virtual camera option.
Right. So if you hit the down button, the down that,
I like how Kenny was about to fucking go into an explanation for that.
It only gives me the choice, right? Because I do not have my iPhone camera turned on.
Right.
But I'm going to show people a cool trick with this. So I'm going to turn the iPhone camera on. Hang on. At least I think I am.
This guy went from 1 to 4 cameras.
Oh, I got to turn the
Doesn't keep a dollar, runs a nonprofit.
Yeah, I'm going to show people a cool trick.
Uber rides dice. Got $70. Didn't even say where that 70 is going.
Camera.
He said the 3 things we're raising money for.
And that might be why it's not.
But didn't say where that 70 is exactly going.
Well, no, the iMac should be picking this up. Give me a second.
I'll stay for the hour now.
Let me.
So the name of the game,
plug
folks, is
the iPhone
the content is your money.
Maybe it will.
If you give me 60, I
carrot
just sit
browsing?
here.
CARET.
Is it great
Caret?
content?
What does that
no.
mean?
Don't know.
Okay, it comes
Bob
up
doesn't
on my
even know how
computer
to
every now and then.
throw him softballs.
So I plug the camera in. Normally, if the Bluetooth is on,
and now we're getting now.
Let you navigate
This is
the web
some shit he could have did before the show, right here.
Do keyboard controls on your.
He doesn't care about a motherfucking
no, the
thing.
only thing coming up is and
hey, good Chris, if you got any questions, I will make sure I answer it.
Issue.
God damn, what a kind man, right?
iPhone.
Technology, it's so hard.
Or maybe there it is. It just came on. Okay, so yeah, it just now came on.
We haven't even got an update.
So
we're last week's money helped. Why?
And
if you helped a bunch of people, right?
Maybe.
He would say
YouTube Studios
because when he does buy something, he'll be like, "Well, we did just give fucking Linda Ray a fucking new comb with a dragon on it."
All right. Well, I took one for the team tonight and watched a little bit of AEW Collision.
Oh, you Donald Flowers. That's 2.
I will never do that ever again. That's
my God.
What an awful
Donald has been
Kenny or Bob, that could have been the best show ever, and you would still wouldn't have knew how to break down Collision.
And what he thinks about it, who's good, who's bad, things like that. And
so now I know the Saturday night show is the number 2 show, right?
That's the number 2 show. For a reason. Apparently for a reason.
The back screen. So I'm watching.
Here we go, guys. Take of the night.
Murder Company and Death Company and Destroy Company and
a lot of companies.
Syndicate and
very corporate companies.
Well, and very violent, right? It's very
violent, very corporate.
Everything is murder or death or hurt or something. It is the
wrestling business.
True.
Somebody clip that and send it to Brian last.
Nope, now we're seeing.
There we go. Okay.
Craziness.
So now that I turn on the iPhone, the iPhone just kicked in, and I can use my iPhone during the show.
The iPhone just kicked in.
Portable camera at this point.
Yeah, it's like a portable camera.
Look at all those knickknacks.
Plug it and it'll still work. Yeah, I've unplugged it. I just plugged it into
like a mirror, a brand new mirror
that I can use, and I can even.
That's not a 70-inch.
No wonder it froze.
That ain't a 70-inch, Bolin.
There's a good.
I got one in my living room. That's not a 70-inch.
There's a
nice try.
The Yahoo thing. That thing goes back to 1996.
What up, Vampiro? You coming in?
Put money in there so I could buy Yahoos during OVW shows. My
new iPhone, a piggy bank.
And Danny nicknamed me Kenny Porky Bolin in the program that they introduced me.
He's got headphones that match the Dolphins.
There's Dan Marino bobblehead over there. There's the creative Bluetooth speakers that I listen to you on. My clock that you all used to see.
Where's the 70-inch, Bolin?
The television, Bob. What do you think of that?
Look at that clock. What the fuck? Another clock? This guy's got 2 clocks. You're going to tell me he hasn't spent $1?
It's not 75 degrees in here. That picks up the heat from the back of the television. And
I don't think I've even ever owned a clock like that.
68 degrees.
What the fuck? Is it integrated in a television or something?
It's picking up the heat from the back of the television. So you kind of lose.
He's got 2 clocks.
And then if I back up.
Look, there's another clock to the left.
That's how I do the show.
70-inch.
Behind the scenes with Kenny Bolin.
Yeah, hey, Bob, he said 70 inches.
For Good Chris's $30 donation, this is what you're getting tonight.
For Good Chris's $30 donation.
My television that I watch TV on.
Kenny, why don't you show them what you're getting for a $30 donation?
Garbage cans. The disco loved the racist garbage. Did you notice that?
Racist garbage cans, not funny, Kenny. It wasn't funny a couple days ago. Still isn't funny.
Garbage cans.
Hey, I need to get some of those racist ones for myself.
Yeah, for myself, for my own collection. And so that's just a little shit to look at there, and then
for a guy that's so not racist, he really does talk about race a lot.
In the window to make sure not much air comes in, yeah. And there's the old posters over there, and then if I go over there, those have been. Oh
wow, Kenny, we've only seen this
broom over there
3 million times, but
just
thank
in case you need a broom, you never know.
Case right. You need to
All right.
ride
Now,
around.
for those that want to know what my mixer looks like, you've never seen it.
I had that
That's
same
the
one at
mixer
one
for the
time,
show.
believe it or not.
That is the computer, Bob.
Yeah,
That's
no,
it.
I've seen. I've actually got an Intel
There ain't much to it.
that I use for that I've started to try to get Cody on, but I just don't.
My
I'm too
iPad.
ADHD.
Hello?
Oh, by the way, I don't think Cody works on Apple products.
Hello?
I just found that out today. Chris says my iPhone, the part that sucks is Cody does
Hello?
not work on Apple because they don't want you getting all that shit for free. So as you can tell, it's a little junky over here. It is today. Here's a notebook that I had made a long time ago. That's the BS notebook that Kenneth W. Bell right there. Yeah. And then that's the keyboard that I still use sometimes, but this replaced it. That's the iMac.
Yeah.
And I like the looks and functions of it because this is clicky and makes noise and lights up. This don't. Very quiet, very silent. And there's my AirPods that I did not use tonight. The remote. Carrie brought me that tonight. Mango peach drink, 15 grams of protein. Had the other half of my sandwich tonight. There's my book. My book. I got to say it right. Computer. Who is Kenny Bolin?
Yeah. Let me know.
Kenny Bolin is a former professional wrestling manager and author. He was the lead villainous manager in Ohio Valley Wrestling, where he managed the character Bolin.
Again, Kenny?
Well, there you go.
I'm going to go into Wikipedia and edit that.
You edit that.
Kenny Bolin is the most narcissistic son of a bitch ever to walk the face of the earth.
Well, it would only agree with you. So that's kind of a cool thing.
Bob, that's kind of being kind right there.
That's
all right. So CC asked a question.
Oh, CC got a question?
Yeah. Did you watch SmackDown? And I did. I don't know if you did, Kenny.
I've
do we?
Very, very. I have not got to the Rock and Cody yet. If that's what
says
that's his question, right? And
I haven't got to see it yet.
So,
we had skipped you.
I don't know why.
Since he's got 25, so we're about tied with him.
You said we'll smoothly
DJ
do
Walks.
this.
Yeah, well, I don't know why.
Shout out to the Raw Bowling crew.
Yeah, and for whatever, and who the fuck knows?
Yeah, in the same promo, he turned heel and face multiple times. It was just
okay. No, so there we go. I'm back. I'm back and 10 pounds lighter.
They cut one of the women's match, Liv and Liv and somebody. Forget, but it was.
Oh, so CC's pointing out the same thing you did. He turned heel and face multiple times.
Yeah, in the same.
What?
Promo.
Might as well be comment of the night, Ken.
Oh, by the way, this is where'd she go? This is Art Gel's mother saying hello, and Art Gel.
One hell of a list
we
got.
Kind at some of the new pictures that the new camera has taken. She's been very basically telling me how hot I am, but. As Bob will tell you.
You never hear a goddamn word about him struggling on anything.
Telling Kenny how hot he is. He's got a mirror.
You never hear anything about Kenny's finances.
It's right
He's fine. He's got 8 paychecks coming.
Yeah, well, and the censoring of the swearing on USA Network, and of course, Rock. The first thing he does, "Hey, I'm the Rock." Bleep 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 bleep.
And Bolin, you can't be mad at Raw Bolin because you said you didn't want
Netflix,
trolls over in your channel.
Netflix is to have.
So we had to show you
and
what your chat really looks like.
Adult language, right, would be allowed or something.
And then when the show's over, make a kids version. Who the hell's mainly watching the show? It's people over 18, right?
And it's a
people
3-hour
over 18,
Raw,
except for the people we're giving money to.
Make the last hour a little more mature. You know, you can
do that. The mature hour.
Different language.
Go to bed, you little shits. We're getting ready to get dirty in here.
Yeah, we're gonna start showing some more boobs.
Lawler, come on down. The nudity's about to start.
Woohoo!
Yeah,
boobies!
Woohoo! Boobies!
Yeah, it's
now that was the Lawler that I didn't care too much for.
Kenny, you shake your head.
I'm raised on.
You shake your head because he was looking at a beautiful woman's breast, and you're raised, and you have direct contact with kids, not even their parents.
Like I've told Donald Flowers and various others.
How normal is that?
Whether me, Disco,
let me write that one down, Bob.
Anybody else likes it?
How normal is it to have direct contact with a minor,
lower now than they
but not their parents?
You can't get overly excited. Well, we got 3 million
Roof,
viewers last night.
rice.
Yeah, well, we had 9.
So
What did you do with the other 6 million?
raised money for a roof, rice,
average
replacement
7
shoes.
million viewers.
I want to
and
see
that
those
was with
fucking
Raw.
shoes,
That
Ken.
didn't count what WCW
And
was
Bob,
getting, who was
I want
not
you to
doing
start
too bad
showing
either.
us where some of this money is going.
WCW's worst nights
Because
are
we
better
sound
than
like
any
Bob
of the best
Vila,
nights that any of the
and
companies are having
meanwhile,
right
we
now.
ain't shit.
And that was with 2 different companies, really 2 different companies.
Bob
not
might
Raw and
fucking
SmackDown,
send money out
or
himself
these
just because
made-up
he knows fucking Kenny
intercompany
ain't.
companies. This was 2 different fucking companies.
That guy's
going
got a
back and
neon
forth.
light under
And
his
then
garbage can.
what-
You think he's a
have I told you
non-profit?
what killed WCW? What ended the 83 weeks? And I predicted it would
Dave
happen.
Meltzer or Brian Alvarez will tell
Well,
you.
let me
that
hear what he said,
Hulk
because
Hogan-
I bet you if he doesn't agree with me, he's wrong, and
Well-
you will agree with me when I tell you.
I read the Brian Alvarez's book.
Actually, Brian Alvarez did not say Hulk
find Brian
Hogan.
Alvarez to be a condescending prick. I know some
He's
people like him.
he's come down to OVW. Brian and I actually got along pretty good.
I don't mind Brian Alvarez.
That's
I really
probably
don't.
why.
I don't think
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
the most
we had a
right
lot to
guy
do
in the
with it.
world. But I don't
But
mind
he
him.
and I got along pretty good. And Meltzer
He
and I
could
got
be
along good
entertaining. He's
until
cut out
Cornette
to
got
do a
fired
wrestling
from OVW.
podcast. He really
And
is.
Meltzer refused to cover us like we weren't a company anymore.
Yeah, because
Without
Meltzer's a
Cornette, you
fucking
couldn't possibly succeed.
mark.
Well, and it's so funny because Jimmy hates Dave. I mean,
Now.
Now.
He does now, not then. Oh,
Not
those
then,
2,
Bob. Let's get our
you
shit
couldn't
together.
tell who was blowing who. Those 2 blew each other so much. Maybe I can be sued for that. I don't know.
Well, he had an
And
award
I met
named
Meltzer
after
a
him,
few times.
Kenny.
He was always
What
nice
the
to
fuck
me.
would you have
that's
done?
an allegorical blowing there, not an actual.
Allegorical,
physical,
yeah. Allegorical.
We're not commenting on anyone's
What up, Ashley?
orientation.
And
But Alvarez said
so
basically
Alvarez,
the-
because I've never heard Alvarez's reason. I'd like to hear.
Alvarez's take basically is the NWO screwed,
Nope.
destroyed.
Absolutely
Well, because
not.
it got so out of control, right?
Well,
talent
okay.
was
Let me
running the
give
show.
let me give him this much credit.
Yeah.
Horace Hogan killed the NWO. That was that.
No. Who's dying before
Yeah,
Horace
Horace
Hogan,
Hogan.
There
Bowen?
were more NWO
Nice try.
Invader members than there were.
I can only
WCW.
imagine
I
the
will
first
give him
place he
credit
heard
for
that. He didn't
killed
watch
the NWO.
WCW.
It got to be too many, too much, and me and Chris and anyone else that ever watched the fucking show. All right,
didn't
Horace
watch it.
Hogan's the time of death. It's fucking over.
It's the
I
sharp.
will
It
agree
was
with him. I
over
think the
at that
Shaft
point,
killed
Kenny,
the
but it was
NWO.
over
I'll
before
give
that.
him
So that
Horace Hogan was
Hogan
just
having
more like the
creative
cherry on
control
top.
and Hogan's cronies.
I got a feeling
continued to
Hogan,
run
while
it.
he was there, pretty much always had creative control.
Yeah, and him and his little clique ran
Yeah.
the show.
Yeah.
They took.
Well,
And
Kenny, when you
what
make
was
somebody $1
different
billion,
about WCW,
you're
the
gonna have
Southern
privileges.
wrestling, and
Like when you
turned it
say
into
memberships has its privileges,
WWE Light.
making motherfuckers
You-
billions has
you
its
went away
privileges.
From
Ask
the people that
Hogan.
wanted to watch WCW,
Mm-hmm.
well, they didn't want to watch Raw, and now you're turning it into Raw Light.
WCW should have
I
never
think
died.
They were
That was
stupid to,
Bischoff,
like, and
creative.
of course, Alvarez
nothing
hates
to do
Vince
with
Russo,
Hogan.
So anything that Vince Russo
We
touched
turned it on to
was
see Hogan, dipshit.
the end of the world. So
Hogan
Vince Russo
didn't
putting the title
ruin
belt on
Raven's
himself,
creative.
becoming
Did he
a
ruin
major
Raven's
character
title
on
run?
screen,
Maybe.
Yeah.
But he
that
didn't
was
ruin
exciting.
Raven's
Yeah.
creative.
That's one thing I might have to give Cornette credit for. I don't remember Jimmy ever putting the belt on himself. I don't remember Jerry Jarrett doing it. I know goddamn well.
Well,
Nick
Kenny,
Lewis
it
did
was
that.
Smoky Mountain.
I don't think
Yeah,
he was
well,
ever stupid enough to put the world belt. Now he put the tag champions on George Goulas, but I don't think he ever put their top title on. He might have if George Goulas held the Southern Heavyweight
The
title. then-
finger poke of doom, that was
Yeah,
the-
yeah.
one of the down.
Yeah, they had some
Those
bad
are
shit.
all
Finger
contributing
poking doom was
factors to
stupid.
certainly what killed, but
It,
no, there was
it
one
killed millions of
reason,
dollars.
and one
Killed the
reason only.
NWO thing.
When people smartened up, because people were all into the WCW thing, they were all into the invasion, they were all into the takeover, they were all into Nash and Hall and Hogan, and then one thing happened, and you go back and look at the ratings, and I
Vince
guarantee
Russo?
you, it's what you're going to see. When the NBA playoffs started that year, because I kept saying, because I loved Raw, and I'm not going to say I loved it, but the 23
What
minute
year is he
Triple H
talking
promo
about?
at the beginning of every show. or
That might have
me
been
and Bret
Jordan's
Hart or whoever
last
was out
year.
there. Triple H was
You
getting
weren't gonna
23
beat
minutes. He put a
Jordan.
clock to it.
No one was
When
beating
Raw
Jordan.
opened, H was
Austin
getting
wasn't
23
beating
minutes.
All
Jordan.
right, H, you got 12 minutes. Great. See you in 20 minutes.
18. There's my little Ruby May, my little baby. She won that dance contest. I'm so
My
proud of
little
her. She
baby
come in first
Who needs a
runner-up,
ride home.
and she told me
Kenny,
she was
as-
sorry. I'm sorry.
Tell her to be careful in the parking lot.
All kinds of different schools. We paid for her to travel. It wasn't much. It was $10, $12 for her to travel around to a few schools. And
$10, $12 to travel around to a few schools.
It's pretty good.
And no, nothing to be ashamed of there. You were, if that winner breaks its leg, you're the winner. You know, you're there. No, very proud of her and doing very good student, always on the honor roll, and works her out. She works 12-hour days sometimes on those dance routines.
Who told you this, Kenny? Did she tell you this, or did her mother?
I'm lazy. I was a lazy student. I was a lazy human. I always look for the easiest
Did her
way.
mother tell you this, Ken?
I take great pride in never working a 40-hour work week in my life and never doing any hard labor in my life. I tried it once. I baled hay. I was hired to bale hay.
According to Kenny, this girl needs a ride home. She was able to travel to 3 schools for $12. So fucking how much does it cost to travel home? If 3 schools was $12.
The death of it is when, and I told
$12, 3 schools, but we got to raise money to get her home.
Ain't gonna be coming on at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock head to head with Monday Night Raw. They're gonna be coming on at midnight, 11 o'clock.
That bitch is running.
Coming on maybe the next night.
These kids all live within running distance of their school. There's nobody that lives like, I live so far from I walk to school, Kenny. I fucking walk to school.
And the production. As opposed
when my dad wouldn't let me drive yet.
And that 83-week
I walked so I could smoke.
When it happened, you can go back and look at the records.
Smoke.
And I'm trying to think of the year 97. 98, 99, because I remember when I moved into my new house.
We got to get her home.
My new house yet.
We got her to 12. We got her through 3 schools for $12.
So it would have been.
But it's going to cost us something a little bit more extravagant to get her home. 3 schools, $12.
It would have been during the NBA playoffs. And then people got to see, because I was paying attention to the ratings and shit back then too. And I couldn't believe that WCW was winning every week. So what are these fucking people seeing? But when they had a choice,
you weren't watching, Kenny. They had all the talent.
I've been watching this shit for 4 weeks. It's pretty fucking good, and it was never close after that. I don't ever remember it being close after the NBA playoffs. Good Chris had another question.
He did.
About the Yankees.
Thoughts about the Yankees? They're actually allowing facial hair now. Nicely groomed beards was the.
Well, I'm a bit of an old schooler when it comes to. I mean, I would be a dick if I was a baseball manager, and I've told everybody that. There would be no pants below the knees. All the pants, and just because my personal
no pants below the knees unless you're a fucking unless we're raising money for you.
Stirrup socks.
I like the stirrups. I like the pants right.
This guy showed us a collage of pictures with a bunch of fucking kids with no pants on, pulling his shirt down, right?
Astro that does it.
Yeah.
And now he's saying the guy's gotta do what now?
A bit ridiculous. I want the pants down just below the knee. Now George Foster, Johnny Bench, Ken Griffey Sr. Not so much Tony Perez. Tony Perez, you can see his stirrups pretty good.
Not Tony Perez, Ken.
Look as tall as they could. George Hendrick of the Cardinals admitted he wore his pants down to his ankles, and he's one of the first players I remember wearing them that low. And he's already tall, but he thought he looked taller with his pants down low. Ellie De La Cruz, every now and then.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting it. We're getting a show. Is this the show?
He likes to look tall, and
we're getting a show.
Look that way. Well, I don't like players that are out there to fucking be pretty. I don't like NBA players.
This is the baseball show with him and Russo.
Fucking be pretty. The nails, the hair. I want to be pretty. Now, don't be pretty. Be a fucking ball player. Be a fucking ball player. Male or female. I don't give a shit. You see these NFL players, and I forget who the first. Maybe it was Terrell Buckley. I forget who the first one was to do it. That had the braids going way back out of the helmet. And then your boy with Pittsburgh,
Palomalu,
does the Head and Shoulders commercials. He was getting tackled. He was getting tackled by his fucking hair. And then
no shit, Kenny, it's legal
for the Steelers.
It's legal.
No, he's a white guy, all right, but he didn't have hair down past his shoulders. Who was the big? I think the Packers had one. The Steelers had one. Big white guys with the long hair.
Yeah,
you know,
I don't remember the guy's name.
And
Kevin Green.
Fuck you. Cut your goddamn hair. The military makes you do it.
Well,
military, they don't want you to look like
the
that.
military makes you do it.
I didn't join the military.
I don't
You
mind
hear yourself?
short.
These are millionaires, Kenny. Millionaires.
With this, or
Oh,
Charlie Blackman.
And who, Bud Black or whatever his name is?
Charlie Blackman is the guy you're talking
Charlie
about.
Blackman.
Yeah, with a mountain
allow me here. You're playing in a goddamn sport to where the average temperature is 140 on the goddamn AstroTurf, for those of you people that still have AstroTurf.
He goes, Bob, allow me here.
But I remember Tony Perez, the first Cincinnati Reds game I ever went to. I had front row seats over the St. Louis Cardinal dugout. Tony Perez was playing third. Tony Perez, and Riverfront had just opened. And Tony Perez touches the AstroTurf, comes over and touches my hand. He goes, hot? Yeah, it's hot. They said there were players of the Reds because they did not realize how hot the goddamn AstroTurf was going to be in downtown Cincinnati on June the 5th.
We didn't get a photo of that, Kenny. We didn't get a fucking... You didn't pull out a goddamn paintbrush and fucking water paint that?
There were players putting their feet in iced water buckets so their cleats wouldn't melt on the AstroTurf and cool their feet down between innings. Can you imagine players having to do that today, being that goddamn hot? So you're playing in a goddamn game to where the average temperature during the summer, yeah, the early games are reasonably cool. The fall games are reasonably cool. But during the bulk of the season, it's hot as fuck. I want my players as comfortable as possible, aerodynamic as possible. I don't want any big baggy fucking uniforms. I don't want any more material on them than there has to be. All baseball uniforms would be sleeveless, much like what I'm doing today. If it's cool, wear you a nice long sleeve shirt underneath of it. If it's Griffey Jr. was one of the ones I first saw do that. The Reds had sleeveless uniforms, and he wore red compression shirts underneath his jersey. Nice, sleek looked good, aerodynamic. Man could run like the fucking wind. And then you got these people out here wearing these Jeff Bagwell, what was his name, for the Astros. Some of these players have these big baggy-ass uniforms. Now, Bagwell wasn't going to outrun anybody in the race anyway. But be aerodynamic, be cool, no fucking long-ass hair.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the sports take, a sports take. Aerodynamic, how many times are we going to say that?
Considered long for a teenage boy in LaGrange. I remember my aunt wouldn't let me go to Florida unless I got my hair cut so I'd look like all the other boys. So she made me get a buzz haircut so I could go stay 3 months with her in Florida in 1976. Thought I looked ridiculous. I get down to Florida, nobody had a fucking haircut like me. Everybody had fucking long hair. She just didn't like me having long hair. But no, I would enforce those rules. Aerodynamic, sleeveless uniforms. Wear what you want underneath of it, but everybody's going to wear the same thing. Either long sleeve or short sleeves. They're all going to be the same color. Much like what the NBA did when people used to wear whatever fucking shirt they wanted under their jersey. Well, now they're strict about it. It's either everybody wears the same color or it has to be a matching color of your uniform. Used to be Patrick Ewing wore whatever the fuck he wanted, even in college with Georgetown. So they had to get strict about that. But no, I would do away with beards in baseball, long fucking hair. You ain't out there to be fucking pretty. You ain't out there to look like a fucking Trump supporter about to be involved in an insurrection. Watch the insurrection. You'll see plenty of them. There's no Kenny Bolins in the insurrection, all pretty and looking good, wearing bling, storming the Capitol. How's that for throwing in some political shit in the middle of a baseball rant? You can tell I took my Predigen today. Not Predigen, Aricept. I saw my back. I don't know if I took it. I sent some people the pictures of all my prescriptions. It's a wonder I'm fucking alive. There's also players who have their jersey unbuttoned. My opinion on it. Well, once again, trying to look like they're at a 70s disco, trying to be pretty. Got two buttons buttoned.
You got to show all your chains when you do
show
that
all your chains. I'm glad you brought it up. See this shit right here? Not in a fucking baseball game. I'm sitting here doing a fucking podcast, and I've wore this maybe 5 times out of all the podcasts I've ever done. No, we know you got fucking money. We know you get paid. We know you make millions of dollars. Leave your goddamn jewelry in the fucking locker room, you motherfuckers. I'm here to manage a fucking baseball team. I'm here to win fucking games. I want people comfortable. I want people playing baseball, not out there wondering where your goddamn necklace went, where your fucking ring fell off. I want you focusing on goddamn baseball. I don't want you tracking down a fly ball. And watch this, because I guarantee it happens. Bap, 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 because your fucking chains hitting you in the goddamn face. Fuck you, you rich motherfucker. Leave your goddamn jewelry in the fucking locker room. Play fucking baseball, bitch. I don't give a goddamn. Your kid didn't give you that. Yeah, you want to wear your little wrist bracelets. Wear the little fucking wrist bracelets. They're not going to keep you from making a play. But that fucking jewelry does. It interferes with you. You're worried about losing it. You're worried about breaking it. You're worried about it hitting you in the fucking face when you're tracking down a fly ball. Maybe you ain't giving it 100% because you're worried your gold necklace is going to hit you in the fucking eyeball. Cut that shit out. Leave your goddamn jewelry in the fucking locker room. I'm sick of this shit, and I'm glad CC brought it up because it burns me up that they want to be pretty. They want to look like Trump supporters. They want to look like insurrectionists. They want to look like they were born in the backwoods of the fucking South somewhere instead of looking like Joe DiMaggio or Mickey fucking Mantle or Pete goddamn Rose and look like a fucking baseball player. Whew. All right. CC, that's worth $30 more, buddy. That's worth $30 more right there.
All that
you don't get that over jewelry and baseball. What's that, Bob?
All that blood pressure medicine is definitely.
Woo! I took it today. I'm good. I took it. I'm all right. Whew. CC going, goddamn, that's $30 promo right there. I'm going to send him some more money. See, either that or CC. That's a lot more than I wanted. Kenny, can you send me $15 back? Bob did, but I agree. I never understood wearing diamond. Oh, it's always been stupid. I have felt that way the first time I ever saw a player wearing a goddamn gold necklace during the ball game. But you got some players that won't wear their wedding ring because it gets in the way of playing baseball.
I mean, I was going to say, even just wearing a ring.
You're goddamn right, TC. That's a fucking shoot, baby. You can tell that came. Now, I'm not going to do what Elon Musk did.
We were actually going to sell shirts that said that, and people said they were going to buy it, and we put the shirt up, and not a single person ever bought it.
Not one. Yeah, we had 7 people commit to buy the shirt. That's a shoot, and not one person ever bought that shirt. Not one.
I think it's still in the store.
It's probably still there. Paul RJ wants that rant clipped. I want to send that to Disco Inferno and see if he agrees. Shout out to Arby's is going. What have we gotten into? Shout out to Arby's, McDonald's, Two Rivers. Great meeting with Arby's the other day. They did get me hooked up on the greatest sandwich I've ever had. The double meat, market fresh turkey sandwich. Twice as good as anything Disco Inferno's ever put in his mouth, and I am talking about sandwiches. Twice as good. 78 grams of protein in that sandwich. It was such an amazing sandwich. I had half of it one night, the other half at 6:50 p.m. tonight when I got done working on my 501c3. And oh my God, what a sandwich. It is so good. I also had the Wagyu burger. Had half of it one day, half the next. The Wagyu burger, pretty damn good. But if you're dropping $8 or $9 on a sandwich, that market fresh turkey sandwich is the way to go. And for those of you that are watching your protein the way I am, plus I'm doing a couple of protein shakes a day. Betty Griffith. Oh, that's Andy Griffith. His account got hacked, so instead of just getting his own account, he's using his mother's Facebook page because he's too big of a tightwad little bitch to get a YouTube account like Paul RJ, Tyler C, CC, the various others got members. Andy, you got a good fucking job. You live down in the deep South. You're one of the ones that's emerged that makes more than $8 an hour. Get a fucking YouTube channel. Get a fucking membership. Drop the $3, $6, or $20 like most of the good fans in here do. Act like you care about the show. You're not going to get a rant like this on baseball on Cornette's show because Cornette don't know shit about baseball. Cornette don't know shit about football. Cornette don't know shit about baseball, basketball, or football. None of the three. He don't know shit about tennis, even though he carried a goddamn tennis racket. He can't name you 5 stars that are currently playing today, and neither can I. But still, but seriously, Andy Griffith, you got one of the great names ever in the history of human beings. Get a fucking membership. Get a goddamn okay. All right. Well, see, now you shut me up. Make me a nice donation tonight, and I'll shut. But I still want you to get a membership on a YouTube channel, a real YouTube channel. Yeah, PayPal's on thin ice. Yeah. I got a lot of friends that are leaving, not PayPal, but Facebook. Because Fuckelberg is down there blowing Trump on a day. But all this, where are you going to go? Blue Sky? Who owns Blue Sky? Look that up for me. Because he's not the only one ain't blowing Trump these days.
Blue Sky.
You'll get a rant based. Wrestling. I've been more worked up over baseball jewelry and beards than I have wrestling tonight. I'm running for sheriff in Prattville, Alabama. So what are you going to do? Arrest me? You know what being the sheriff of Prattville, Alabama is like? I want you to tell me because I have no clue.
Yeah.
So, Bob, give me a population on Prattville, Alabama. I've been to a lot of places in Alabama. I've been to Mobile. My first ever pro wrestling match was in Birmingham. Now, I said Montgomery the other day. Someone tried to correct me. They said, Kenny, you said your first ever wrestling match was in
my bad.
Birmingham, Alabama, not Montgomery. Y'all don't listen. My first ever wrestling show was in Birmingham. That's when I was timekeeper, bell ringer, ring announcer, and manager of Tojo Yamamoto versus Gypsy Joe. That ain't a bad first match for people to get into the pro wrestling business at the age of 27, November the 27th, give or take. It was a little bit after that. For that to be their first match ain't too damn bad. But that was my first ever wrestling show. My first ever wrestling match is when the wrestlers got 5 minutes with me in Montgomery, Alabama. So as far as my first ever wrestling match, Montgomery, Alabama, my first ever wrestling show, 39,000 people. Do you realize that we could take everybody from Prattville, Alabama, take them down to Papa John's Stadium down there where we play football, and we'd still have room for another fucking Prattville, Alabama? Do you realize that? I'm in the city of Louisville, Kentucky. 1.3 million people in the suburban area, not downtown, not in Louisville, but the suburban area of Louisville.
The metropolitan area.
1.3 million people. And the sheriff here couldn't keep me under control.
What up, Gonzo?
One of the sheriffs here had to be banned from my neighborhood. He had a restraining. He's still under restraining. Well, I guess that's over. That doesn't matter anymore. But yeah, that sheriff had a 3-year restraining order put against. So don't make me put a 3-year restraining order against. Let me see what he. I'm going to yell at him a lot less if he makes a nice donation.
We'll see.
All right, I don't see anything yet there, Andy Griffith. Come on, Andy. Don't you tease the
I don't see no Andy Griffith in the chat.
Andy Griffith has been in my house. Not this one. Andy came to my old house.
Those are all the people that give him money go to his house.
Tractor. You remember Tractor?
Tim Lee, Schmidt, T-Maker.
No, Tractor. Now, I haven't heard from Tractor in a long time. I think we picked on him a lot. So all the entertainment.
By the way, if that chain was real,
this is the best show you're getting.
That would be like 10 grand, maybe more.
This is it. No one else is give you.
No joke.
Come on. Tractor Bryant. Yeah, that was his name. No, I haven't heard from him I probably blocked him. I think he's one of those that said he was going to make a donation and then he didn't.
Yeah, folks are going to make a donation.
I want to put your donation over on the show. We're trying to feed people here. We're trying to make another $30. We got to 70 thanks to Good Chris.
We're trying to make another $30.
That promo was worth an additional $30.
Were.
Not yet.
Were.
I thought he got a good bonus $30 promo is what I thought.
We didn't get that. Wasn't a good promo. It was about some silly ass baseball. I've heard good promos from you, Kenny.
Yeah. With Paul RJ,
that was awful.
Like
I would have rather heard you talk about goddamn disco.
It cost him $17.50.
I'm gonna send that to disco.
His $10 donation cost him $7. See, when you all make a $10 donation, it costs you $10 or $20 or $30, whatever. Paul RJ makes a $10 donation, costs him $17. He makes a $20 donation, costs him $34.
Well, then maybe he needs to get the fuck out of Dodge, then, Ken.
On the air set. I don't know.
Would you do that, you shithead?
I guess my 1 hour nap. So he knows down to the last person. Did anybody die today? Anybody born today? It might not be 39,318. Maybe someone was in labor when the show started.
Mount Timer's watching from the beginning.
He's in critical condition right now. So
is he really? And he's the current pope, right?
He's the current pope.
He's the reigning pope.
You know what? Chris might have an option for a job coming up. He's Catholic, right? He could be pope.
He is Catholic, yeah. He is.
So, I mean, there's that whole celibacy thing.
There's never been a Pope Christopher, has there?
No, there's been a Saint Christopher, but never a Pope Christopher.
Yeah. Wish the dollar was better. I do too, man. I don't know why y'all get fucked so bad down there on the dollar.
I was gonna run for Pope for the last time it came up, but
Andy Griffith, you said he's gonna PayPal me something. I'm looking.
Married and
notifications.
Makes it really.
Where's this Andy Griffith commenter at? Am I blocked by Andy Griffith? Is that why I can't see him?
For all the months and years you ain't been donating. riding around.
Is
on
this a star? Is this a Facebooker?
Make me proud of you, Andy Griffith.
Interest.
A little interest wouldn't hurt.
A little interest wouldn't hurt.
Don't make me come down there and whip the sheriff's ass his first day. So who you?
Don't worry,
against?
Griffin. He ain't coming down anywhere.
Chances of winning are. You got a good shot. I mean, I can come down there and campaign for you. Imagine if I got in front of the people and told them how they need to vote for Andy Griffith, Sheriff Andy Griffith. All we need is Barney. Tractor could be your Barney. Give him one bullet. Make it a rubber one because he might hurt somebody. Give Tractor Bryant one bullet. Put a little stupid hat on him. March him around town, and he's your goddamn Barney.
Now we point
Sheriff
out when
Andy
shit's
Griffith.
funny. This shit ain't funny, right here.
Who's gonna beat
right
that?
or wrong?
And if you got me doing your talking for you,
is this funny?
Age 65, sound like I'm 25.
I'll point out funny shit.
Lawler wish he could cut promos like me when he was 25.
Lawler wishes he could cut promos like me when he was 25.
Consult.
Just maybe give me dictatorship in Prattville, Alabama for one day.
Just a day.
Just run around and arrest whoever I want. We have a donation. We have a donation. We have a donation, and I'm going to assume this is from Andy Griffith, my good friend. Thank you. I'm very thankful. All right. Well, we appreciate your donation, Andy Griffith, my good friend. Putting aside all the shit I've been talking about him tonight, on his mother's account on Facebook, has donated $30 from Andy Griffith, a campaign contribution, I'm sure, to where I'll come down there and do speeches for him. And he has got us to the
write it down, Bob.
And you all don't know this.
Andy Griffin,
Bob
30.
Is king. It's
Can you imagine
night.
Bob's
you
got a refrigerator with all these fucking tabs on there?
$100.
Andy Griffin, 30. Ricky Ricardo, 5. Fucking Chris Schmidt, 2.
I'm going to tell you a little backstory. I'm going to tell you a little backstory about Bob Hazelwood that he doesn't know I'm going to do.
Liar.
Bob Hazelwood many times will advance pay some of the Filipinos for me and entrust me that I will reimburse him later that day, maybe early the next day, but he knows he's going to get his money back.
Well, he hopes he's going to get his money back. I wouldn't go so far.
Damn, I don't know about that face, Bob. That don't look like a face that got money back. You got a good
several-year run of getting your money back.
It don't look like shit.
A threatening letter. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Kenny, where's that $28.31, motherfucker? It was something like that.
Very close.
Where's my $28.31, you bitch? And I was like, goddamn. And I thought that I'd sent it, and I had not. So Bob had to play bill collector on me for the first time ever, and he wanted his $28.31, which tells you the economy's rough down there in Tyler, Texas, wherever the hell Bob's from. Down there in Tyler, Texas. Yeah. And so I crumbled like a little bitch, and I paid my $28.31 or whatever it was close to that amount. And so I knew shit was, but Bob had helped out a family, which I told him not to do because the bill was high.
So I wonder how this works now. If Bob has direct access to send money out himself,
Bob bailed somebody out
what
of a bad
money
situation.
does Kenny keep now?
And,
does that mean Bob doesn't give him any money?
Offered to do
is the new thing maybe Kenny keeps all the other money and Bob just directly sends them shit?
Take this very large bill and cut it into 3
so
pieces.
Bob sends them shit.
That's
Kenny keeps everything else
on PayPal.
Right.
But Bob probably doesn't send Kenny as much money.
Or who we're helping out.
Yeah.
Let's just say that it's not the most aggressive person when it comes to trying to ask for,
Andy Griffith says you should pay that $100, by the way.
Yeah. Let me just go back through my PayPal over the years, Andy, and we'll see how much.
Gotcha. Finally, Bob with a fucking underneath joke.
Compared to yours. Oh, well, he might not want you to do that.
Might not want that. So,
yeah, he might not want any of that.
And the person that we helped, their bill was actually more than $100, Andy.
Mm-hmm. It was more than 100.
And I asked them, can we cut it into 3 payments?
It was actually closer to 140 for those that are wondering.
Like, I can't ask that. Yes, you can ask that.
Yeah. And as I tell all Filipinos, you don't get. Well, Kenny, I'm shy. We'll get over.
Here, wait, hold on. This is what Kenny tells all Filipinos. Listen up.
Anywhere, and I'm telling anybody who's watching the show tonight.
Here
Filipino, American, Australian, Iranian, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia ain't shy. I'll tell you that.
No,
fuck you.
Girl will ride a camel. She'll ride a camel.
Fuck you for that.
With somebody with a good camera too. I'll tell you that.
You made her out to be poor, Kenny, and she was never
shy,
poor.
And I tell the Filipinos this all the time. Well, I'm too shy. No, you're not, because you weren't so shy that you didn't bother asking me. So now use that salesmanship. You're a cute girl. Wink at them.
Okay, they do say they're shy, but what do you tell them?
Wink at them. Give them a smile and
wink
say, I need
you
to do me a favor. Well, you want 50, like a girl needed 1,500 pesos to get her phone fixed.
Kenny, you ever been to the Philippines? They don't got to wink. They got fucking women lined up down there.
Because they fix it much cheaper than that. Say, can you give me a break on price? I need to buy my kids some eggs. And maybe they'll save you 100 or 200
No
pesos.
one buys kids eggs.
And so she went and did it, and guess what? They gave her a 200 peso discount. So, yeah, I still send her the $30 to get her rice and eggs. And well, not rice and eggs.
But now it's rice and eggs. See?
Phone. But now she's
no
got
one was just buying eggs.
To pick up
rice and eggs.
Because she fucking asked. And if someone asked me when I was 19 years old, and I used to go over to McDonald's, and I was always getting something for free at McDonald's. I wasn't famous. I wasn't anybody. I was just Kenny Rising from high school that just started working at Kroger.
Well, he does got receipts, wise dog. You could fucking fabricate them.
Free order of fries or a free
I
drink.
proved that
Kenny,
like 4 years ago.
You know what simple answer I gave them? I asked. I asked. I'd buy a Big Mac, and hey, would it be in trouble if I get you throw in a free soft drink with that? Oh, sure. They go back there and give me a free soft drink. Now, it might be harder to do that today. I don't know. But probably not. I got my deal with Arby's because I like the guy. I
got my deal with Arby's because I like the guy. Explain the deal.
And then I met his boss.
Explain the deal.
Promo about the Arby's sandwich. And he knew who Disco Inferno was. And this guy who has been with Arby's for 8 years, and he manages 8 different stores, looked at that video promo with me sitting with Michael at Arby's.
Disco Inferno? Yeah, I know him.
I'm sorry, it was yesterday. Seemed like 2 days. He saw the promo with Disco Inferno, and he just smiled, and he said, man, that's awesome. I said, do you know what that would cost you to get if you'd had to pay Disco Inferno to do that? That would have cost you a free sandwich. So, that man's a big star.
Yeah, so. and a shake, maybe.
And maybe a shake.
Wow.
Cinnabon or whatever y'all got.
Wow.
I felt so bad. They treated me so good over there, and
I don't know what to say after that.
From Mobile, Alabama.
Not Prattville, Alabama.
Do not send that promo to Disco.
He's talking with a southern accent, and the manager says to him, he says, sir, you must be from the South. And this guy's about 80-something years old. He said, I'm from Mobile, Alabama. I said, I've been to Mobile. I said, I never went back. Just to fuck with it. So Michael, the manager, calls Chris. We're sitting there, and Chris had called.
The manager called Chris. I'm going to say this is a lie and not funny.
He's running all my customers off. And one of the wrestlers from OVW was there that I'd never met. His name was Luscious Luther, I think's his name. Luscious Luther. And I'd seen him on television a time or two, and I thought he was one of the better ones they had. He's got a good look, does a good promo, but I'd never met him. And to my ego adjustment,
he's got a good look and a good promo. I never met him.
For 5 years. I was apparently there for the 1200th episode, and he still didn't know who I was. But he hears us talk about OVW at the corporate table with me, Michael, and Michael's boss. And he says, OVW, did I hear somebody mention OVW? I'm with OVW.
Kenny, there's a lot of people who don't know who you are. I hate to say that.
Nice to meet you, Lucius. I said, is that on your driver's license? And he smiled.
Lucius, yeah.
Yeah, Lucius, Luscious.
That'd be a good name, Lucius Luther.
Lucius, yeah. So he's smiling. He's got his 10-year-old daughter with him. And she was a big Hello Kitty fan. Well, you know that picture I was floating around.
He knew how old the daughter was.
Yes, Hello Kitty.
So I showed that little girl that picture, and she just died. And she's got on Hello Kitty.
Yeah, let me show you a picture, little girl.
Hello Kitty backpack, a nice
one.
And I showed her that picture, and I was her best buddy. And she was the cutest little 10-year-old you ever saw.
Oh, my God.
Kind of the art gel form, just had those eyes and that hair, just a cute little thing. And so he turns around. He did not know who I was. And he says, and you are as a Kenny Bolin. So we talked for a little bit. And he said, your name again? I said, Kenny Starmaker Bowling. I said, and now I go into promo mode. My goddamn plaque is hanging on the wall where you work. I'm only one of 5 fucking Hall of Fame members in the goddamn building. That's who I fucking am.
What?
Where's your? Now he's looking. Oh, I said, yeah. So
what?
You know the other 4 members. Yeah, and you don't. Learn your fucking shit. And now the manager's sitting there. He says, so this is the Kenny. I said, yep, this is the Kenny you're going to get every now and then. When dumb fucks work for a company for 5 fucking years and they don't know who built the fucking company. I was named the face of the fucking company. I was the voice of OVW, the face of OVW. What more can you ask out of one goddamn man?
You were the right pinky of OVW.
Yeah. Not necessarily on the pinky.
Yeah.
I wish I'd have had my ring on. You know what? I held my hand up and AI tracking kicked in.
Yeah.
Non-profit.
There it is. Well, I wish it wouldn't do that anymore. Now I gotta go in here, turn off. I held up my ring. Just please don't do that.
That was kind of an interesting little
gold change.
No,
gold change.
Please back up. That's a little close. All right. Yeah, but normally if you hold your hand up like that, and there it goes.
There it goes.
There it goes.
It's the most expensive camera money can buy.
Your hand up backwards
8 paychecks he's got coming. 8.
Yeah, I've got one of those coming, Kenny. It's going to be here.
Oh, you got one coming?
Yep.
Okay, now I'm having trouble getting mine to take the software update. It gave me
I'm
2
on a
ways.
PC though. So
Huh?
I'm on a PC though. So
If you have bowling on, turn them off.
Not on the Mac. I'm on a PC. So.
Well, and but iMac recommends you get this camera. This is the recommendation.
Okay, so
rebooted, it'll probably
let me ask the chat a question for real
it didn't
here.
work. I've done everything.
What was the show about tonight in your guys's?
And the other one is to upgrade it.
What was the show about tonight?
And I didn't feel confident.
What did we see?
Do that. I might have Chris look at it when he comes over.
What did we exactly?
Or I'm just going to switch this.
Where
out
was
another identical camera and see what that does? And so we got one of 2 ways, but it's not wanting to take. It says firmware download unsuccessful.
This guy showed us a clock that's on his monitor that looks like some shit straight out of an airport.
It's the software that actually runs the
with
camera
another
itself.
clock.
Yeah.
So
not even a foot away.
So that's my virtual shit.
Now he's got.
And they're not $5 clocks.
No membership.
Hey, look at that.
So you're halfway there, Andy.
He could have.
Oh, he's in YouTube now.
Well, Andy, are you on an iPhone or a Android?
Hey, let's butter him up, King.
Get this fixed right now.
That guy dropped 30. We got to replace Sellers, so we got fucking Andy Griffith.
Just mention this while we're here.
Y'all have gotten some mighty good promos tonight, if I don't mind saying so my own self.
People have been saying they're not getting.
How much has the fat man grifted tonight?
Because
he's probably at a Hundy.
Setting for notifications is.
I think Andy Griffith's 100. Put him at 100.
YouTube decides
oh, now I'll stay for the whole hour.
Go to the channel, click where it says subscribe.
His show is just basically, hi, my camera's on.
And you will get your notifications for every time the show.
If Bob's not here, it might be over in 10 minutes because I need comments.
And if you've got an iPhone and you want to
and none of his commenters put shit.
All you got to do
and we all know
open
why.
up YouTube in Chrome.
Look, they're showing this again.
Can't use
We're going to keep a streak. This is 4 or 5, maybe 8 straight shows showing this. No one gives a fuck about this.
No, you won't join any of it.
No one even knows what that is.
At the bottom of the screen, you'll see 3 dots.
No one knows what that is.
You click on those 3 dots, scroll down through all the options, and one of them is request desktop version. So the desktop version is more complete. It's not as slimmed and trimmed down as the
Bob, I don't think you realize how many people just took that into consideration, brother.
And the join button, you click that, it'll say,
hey there, buddy.
Choose from one of 3 different membership levels. One that gets you a call with Kenny Bolin once a month.
A call?
Yeah, I'll do that.
One that gets you like access to our special archive of
hey, Bob, anybody that's smart watches know they can just go, hey, man, I'm going to donate 15 tonight. Can I call your phone later?
That helps too.
We don't need a badge.
Or blocked when you come in. And
get you a call from Kenny Bolin. This is a Star Maker. I'm just calling my badge members.
Probably some signatures. Maybe
did you call Schmidt?
those autograph photos.
Can Schmidt start recording these?
Give you a quick rundown of the ones that we have.
Yeah, let me show you. The forgery is amazing, by the way.
Yeah, this is forged.
If you don't,
I want Schmidt to put in Bolin's chat right now. I haven't got my phone call, Kenny.
Very rarely forged.
I think Jimmy would know if his autograph has been forged there, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Quit showing it.
I don't think so. Only 2 of those left now, folks. And this
only 2 left.
Well, you'll never be able to get another one.
Well, of course you wouldn't fake Jimmy's fucking autograph, but all the other ones are real.
On Dennis, I know his voice
looks like some Scooby-Doo fucking printouts.
Throat cancer or something like that, and that's what's messed him
up. Andy, I assure you, you do not have my numbers anymore. They have all been changed.
There's
not
the
even
buffet.
And I've got 2 or 3 of those. 2 or 3.
I'll give you $7. Look at this, how bad this is.
Yep, ma'am.
Kenny, I'll give you 20 to keep that motherfucker.
Some thug.
I've heard about him. Yeah, I've heard about him.
Yay! What a bad picture of Cena. And no one cares about Ray without a mask. A rare Ray Mysterio without a mask. A rare. It's rare because it was a garbage angle.
The Undertaker, classic Undertaker, Dead Man version.
No one wants that picture of Taker
right now at this moment. But
it's not even a good picture. These are like the
American
things they give you for free.
I do have
at like a fucking kids carnival.
Right
well, it's not. It is. It's always for sale. It's just not one we're featuring right now.
Yeah, we haven't figured. But if you're an Undertaker fan, yeah, as a matter of fact, I have at least 2 of those.
Oh, there you go.
I have at least 2. And hang on, I'm trying to find Bob. So I can make it easy. Find me.
No one wants those
TC's
pictures.
Badge. Send it to me. That way I don't have to scroll through all the badges that we've done.
I will.
He called out 2 Filipinos and he goes, they ain't donating.
TC's badge,
they're the only ones that were commenting.
He just messaged me
How
on
ignorant
Facebook,
is that, Bob?
So I could easily send him that badge.
Those ladies don't know about show and not show.
I won't ever share it, though. Well, I'll get it to you, Andy. I'll get it to you. Yeah, you've had my numbers before. But yeah, I have 2 new numbers now, so no one has my numbers. Almost nobody. The trolls are just scrambling. They just don't know what to do. But yeah, I have 2 new phone numbers now. All righty. Thank you, Bob. So let me get that over to, well, I'm going to have to copy it because he's so new. He's not coming up in my shit here. So this should do it. There we go. What do you think about that, TC? All right, TC, pop in here. Let us know what you think of your badge. Bob went through a lot of time and effort and trouble to get all those new ones made and to get my ugly face off of there and to get you all the new version. Princess Eunice, I think, was watching the show a little bit earlier. Eunice's mother is watching the show, but she cannot comment. And Eunice's mother is needing medication for her ears. Let me find out what that cost. And because she doesn't get paid for another 7 or 8 days. Let me send him a link to the show if I can or may. There we go. I think Eunice has a link. There we go. All right, just trying to get everybody up to date here. Bob has had to wander off and do a thing or 2 there. And yeah, Tia. Yeah, it's much easier for me to keep up with you here because I have to go to my iPhone to find you on your inbox messages. So it's much easier for me here.
Eunice's mom got tired of Eunice hogging all the shit.
That's pretty good.
You better break me off
Andy,
something.
If you're on an Android, it's very easy. You just click the membership that you would like to have. And that way you become a member, just like TC. TC says his badge looks good. We're glad you got it, TC.
Can you imagine that? Her messaging him, my mother needs.
Got your badge. And I was going to send it to you on Twitter tonight, but
fuck that badge.
This to my
that
iPhone,
badge has privileges of bullshit.
So it was a bit of a process.
Sorry, Andy, I couldn't have given you Kenny's number. I don't have it. He changed it.
No, Bob doesn't even have my new number, so Bob didn't give it to you. So if you're going to lie, be good at it.
Bob doesn't even have my new number.
You're not a good liar. Already
the same
giving
phone
him
number for
all
2
the advice he
decades.
needs to be a
Political advice.
successful
There you
sheriff in Prattville, Alabama.
In the history of
Population, whatever you can squeeze in your cornfield.
Not funny, Kenny.
let's
Nice
see.
try. Swinging and
I'm a little
missing a lot
surprised that
tonight.
more donations have not poured in after the uniform promo, the beard
Yawn.
promo, the jewelry promo. Didn't I go off about
Jewelry?
something else? There's a uniform, beard,
jewelry.
Was there anything else?
I don't remember.
That seems like it might be enough for one night. Guys, we are going to be here. Andy, now come on. We appreciate you. You got a little bit more. You got a little more work to do, and it's easy on an Android. These iPhones are a little bit of work.
Yeah,
Bob has to throw up instructions.
Kenny,
Scroll
we didn't get
down
a
and
show
click
tonight.
that
There was no
join
show.
button, Andy.
That's
There was
all you gotta
nothing.
do, Andy's all right there.
It was a
Oh, so let
bunch
me
of
get back to
lies.
finishing
You're
up this
lost. You're in a
conversation about
world of
AEW.
fucking dog
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
So
And we
You
are gonna
guys have
Donald
fucking
on soon
lost
because
vision.
he probably watches a lot more
give
of
us a
it than
counter.
we do.
Yeah.
And I may just share his
Cornette
opinion,
would
that's
be
fine.
sick.
So I'm watching them do a backstage segment, and they got.
By the way,
their-
Donald Flowers is a 35-year veteran of watching wrestling on television.
Oh, wow, Kenny. A couple months ago when he wasn't giving you money,
Well,
he
got
was a piece of
lady
shit
on the
drunk.
left, lady on the right.
Remember
They're
that,
talking,
Don?
And they've got the lady in the center. Now, normally the announcer holding a microphone, right?
Oh,
The
that's foreign
microphone is
money there. That's foreign money.
Yeah, the microphone's a prop because there's a boom mic over
Thank
the
you,
top.
Aaron.
We'll get behind the scenes here. There's a boom mic over the top that's actually recording what's going on, and the microphone is just
First
a prop
super chat. Don't
that
worry,
the
that's
announcer
going
holds.
towards
But in this case, apparently
Bob. Do you
it's
want to write
real
Aaron Pavis down?
because
Put
the
$2.
two girls are.
We're gonna put that
talking.
towards
She's doing this and this, and one will start talking, you
Jambi's
can't
fly
hardly hear her
swatter.
until
So
she
wait a
moves the
minute.
mic over.
So are there wrestling companies using boom mics as props?
No. This is. I'm saying she's got the mic in her hand,
Yeah.
hand mic, which is a prop because.
The hand
normally is a
mic's prop. Okay.
Right, because there's a boom mic.
That's a
on the
little
top of it.
reverse.
Well,
That's a little
yeah.
reverse.
Well, because
Somehow he's got 29 in the bill.
mic overhead is recording the whole conversation, right?
Yeah.
At least that's how they do it in the WWE.
Yeah.
This is the real, and so the girl over to the right would start talking, and you can't hear what she's saying because the mic's over here to the left. So she's doing this, and then she's doing this, and then and I'm like, the sound is awful on AEW shows to begin with.
Yeah.
Then they have a segment where it's a tag team match.
And Bob,
and
before you go any further, what are the two things that I said that are important about this show?
Here we go.
And donations.
Well, but after that, look good and sound good. Have a decent camera.
Yeah.
Decent camera. Bob's not even glowing as Bob. Have you made some adjustments over there? You're not as whited out tonight.
I think the cameras or the lights are still set to candlelight. So
is that what it is? Yeah, I'm on candlelight tonight as well. But yeah, and the most important thing is your sound.
Yes.
Whether our cameras are worth a shit or not, at least let the listeners be able to fucking hear us.
Right.
And I'm disappointed when I do a show and I see the fucking webcam. But one thing you're going to learn, Bob, this Insta360, if you just record with that, it ain't bad for a web camera.
Right.
Yeah,
so what I've got is the Brio.
it ain't this, but it ain't bad.
I'm going to move the Brio to my work computer, take the camera that's on my work computer, move that over to my 3D printer so that I can actually.
I have no idea what replacement shoes are. What up, Mark Rebel Games?
I think you're really going to
Yeah,
like
thank
this
you.
new
We do
camera,
raw
especially
bowling
if
where I
and hopefully
kind of shit on bowling and
for
point out
update,
bullshit.
You can tell me how to do it.
Hopefully so. So yeah.
He said he's
So
raising money for
get my personal
replacement
camera back,
shoes.
'cause that lets us do some cool shit.
There's a tag team match, and the heel tag team.
Nothing better than the
brings
Bob
the
Wrestling
jobbers
takes. Great takes.
out with them. They're carrying
Solid-
the jobbers
solid
that they're going to
takes.
beat over the shoulder.
Happy
And
birthday, Andy. Happy birthday. Didn't
and
realize
the
it was
ring
your birthday
announcer-
yesterday.
Yeah, the happy birthday.
Lieutenant Dan,
The ring
ice
announcer
cream.
runs out of the ring as they're coming.
Is his
in,
whole
and she's still
fucking
trying
everyone
to
that
say,
donates to Kenny.
This event is, and introducing first, and she's running out of the ring, trying still to do the introduction of the people.
Who's the ring? I mean, there's only who's the girl out with Samantha? What was Samantha's last name? That's with Rick
Irvin.
My God, there just ain't many. She's 36, but fucking Mango's 36.
Well,
now that's two different women there.
Yeah,
That's two different women.
The lady that's doing the
It's
ring
two
announcing,
different
not
women
Lillian
there.
Garcia's on SmackDown,
Okay.
the
black
one's on
girl.
Raw.
All right.
She is a
African-American
Samantha Irvin
wannabe.
recyclement.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's a recycler.
Tried really hard.
I heard her and I thought Samantha was back because I heard her in the background. And then,
Yeah.
but her mannerisms, everything she does is Samantha Irvin. You know what? Be somebody else. Be you. Be you. We already got
Well, yeah, that's why we're pointing it out, Mark Rebel Games. You know that. Good to see you in here.
What is she doing that would have been paying her any better? Because she was a very popular ring announcer. Cody loved her, and I wonder why.
He didn't even give us a show tonight. He just talked about cash.
Ring announcer.
Yeah, well, I don't blame her.
Fireworks, fake promos.
She's a natural born star. She's got personality.
Dog bracelets.
Curves. She's got everything that horny old men love.
Yeah, they had her.
Tell us what that is, Kenny. Give us a list real quick.
Yeah, that's what you've been told, right?
Yeah, that's what I've heard from other.
That's what Donald Flower Rice and
Donald Flower said. Andy Griffith.
Like Bob would say, you got to know the difference between working Kenny and real Kenny, or whatever the fuck he said.
I thought Andy was about 70. I didn't know.
Donald's 41.
No, he's a greedy piece of shit, Bob. Real and fake.
Cody winning at Mania made her filter.
Well, because she got emotional, right, when it happened.
I love that she got emotional about it.
Well,
and I think Cody thought it was cool that she got emotional about it.
It just shows that you're a real
Cody
person.
actually cared.
I do read the comments. I don't got to read them
all
out loud.
A real person.
Recently, she said, "Well, people giving Uso shit about crime. But fuck, I mean, you're trying to make people think it's fucking real." And I teared up over it. Cena teared up at his press conference. Who gives a shit?
When you're someone like Jay, or who's been the tag team guy, and this really is an anointing.
And I was one of the ones that said Jay would never make it. I was one of the ones that said it.
Teared up.
Anointing him as a main event. You know, they called him main event Jey Uso, but he wasn't really. But now this is an anointing. You are a main event guy, and when that's your career, and you get recognized by the world.
Russo shit on him, and I want to talk to Russo about that. Russo shit on him for crying. It ain't real, bro. I'll talk with Russo about that, and Russo knows that I will hold my own.
It's his career, whether
you know what, Kenny? Let's do that
or not.
Let's get Russo over here. Tell him that. Tell him he think he's bullshit.
How much of goddamn Al Snow do y'all want to hear? You don't want to tell me that I can't converse back and forth with Vince Russo way better than Al Snow. And
let me tell you,
I like Al Snow. I just don't like him when he's talking to you.
Al. Oh no, it's you. Okay.
I want you to come down to OVW, Kenny, and show the kids how it's done. Okay.
How it's done,
Jesus Christ, Bob.
No,
but of course, I'm going to be in your ear
Al.
all the time telling you how I
show the kids how it's done.
Me and Dutch are better together. Me and Lawler were pretty good together. But no, me and Russo have to be once a week on some fucking show because we don't agree on much and we don't have to. Hi, Choco. Hi, little baby.
We don't have to agree on much. Quit bringing up politics.
Well, hang on.
There's no history of Russo being huge political.
When you cry, I do think it takes something away. Finkel announcing.
We got to bring it up though.
Okay, well, allow me to do this.
I mean, for two guys that politically are complete opposites.
Can women still be women? Because women, technically, and if I'm sexist for saying this, somebody pointed out. Misogyny alert. Am I being sexist in saying that women technically are more emotional than men as a rule anyway? I think women allow me to win the women back.
Ladies and gentlemen, here comes Casanova right here.
Are more reasonable.
The ladies' man.
For the most part. Not always.
Okay.
I mean, there's batshit crazy women just like batshit crazy men. But I have no problem with a female leader. Because I think
Kenny's had a lot of probably messaged women.
But for the most
he
part,
might know
I
a
think
thing or two.
Rational decisions if they're decent people. There's bad people regardless what color, what sex you want to put in there.
There he
we
goes
talked
again.
about it today with my friend Carrie about Jasmine Crockett, whether she would want to run for president or not. I said, unfortunately, this country, the last thing they want is a mouthy, educated, promo-cutting black woman as president. Because that wasn't Kamala Harris.
If that was the truth, Kenny, they would have found one.
Jasmine Crockett from Texas, you do not want to fuck with.
Yeah,
Jasmine Crockett, I don't know that I want to fuck with.
Kamala was a little.
I would much rather argue with Kamala Harris than I would Jasmine Crockett.
Kamala was a little boring, though her speaking style.
Jasmine.
What would you
not
guys
boring.
exactly argue
Jasmine
about,
is not
Ken?
boring. She's
No. And you
Dallas-
probably know. You probably.
I
know
don't think
that.
we've ever heard you
No,
say
not
anything
shitting on her. See,
educational
there
when
you
it's
go,
come to
CCO.
politics.
I had a feeling that
You point
were.
out someone being
But
raped.
No, I had no problem with her crying during that.
if you
Because
go look
she
at
likes
Dutchess,
Cody. Cody's the babyface. Ring announcers, technically, as a rule, would
I
be.
like how
if you're gonna
Aaron
label them a
Pavis says
babyface or a
Russo
heel,
and Kenny was
99 times out of
magical.
99 they're
Brolin
gonna be
Alley was
babyface.
goaded. No, it wasn't goaded, Aaron.
No, I got absolutely.
I watched
no
every
problem
one
with
of
that at
those
all.
actually.
I love Samantha
Every one.
because she was the first.
Not
one to do it
goaded.
the way
And I
she
did a
did
show
it.
on it.
Now the new girl.
And it's on my channel. Me doing a
got her the
show on the
job,
bro.
you know?
I called it
She's Black Samantha.
Stories of
Who
the
was that
Star
referee
Maker,
we used to call
The
Black
Dark
Aubrey?
Days of the Brolin Alley.
she's the
The Dark
in the
Days.
WWE, I don't remember her name.
And you know what? Now,
That shit
I
was
don't
not
know
goated.
Samantha's race.
They did
It's
one
Black
really
Samantha.
funny
would be a
show and
little
it had
redundant, however.
nothing to do with Russo.
Well, one's
Russo
black
had
and
no
the
idea
other.
what to think
All
of
right.
Kenny.
So we got that.
For that week they were working together. He was feeling them
updates
out.
on Dutch. Go look at his channel.
Yeah.
They just had an update the other day.
Oh, did they?
The show's supposed to be
Well,
starting.
and
right now.
tell them they need to have me over there so they have somebody with some verbal skills on that show. Other
You
than
watch
Dutch. Let's do that.
CNN and MSNBC,
thank
you
you, Aaron,
would
for
see
the,
everything that Kenny says.
$2
That's $4
pounds.
total out of Aaron there. We appreciate that.
Goated.
Some
Wasn't
people say.
goated.
But she did say herself the fact
Think
that
about
she
this,
cried
guys.
and could barely
Even
announce
when
him
I
winning,
was
she
a
came
fan
off
of
more as a
Kenny,
fan.
I
All right,
wasn't
that
making
I can
shit-ass
see,
comments
but
like
I didn't
that.
have a problem with it. As a matter of fact, I thought it made the moment.
Think
special
about that.
myself. Someone who's
Never
been in the
once
wrestling
did I
business
put some
32
fucking
years,
cringe
been
shit.
around it a lot fucking longer than that,
It
and still fairly connected to it many years.
In
after
fact, I did a
retired.
show
I
of the
didn't have a
Brolin
problem
Alley
with it,
not
and if I
being
didn't
that
have a problem
good,
with it, I doubt
and
most
Kenny
people have a problem.
agreed.
to me,
with
it
shit.
made the moment more special
Yeah,
because
just
she
like with Jay
was
Uso the other day.
experiencing the specialness of the moment.
I
And
mean,
if
when
she
I'm
just
sitting there
said,
crying
"Here's
with
your
fucking
winner,
Jay-
Cody Rhodes,"
Yeah, when I'm sitting there crying with fucking Jey Uso, when I'm sitting there crying with him, both knowing all this shit's predetermined, you know, the promoters and the bookers kind of determine how this
That's a
shit's
man
gonna
who
go.
wouldn't last one
And
day
I
in
was still
jail.
sitting there teary-eyed for him.
One day.
That I was because
If he was crying
for
for Jey Uso.
you know, Nepo baby. I don't refer to people as
Jey
Nepo babies
Uso.
too often because you still have to have
And
talent to
Alexa.
make it. Brian
He
Christopher,
cried.
regardless of what anybody ever thought of him, Brian had the talent to make it. His brother Kevin was referees are going to love this, was a referee for a reason. Kevin did not have what it took to be a successful wrestler. Brian Christopher did. And both from the loins of Jerry the King Lawler. And hell, Kevin probably looked more like Lawler than Brian did, to be honest with you. I think you can look at both of them and tell they're Lawler's kid. But Brian was the fucking promo cutting wrestler. Didn't necessarily have the size of a lot of the guys. But
Right.
Brian had the talent and the verbal skills to make it. Kevin did not. And Kevin might get mad at me for saying that. Kevin's mad at me about most of the time anyway. Over our
Most of the
differences
time
on some
anyway, huh,
things.
Ken?
But that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But Brian earned his spot. And I didn't agree with Brian on some things. I
Let me
managed
guess,
him once at the World
politics?
Gardens, and Brian and I didn't see eye to eye on everything, but I will never shit on talent. And Brian Christopher had talent. And I was amazed it was never acknowledged on Raw because I thought Vince would want to play that up, that Lawler was his father. I thought they would get use out of that. But I don't recall they ever did.
No,
Every
they never
now
did.
and then, some Heenan, or not Heenan, but Heyman would make a smart ass comment about it.
Vince
But
McMahon
that's
wasn't
what
a
Heyman
billionaire
does, is he
yet.
likes to expose the true side of the business.
He didn't have time for bitch shit like
Well,
that.
Heyman would be the one to do that. But
Doing
no, I
a
got
quick
no
Googling
problem
here.
with what Samantha did whatsoever. And I think if I was to get with a bunch, I mean, yeah, Russo might shit on it because he shit on Uso. Russo shitting on Uso. That's a show right there. He
Right.
could
So
do that
there
one.
was a debate between Paul Heyman and Jerry Lawler on Raw,
Mhm.
and during the debate,
Yeah,
uh,
because I remember it coming up. I just forgot how it happened.
apparently they actually had real life heat with each other.
They did. They did.
Uh,
But then again, Lawler also did his show too in ECW, and that's when
Bolin laughs like they were.
Oh my!
They were talking on the phone together.
The guy, Tommy Dreamer.
Yeah, they did.
Hit him in the nuts.
Well, I remember that phone call.
There's heat, right? And then the greatest heat dissipator in the world is dollars. So Kenny, this is a little bit of a side. I've been watching. I see every once in a while clips on Facebook of a show called Pawn Stars, Pawn PAWN, where they bring in people bring in crap and they try
Bob
to
really just spell out the word pawn.
The pawn guys offer.
The fuck is happening here?
The old man.
I'm going to hold you up here for just a second.
Okay.
We appreciate your comments. We appreciate you watching the show, but we answer the questions here for people who either have a membership.
You hear that? So we got a new commenter, right?
After that, you have to make
the guy put one comment in.
You our opinions.
He doesn't even let the guy relax. He's already shaking him down. Look, we let one comment go by.
If you have a question, if you make a nominal donation, $10 would be nice. We're more than happy to answer your questions, and of course, if you also get a membership to the show,
we're more than happy to.
That means a
Kenny,
lot
your
to
chat's
well,
so dead that you're going to tell every new guy they got to throw some money with it.
So I'm not trying to shit on you. I'm not trying to be a dick, but as I always say on this show, and people ought to know this by now, membership has its privileges. And I'm in here on a Saturday night, a little bonus time for me and Bob, an extra show.
This ain't bonus shit. This cash.
Inferno motivated us due to his cheating. We had to expose him.
You're keeping that money.
So we're more than happy to answer your questions, but help us help our people out there. And if you can make a
You didn't even answer his question.
Type, I'm more than
Imagine if this guy really was new to all this. He'd be like, what the fuck is this shit? Where the fuck is this?
Couple of PayPal accounts. Yeah.
Yep. Or if you're on YouTube, just do a super chat.
You can do that. We get that money eventually.
Let's do a super chat. Let's not even.
By the way, my YouTube
let's not even let the guy breathe. Let's not even just read a question one time, right? Not even one fucking time.
Which sometimes that happens. It's rare. But
you have to put a price on nothing. Your takes are bad.
But last month I got about $20 or $30 more than I thought I was going to.
You should be thankful for the hundun you got.
No.
You got some fucked up dents, Bolin.
The
real
stars,
dents.
There's the main.
Yeah, Donald, you're dented up.
Man, the guy who opened up the Pawn Star originally.
Yeah.
Or the Pawn Shop originally. And this is what his name was. His name was Richard Benjamin Harrison.
I remember him. Yeah.
Now, it's just me, or is this like Kenny Bolin in 50 years?
No, he looks like he's a lot more in shape.
Yeah.
A lot of times we don't see it.
So here we go. Is that Kenny Bolin?
Well, we never aligned politically, but I love the show.
The chin is similar.
Right.
Yeah, the chin is similar. Our eyes pop.
Yeah, Bolin for dollars, says Mark Rebel Games. Listen, the guy just made one comment. He said, do you believe the mid-card talent in the Attitude Era would have been... And he couldn't even, read the guy's question, answer it, and let it breathe. They didn't even have to say shit about a badge.
Rick's kids, I think.
If the guy starts flooding Kenny, maybe.
And Andy says he's going to send some more money when he gets his birth. So you're still getting birthday money at age 41. You know the last time I got birthday money? I think Grandma sent it to me.
Memberships don't have
Last
shit.
time I got birthday money.
Well, except you come on the show and you beg for money on your birthday.
Beg.
Don't worry, Bolin's going to get rid of Eric's head trimmer soon after that comment.
Two different things.
Oh, he's reading it.
Says the guy without a badge. Yes.
All right. That's a timeout. That's a timeout for being a dick.
He gave a timeout to Eric's head
trimmer. Expensive show. Why is it an expensive show? Because we're fucking trying to help people. So don't be a little fucking
feeding
dick.
People in another country.
You're in here every fucking day for fucking
timed
free.
out Eric's head
donations. I don't remember them. Maybe you did. If you did, let me know and I'll stand corrected. A lot of fucking people watch the show, either during the show or after the show, when the chicken shits that don't want to make a fucking donation to help our people out. We're here for a fucking reason, and that's
our
to help
people,
our Filipino families. That's why I show up here 3 days a week, 4 days a week, 5 days a week sometimes. That's why we do it. So don't be a little fucking dick. That's your 5-minute timeout, and that's all you're going to get. You do that fucking again, and you never get a badge, never donate. I don't give a fuck if you watch the show or not. as I'm here to help people. And
all
like
that the guy said was
it's
it's an expensive show.
To get shit that Cornette will never fucking give you, a live goddamn interactive show. Now, Russo's
nothing interactive. We didn't get a show.
I don't know.
Some of his shows are.
I'm not a podcaster. I don't watch a lot of podcasts, so I'm not trying to be
we didn't get nothing interactive.
Cold Steve Austin's when they run TV.
Begging for money is not interactive.
That to me was a sit-down interview talk show. I didn't call that a podcast.
He goes, "Don't be a motherfucker."
Andy,
he said it's an expensive show. It is.
There's a reason he doesn't have a badge. He just got his account going tonight. And he's promised to send us more money when he gets his birthday money from Mama.
Send us more money when he gets his birthday money.
9 years ago over at my other place. You were only in your 30s then? God damn.
What a sack of shit.
Kenny holds the records for hanging on and not going to. Yeah, I did. I did a 13-hour podcast that Vince Russo was on. He was the last guest. He was.
I think I was on that one too.
Guest. I did 13 hours. Never went to the fucking bathroom. And then just to show what a tough guy I was, and you can ask Mike if that makes you tough.
He did go to the bathroom.
I didn't go till the 19th hour of going to the bathroom. And that ain't been that many years ago. I was in my late 50s, early 60s.
La 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 la.
Okay.
I was not. No,
that is a fucking lie. I even remember when he took the break.
And it ran its course, fortunately, in about 6
hours. He
disappeared
for like 30 minutes.
Pinged on the side to have you check your PayPal.
Pinged on the side. Check my PayPal. Okay, all right. Let's see what we got. Somebody's done something, and that is from. Oh man, thank you very much. That's from Aaron Pavis. So he's done $4 in here tonight. And Aaron Pavis, where are you from, Aaron?
Where are you from, Aaron? Don't tell him, Aaron.
He hit me.
This motherfucker will keep track of your paychecks. Your fucking mom, your dad, your grampy, every fucking line of credit you have.
Thank you very much.
Doing the show.
Your diet, your dog.
Well, but that's that's a possibility too. But no, that's very nice. Well,
Kenny can hold more water than the Hoover Dam.
You don't got to hold it up, Kenny. We believe you.
Lake Mead.
We believe you.
There we go.
Thank you very much, Aaron.
So
that doesn't make it any better.
Dickhead who wanted to be a smart ass about this being an expensive show. It ain't cost you anything. So there you go. That's how you do it. Well, thank you.
It's an expensive ass show.
And much appreciated. So that gets us to what, 120 or 130 for the night?
You're gonna comment on Bolin's channel. You got to make it rain. Yeah.
$4. Yeah, $4 in here. So yeah, no, we appreciate that, man. Very kind of you, especially being from overseas. Well,
any new guy gets that kind of treatment.
European money he sent, right?
It was British pounds that he's put
British
in the room.
Pounds, yeah.
You got $20 USD.
You got to walk across the water for me to go bill collect on
to get the pond. Yes.
Yeah, you got to walk across the water. And you know,
well,
there's only two
people
I know someone that
can do that for you.
There's only two people that can walk on water. The person that y'all read about in the Bible.
Bob sends money straight out because he knows Kenny isn't sending full amount.
We just got above freezing for the first time today, 38. I'm still dumping.
So the thing must be Bob is cool with bowling, keeping all the other money, but my money's got to go to someone, Kenny.
So I put it in.
So I'm about to send my shit out.
Thinking this will be cool. This big giant.
Maybe occasionally I'll throw you a fiddler
spinach
for old time's sake.
Of ice, 32-ounce container, and it's basically a big round, perfectly ice ball. I put it in the dog's water. And they got to lick around this ice to get to the water, but it's going to be
I don't understand these dents come out of the closet.
Scooby picked up this 32-ounce. Well, it was probably weighed more than that because it was ice.
That comment he had.
This 32-ounce
what a dumb comment. Like I said, even when I was a fan of Kenny, I wasn't asking shit like that.
He gets this big mouth over this big chunk of ice. Just picture a dog bowl, and this ice cube, this big giant round, took up.
This is interactive.
80% of the bowl. You got 20%
this is very interactive.
With water, and I'm thinking, they're just going to lick around it, and it's going to be icy cold, and it's going to take all day to melt, and it'll keep melting, and I don't have to fill the water bowl up because Choco drinks a lot of water. So I look around. Choco goes there and gets a few licks. Cow gets a few licks. Like, yeah, man, good icy cold. I look around. Scooby's got the big ice block running through the living room with it. So I had to chase him down, get the ice block, and put it in the sink. And this was earlier today, like 1 or 2 o'clock. That ice block is still in the kitchen. It's fucking 11:20 at night. Half of that ice block is still in there, if not more. And it's set in the dog bowl for a while at room temperature water. So, yeah.
So
but
Aaron
thank
asked,
you, Aaron. That was
if
very
you could-
kind of
yeah,
Aaron to do that.
Yeah,
And
he
now I
asked if you
only
could-
timed out the hedge trimmer
Right.
because maybe he just
The
don't know how
hedge
shit
trimmer.
works around here. But
Right.
but he learned today.
Yeah. So Aaron asked if you could share a Percy Pringle story.
Now oh my God! I wish I
Hey,
had
you
my
only
backgrounds
timed
up
out
'cause I
one,
had
Ken.
Percy loaded.
Don't need to comment over
I had
there.
Percy loaded in my backgrounds, and it was me and Cornette and Paul Bear, and I had it in my backgrounds, and then when that fucking update wouldn't take, it cleared out.
Kenny,
30
whatever
some odd
happened with the
backgrounds I'd put
floor?
in it.
We never got to see
And
the
one of
floor
them was Jerry
done.
Lawler and
The
who
water
was Jerry Lawler
filter.
and Batman. Found a
The
picture of
fucking
Jerry and
dancing
Adam West
shoes
together
or
in
the
costume,
fucking
and Jerry
slippers
said that he
or the
was drunk
goddamn
as a
fucking
snake.
helicopter
Darn
parachute.
Anderson's in here. Wonder who that is. And you
He
could
said, "I
almost
wonder
look at
who
the
that
picture
is."
and see
Well,
that
they got a
Adam
badge,
West was
Ken.
drunk even in his Batman
They got a fucking
costume.
badge.
And I was going to show that tonight, but once we get everything loaded up and working again, we'll do it right. Maybe when Bob gets his camera, he can show me the tricks to get this damn upgrade to work.
We're cool with seeing
But
your
if Bob is
fucking
trying to upload it on
photo
Windows
book
and I'm
of
trying
the
to do it on a
fucking
Mac,
mentally fucking
that could
disturbed.
be some of the problem. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Percy,
what type of story would you? I've got tons of stories about Percy. Me and him traveling together. How I felt when he passed away. Me and Chris, I had a story that we.
Great question, Mark Rebel Games, but no.
Had dinner with him.
Do
many
we
times.
really
He
think
said Christopher
Cabrera's?
In a casino near Cincinnati. We were doing a show up there.
If he had these many sponsors,
we're on that show.
It would be helping him with his grift.
Booker T posed with the WCW. They just joined us.
The sponsors would be throwing
WCW,
20 towards
being bought
the
by
people.
Vince McMahon. So Booker T is in Cincinnati on that show. Kane is there, and Paul Bear. Paul Bear is there as a talent evaluator.
The motherfucker gets a free sandwich one time and refers to that as a sponsorship.
He's 15 or so, give or take. And Booker T's heard that my son was a big fan of his. Kenny's your son, his sucker.
Oh, Booker heard that.
Yeah.
You know, Bolin,
a big fan of yours, but I
heard your son is a big fan. Can you dig it, sucker?
This Booker T asking to meet my son. So
hey, get Bolin's kid in here
to the curtain and get somebody to go out and round
get
up. Get
Bolin's kid in here. I want to meet him.
Somebody wants to meet you. He's asking Booker T.
I heard he went after Lesnar.
His eyes got all big, so he goes back in the locker room with
his
Booker T.
eyes got all
Next
big.
thing I know, they're out there, flag down somebody with a goddamn camera.
Why would his eyes get big? This is a guy who went after Brock Lesnar.
Booker T posed for a picture with Chris holding the real WCW World Title.
All right, can we see that picture, please, with an autograph?
And brought it with him to the WWE. And I thought that was awful sweet of Booker to do that. And then Booker did a Six Flags.
I got to meet Bolin's kid.
Very good to us.
Get Chris Bolin in here, sucker.
Paul Bear was in the crowd, so when Chris went back out, Paul
was looking for him too.
He says, "You went backstage with your dad." He said, "What was you?" And he said, "Well, Booker T wanted to meet me." He said, "Well, that was awful cool." He said, "Chris, would you mind pulling up a chair and sitting here with me tonight?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "What do you want?" "I want you to help me evaluate talent." Christopher's 15. Paul Bear down here as an executive for the WWE. And Chris looks at him. He says, "I'm 15 years old. What do you want me to do?" He said, "Well, your opinion is going to be the most important one of the night." And Chris says, "How's that?" He says, "Well, I'm trained to see this stuff one way. Your dad's taught to see it maybe the same way or maybe
could that be real?
Way. I want the fans' perspective. I want the people that are at home watching on television to tell me what you think about what you're seeing. I want your opinion." He said, "Your opinion is going to be very
Paul
important."
Bear said, "Chris."
So he got a chair
sit down
up next to Percy.
Meeting tonight.
I always called
talent
him
evaluator.
I don't think I ever called him Percy.
The real story was probably Paul Bear was sitting at a table and that kid just went and sat at the table.
And I'm going to give you one more bonus story because it was so nice of you to make your donation. But that just made Chris's night that Paul Bear thought so much of his opinion that he wanted to know what Chris thought. So Chris is sitting over there. Like
Chris went after Brock. Come on, man. That did not happen.
He gets a chair, pulls it up
so listen, Mark Rebel Games, he said that he got into it with Brock Lesnar bowling.
Could have done different because Chris
and his kid was trying to run down
way more than me.
The ramp.
He gives a shit way more than I
do. When Brock Lesnar face pushed
Chris
Kenny, and Kenny goes, "I didn't go to the ground."
When he was a kid,
he face pushed me.
Storyline
Christopher was trying to run after him. They were holding him back.
Sell out at OVW when other people that were
they were holding back
not.
Chris Bolin
so
as a child
of the main event,
from Brock Lesnar, straight out of fucking high school, top wrestler,
that various other people
top fucking athlete.
Shows, and I won't drop names, but we know who they are. Didn't even come close to selling as good as shows that Chris booked. Chris would have been very good at this, and he probably does not want me telling the story, but I told it anyway.
So he did.
I've got it. Go ahead.
Let me interrupt because rather than we'll save your bonus story because he asked.
Bonus?
Aaron asked,
there is no bonuses here, Bob. We paid for everything, or your dents did.
So you look at obviously Heenan's a given.
Oh, that's absolutely a given. Yeah.
Heyman's probably a given.
Here we go. Didn't we just get this top 5 the other day?
Yeah, if you factor in his recent
I understand, Bob, top 5s are cool and shit, but 5 times in a row?
Then you've got some spaces, right? And, of course, there's lots of managers over the years that have done terrific stuff. A lot of regional folks that
Art Anderson said, "Thank you for telling these stories that keep wrestling history alive." Was it real dented world title? He said dented.
Worldwide known personality. So that would disqualify me and a lot of other good people because we are not, even though we're known all over the world, we're not worldwide celebrities.
Sure. I mean, Oliver Humperdinck was a terrific.
Thank you for telling these stories.
But he's not.
But I called him. But I did call him a poor man.
The story was Paul Bear waved Christopher over to evaluate talent.
Classic Freddie was very good, but I like Freddie Blassie better than the Grand Wizard. But I thought, and here's my criticism: he's dead. He ain't gonna whip my ass now. But he was on the Dick Van Dyke Show. A lot of us were not. I thought Freddie Blassie was too repetitive in his promos. I thought Pencil Neck Geek was used way too much. Sometimes we can fall in love with a catchphrase. And I thought that Freddie was a little repetitive, but the bottom line is, did he get heat? Did he get heat? Jimmy Hart. I think the world of Jimmy Hart. Jimmy Hart is one of the sweetest and kindest men you'll ever know. I don't know. I would think politically, I would think he would almost have to line up with Lawler and others. But he's one of the sweetest and kindest men I've ever known.
Politically, why would it matter
when
what
it comes to heat?
Jimmy Hart is politically.
He got way more heat than Cornette in Memphis. I would have took that as an absolute competition to have been in Memphis and work a 90-day program and to try to get as much heat as Hart get. Even though I personally didn't think Hart, and this ain't from my friendship with Jimmy, I thought Jimmy was better, but Hart got way more heat.
Yeah, and Jimmy Hart had a successful, they're in Memphis, very successful in WCW. Had a lot of success in WWE, but it was tied to Hogan.
Jimmy Hart still does shit, Kenny. Jimmy doesn't.
Sometimes you have
the only thing I would say about, and this is not a knock on Jim Cornette, because I know that there's whatever, but Jimmy got way over in the Carolinas and with WCW.
Yeah.
It's over in the Mid-South, he never really, to the same extent, got over in the North,
WWE.
In the WWE. So,
no.
So
was it Jimmy? They would have been way better off.
I think it's the fan style. I think it's the style of wrestling that.
Well, allow me to say this. Jimmy would have been 50 times more successful if they had just brought Jimmy in as an announcer. Because Jimmy would have been a hell of an announcer. But do you remember who took his job? Because I always gave him shit for this.
Shane McMahon.
McMahon took your fucking
Told you
job.
I knew it because he's told it a million times.
But no,
Shane
Jimmy
McMahon.
I mean, goddamn, who's going to sit there?
Kenny has told that story a million times.
Either heel or babyface. Who's going to do that better than Jimmy? Obviously.
And why would you be shocked that he lost his job to Shane? It was the dude's kid.
I managed that didn't make it. I brag about the John Cena's, the Bobby Lashley's, the
Bobby Lashley's.
Long. I mean, he was nobody wants
These
to fight him.
These stories are fucking dried up, Ken.
Dried up. And the people I feuded with. A lot of times, who you feud with helps you get to where you are.
Okay.
The Midnight Express.
Example, please.
The Rock and Roll Express or the Road Warriors.
Example, please.
Rumors going around they're going to put Jimmy in the Hall of Fame this year, the same year as Triple H. Have you heard that? Because the marks are writing me, telling me this. I can't fathom that Triple H would want to share the stage with Jim.
So I would be surprised if Jimmy goes in simply because, like, Axe and Smash, the Demolition guys, they just signed a Legends contract, which is pretty indicative that they're going to get finally get that WWE Hall of Fame thing. So they've done Triple H.
I'll be the first to tell you, and I don't know either one of them personally. I'll be first to tell you that is not Hall of Fame wrestlers.
First one to tell us.
There were Road Warrior knockoffs.
But you know what? But you know what? I liked Coco Beware very much. Coco
First one to tell us, right?
No. I mean, he's the WWE Hall of Fame, right? Now, I've met Bill Eadie once or twice, I think.
Yeah.
Nice guy. First one to tell us.
Very nice guy. But being a nice guy don't get you in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they were.
I'm a nice guy, regardless of what you've seen here tonight.
Yeah. I think that
not burning a bridge with Vince got you in the Hall of Fame, Kenny. Pretty much.
Are they equivalent or better than?
Goddamn fucking Pete Rose is in the WWE Hall of Fame. Snoop Dogg, Trump.
Bar, right? That's not a real high. I mean, Vince's chauffeur is in the damn Hall of Fame. So
which is bullshit.
Right. But
I mean, you can have a celebrity in, and you got to put Pete Rose in there because, good Lord. Pete was a fucking entertainer.
He said, "Good Lord."
Pete got what the wrestling business was about. He wasn't
You're
there much.
A hero, Kenny.
But if you're
Pete
gonna have
Rose.
a celebrity wing, you
got
to put
hero.
Pete Rose, you got to put Bob Uecker in. Right. You know, they're fucking celebrities that held their own when they were given something to do.
So if they do add Demolition, if they do, the Triple H is already there. Michelle McCool's been announced, although
that's a crock of shit too.
Mrs. Undertaker, like Charmel.
I'll give him that one.
Crock of shit.
Charmel got in because she's Mrs. Booker T.
McCool that might be some bullshit.
I love Booker T. Booker T needs to be there. Charmel should not. Charmel does not have the body of work in either company.
Okay, then Booker,
I get fine. A WWE Hall of Famer, and I ain't saying this to blow my own horn, but if somebody deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, I think what I did on the AAA
when they have WrestleMania in Louisville, that's
WWE. Should be
Demolition
taken into
should be in the Hall of Fame. He acts like it's being in Liberty of Congress.
I put Mickey James.
Jimmy will go in when Mania is in Indianapolis.
Will go there before those other two. I'd agree with that. Mickey James certainly has done much
Paul
R.J.,
Arn Anderson, and Donald Flowers were your chatters tonight over at Boland's. Other than Eric's hedge trimmer, some guy named Mike that got shook down like a goddamn rabbit.
You sure about that?
In a fucking coyote farm.
I don't know. They've been married for a while.
Jimmy Hart was a genius in many. Well, plus he's a fucking businessman. He's a goddamn musician. I mean, but you don't get into the Hall of Fame. And plus, Jimmy wrote a lot of the music that WWE played for entrance songs. That was Jimmy's fucking job.
Yeah, we're aware, Kenny.
Up there to create
That's why Jimmy Hart still
a lot of
is allowed back.
Jimmy Hart. But you don't get in the Hall of Fame for writing entrance music. You get into the Hall of Fame by being a great
I don't know where he was
and a manager who can get heat. And Jimmy Hart was able to get heat.
And one time he asked Christopher,
we
were headed somewhere, and he goes,
"Hey,
Christopher, you want to ride with us?"
The heat, brother.
I needed somebody to talk to on my way down to Memphis. I figured you'd be somebody I could shoot the shit with.
Charmel.
Someone give me Chris Boland.
Yeah, and I love Charmel. I worked with Charmel, and she's very talented. She just didn't get enough time to develop the body of work.
Define work, Kenny.
So
don't say you worked with Charmel.
I don't know Michelle McCool. I never met her.
And then not say how you worked with her.
And Undertaker should be the first
she was in the hallway
me,
when you guys were doing a show? And that's your example of I worked with her? We'd cross each other's paths in a hallway?
Stacey Cornette in if you get in just by being the wife of somebody.
Well, there you go. Well,
but then again, he's
Stephanie. Put Stephanie in.
Stephanie has a body of work and got heat.
She does, yeah. No, maybe
not a body of
Stephanie.
Work. Regardless of what you think about her, nobody got heat better than fucking Stephanie McMahon.
Maybe you can get Stephanie and Triple H to induct you in the Triple H.
That would be a trick.
The Triple A Hall of Fame. That's what you need.
The Triple A. Oh, there you go. The Double A Chattanooga Hall of Fame. Kenny Boland, ladies and gentlemen.
Bob,
Got my
they
rant.
would let
There you go.
fucking
Kenny, we've been here for
Hornswoggle's
2+
fucking
hours.
dick
We've been here a long
be
time.
in the Hall of Fame
It's not
before
good.
bowling.
I think it was a good educational show.
It was.
Some
A lot
good
of fun.
promos. We learned some shit.
Educational.
And, we tried to help those that made
Trying to
donations.
Isolate that baseball.
Now, one
rant
guy
and get
wanted
that
his
put up.
question asked, and he never came back with anything.
He never came back.
I
You
gave
never
him an
answered the
opportunity.
question either.
Well,
And then the guy that was bitching that this was an expensive show, he was only in timeout for 5 minutes. But
He just said
didn't
it was
come
an
back
expensive show, Kenny.
Either. So next
Some
time he'll be a
people
little less.
I wouldn't really call that bitching. I would just call that
I blocked
kind of
people for
stating
less.
what he sees.
Paul RJ says first wife was Jody Lynn Calloway, got married in '89.
There
Had
you
a
go.
son
There you
named
go.
Gunnar Vincent.
I knew Bob was
in
wrong.
89.
I knew he was
No,
wrong.
I didn't say that. I just
You
I
said he
didn't
hadn't
know.
never been married before.
I
You
said
there
I
was no
didn't
previous-
What
know
up, Terry?
he'd been married
You said that after you said he didn't have.
Is
it.
that you,
After.
Marty?
You backtracked.
He's had 14 wives, just like Steve Austin.
No, that's Cornette.
I saw something. Terry Tibbs connected to Marty the Moth.
Yeah, he'll find a good one day.
What up, Marty? You there? That
I
you?
only had one. You know why? Because I said, well,
I think that was
who else is going to put up with me?
That's
You
right.
see on
And-
this show, what woman's going to put up with that shit? Not too many.
Yeah,
Not
so
too many.
I've been fighting with StreamYard for this. I don't know why they keep doing this. It's time to announce your proposal because
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
really-
Yeah. Oh, goddamn.
So-
The least we can do.
is
The
to
least we can
announce
do is to finally, after
Shout out to the
7,500
21.
women out there with bated breath, much like shrimp.
Oh, they ended it. That's how they ended the show, huh? Holy shit. Oops. Holy shit. Well, this is basically what you saw. You saw a man come in, cash grab, get the 100, realize there was no other money around, dipped out. Bob just cut the show off as if they got mad at each other. Couple names were written down. People got help. Kenny showed you more expensive things. This is a man that's not keeping anything. This is a man that wakes up in the morning and he spends his days helping everyone. Trust me, he's not sleeping all day like I once said. He's very active. You can't tell? We learned something tonight. Pesci, what did we learn? Bob, I hate to say these kind of things live because if I'm right, you could always reposition. But what we learned tonight is you're a little bit suspect giving him money straight up. So now you have a way of direct send. Now, as for everything else, super chats, badges, we know where that goes. Because at the end of the day, YouTube takes a cut. You'd say, damn, why doesn't Kenny ever mention that? Wouldn't he mention that? Yeah, he would mention it if money was coming out of his pocket. Love you, Nicole. You would definitely mention, hey, folks, I just want everyone to know. We raised about 70 in YouTube chats. I only got about 30 of that. Kept 10 for myself and used the rest for blah, blah, blah. You'll never get that. That's never even brought up. I would say maybe that's just him being nice. No. That guy ain't grabbing into a pocket for money. If you get super chatted 10, he's not taking 10 out and giving it to Jambi or fucking Domino or fucking Pinocchio or Rudolph or Dasher or whoever the fuck. We got some good news. He's finally talking to Eunice's mom. It's not, she said, you know what? Maybe it's time this motherfucker starts breaking me off. A little bit something. Instead of not giving me shit. Who knows if it's a mother at this point? You know what I mean? At this point, Kenny, we're showering her with gifts. That's last 4 things you were asking for her money for had nothing to do with needy. That's where you kill your shit. That's where the gimmick looks really funny from the outside. Be thankful you got the 100. Sometimes I watch DSP sit around for 7 hours and get 100. All you had to do was do a fucking, like a list. Replacement shoes. We'll never see them. Do these people that ask him for money might say these things? Sure. I've seen messages from, when I used to use my real name, true story, on Kenny's show. Never here. But on Kenny's show, when I used my real name that one time, I actually got messaged by, I don't think we're his Pinos, but Pinos that were watching his show at the time. And they would message you with, please, can you help, blah, 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 blah. Kenny would always tell you, well, just ignore them. I'll take care of all that. Yeah, I get it, Kenny, but what do I always say? Keep the money I give you. I don't want none of it. I don't want to wake up one day and say, I got you, Pesci. I got you. You thought you were building rivers and building children's palace and dog houses and goddamn Rudolph and shit? No. I never thought that. I said, keep my shit. I don't need to save the world, Ken. I just need to make sure you'll give me these appearances without any fucking flack. Don't worry, we won't have to ask for much money because Schmidt's going to make sure we start each show up $1.50. That's what I said. I never heard of no $60 goal. What's the $60 goal? You want to talk about Mighty Have Fallen? He used to get that in singles. Like a goddamn stripper and complained about it. Don't ever say he fully cares about money. He proved he did it many times. A man that would care about money, he'd have Schmidt there, Brad there. We'd be over there singing fucking Kumbaya still. If money was his real priority. He's got a sickness he can't dodge from. Why do you think Jim's gone? Okay. This is the same guy who didn't donate to Dutch Mantel and said it was because he didn't give to his charity. And the man's fucking dying. Some friend. That's probably why he cried when Dutch was in his chat. Because he fucking didn't donate to him and he fucking cut a promo on a guy that's fucking legitimately in the hospital. Trying to make Sheriff out to be a bad guy. And he's probably one of the nicest guys you could have probably ever met. It's hard to weigh truth and remember, you gotta know what Bob said. You gotta know the difference between Jim Crick and Kenny the character. Bro, there's no difference. It's monkey see, monkey do at this point. There's no kayfabe there. There's no show there, Bob. There's no Kenny the character and Kenny the blah, blah, blah. No, that's all the same shit. We get the character, we get the same guy, the same list. It's like fucking the revolving door. But yet, there's no like true reward to the fans. Not phone calls. There's nothing. And I'm not even talking about the Schmitz or me. I'm talking about the people that are still fucking lingering around. Say what you want about Barkley, but at least he got the fuck out of Dodge. Jesus. 18 interactive shows a month. Let me tell you a comment that was made tonight for you that are just getting here. At one point in the show, before Bob popped in, this guy was fucking panicking so much. He goes, well, eight minutes, I might shut this down. He was going to shut down because no one commented in 10 minutes. A Hall of Famer. The guy that Honky Tonk said the blah, 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 the blah, blah, blah. I don't need to remind you what Honky Tonk Man said. Can you imagine Honky Tonk Man just... podcasts weren't even like a thing. When I was in broadcasting school, they existed, but it wasn't like a million, where fucking Honky Tonk Man would have been like, I don't know if he invented podcasting, but he definitely out-perfected it. Brings that up to Honky. When Honky was on the show, Honky looked lost. When we get 100 in here, Honky's going to tell this story. Kenny, no one's cared about Honky Tonk Man in a long time. And look at him. He looks like he's like in a kitchen on his phone and shit. You know what? We're cool. We don't need to hear the Honky story, Bo. And at this point, you're just as funny as Honky Tonk. You know what I mean? Me and you were at least doing some funny shows. That guy wasn't too funny. He looked like he barely knew you. Remember when you told me I perfected? Honky Tonk was like, he didn't even say anything. Kenny showed you how to make Conrad Thompson on his show boring. Showed you how to make the Al Snow appearance. Al Snow could be entertaining. I would have definitely did a way better interview with Conrad Thompson than Bolin did. Bet my life. And that's because Bolin didn't know who Conrad was. But that's the truth, Kenny. I definitely would have been able to do fucking a strong hour with Conrad. Conrad made a fucking line in that show along the something like this. I'm not used to being the one being interviewed. I'm used to the one asking the questions. Let us switch this up. And like Conrad started asking Bolin some questions. Because I think Conrad was smart enough to go, I don't think this motherfucker knows really who I am other than my name. Like Conrad was like McDonald's to Kenny. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, I heard of that. Yeah, with Flair? Yeah. You know what I mean? He didn't know Conrad was. He doesn't listen to podcasts. That's why when I used to cut promos on him in the early days, only way he would have turned on my show is in a real, I mean, he did once, but it's got to be a real funny circumstance because he don't even turn on Dutch Mantels. We used to tell him back in the days, there's guys talking shit about you on these podcasts. You don't listen to that shit? You don't keep in touch? He'd be like, no, I don't hear any of that shit. I watch Fox and fucking, the Make-A-Wish sites, his version. I just wonder, my only question would be this, really, is, does Bob just give his money straight there now? Write down all the other hickamadoos. He knows Kenny's going to give something. You heard him talk about the $28. He goes, Bob was mad about $28. Yeah, because he probably remembers shit where he sent you like 70 and a bitch was like, I got $5, Sir Bob, $5. when you and Schmidt were on Kenny's, you guys actually talked to challenge him and made it funny. Bob is a yes man, and Coltrane saw the light. No, Coltrane realized that show cost me 70. And he knows, and he probably felt bad. I'm not going to just go on there for free. It's a show about donations. That's why I always made sure if I was bringing money to the table, we were going to do something that I had planned. I'd at least have like an idea. And I saw that shit early on. But Kenny would ask me more times to come on than not, so I didn't have to give him anything. But it was a show about donations. You can't nickname it the show about donations and not come with a donation here or there. Rule number one, just make sure you get that value on that money. And I always said, I got value. I don't give a fuck who got a Whopper or a snow cone or a castle or a fucking trip to fucking the beach. No. I didn't have to tell one lie, help one fucking... All I had to do was be myself for the most part. And watch Kenny and laugh from the side. And say comments like, the more talking you do, the more over I'm getting. Guy's going to make one comment, try to shake down your only commenter. Kenny, that comment shit hasn't even moved. You might want to let some people bleed on in, right? Oh, he never came back. Would you? Would you come back? Imagine if you were a new guy, you ask that. He just goes, around here, I gotta ask a question. We sometimes will answer, but we like to see people with badges, and they'll catch on, Ken, because you're not going to be able to refrain from saying it a couple more times. Why don't you let this new guy kind of sift in? That guy went in there, saw 7 commenters, and saw you try to shake him down for the only legitimate question that was in your chat tonight. All that other shit was yes man shit. Borderline Schmidt comments. Borderline Jim Crick shit. So I guess my only question is now, we know there's bread that has to be sent out. Does Bob just do direct now? Maybe occasionally throw Kenny a 30 spot. For being on. Buy the guy a meal. Kenny never mentions his finances at all. He doesn't mention his finances at all, almost like he knows it might not be fucking smart. But he wants you to think he has it coming in, so he says dumb DJ Eric comments. No offense to DJ Eric, but he'll say, I got 8 paychecks coming in. And when Bolin told me I was blowing myself, that was because I was showing people on a video how much money the fans really donated. I was showing you what the fans were doing for you, Kenny, that you were just kind of like sweeping under the rug. You would talk about the streak, but you would never talk about shit of people being helped. Because let's look at the streak. There was only a couple women floating around. It wasn't fucking Chuck E. Cheese yet. Because I don't know what I would have acted like if I know I would have had to have brought that up. Wait a minute, you got direct contact with who? See, when I came into the picture, it was an obvious sugar daddy scenario. Okay, 36-year-old hot-looking girl, ice cream, another decent looking chick here. Judging by the clothes and blah, blah, blah. These aren't homeless people. And judging by the way Mango's fucking Instagram, I even said, damn, you don't need no rice. And she said, I never said I did, and laughed. This is when I used to talk to this girl before I had talked to any ever Filipino ever, because she used to come in the chat. I remember I go, damn, Kenny, you were talking about raising ice, and these are things I said. I'm not Donald Flowers, okay? I fucking said, Kenny, look at this Instagram she has. You were talking about all this shit about raising money for her kids, right? If you are like a parent that's like really heavy into parenting, usually Instagram's going to be filled up with kids. There's no fucking kids on this Instagram until I mentioned it. I wish I could say I was lying, but I don't get a kick out of lying. I will roll dope and go play a video game before I would fucking sit up here to lie. For real. You know what I mean? I'm not in the make-believe game unless I'm trying to protect my ass from the police or back in my hustling days when you couldn't tell who you were. That's why I was like, when I've met Kenny and you're trying to look at the hustle, I used to laugh about the shit. I was like, $125 tarp? Where are we getting this from? The goddamn Navy? I was sitting right where I'm sitting now, but there was no computer. I didn't have a computer yet. I was sitting here where I'm at, looking that way. Was watching Kenny on my phone. Probably was watching sports then, because I wasn't big in YouTube yet. I was just integrating in. And he was saying all this shit about these tarps. I'm like, damn, this guy might be thirsty enough to let me on the show. Meaning this is before, you know, he had 1 million fucking people on there. He only had stars, and he was known as Jimmy's guy, and he was on Russo. He didn't have 1 million YouTube shows under his belt yet. So I'm like, damn, I'll just offer him. I should have said less money. My problem was I thought the 125 I offered in the beginning, I'm thinking this guy was maybe a little bit of a big deal because I just got done listening to him from Cornette. I'm not hip to timelines yet that they broke up or whatever. I wasn't hip to that shit. I started listening to Cornette, found Bolin on a show and became a fan of it. Found out he was doing live streams and was almost shocked. I'm like, wow, this guy goes live? Because I knew Cornette didn't. I knew most of the Bruce Pritchards, the Conrads, none of those Flair, none of those fuckers go live. You might see Tommy Dreamer live, but it's sometimes just a retape. Made sure I gave the money. He was nervous about that. And I remember thinking, why are you so nervous? Because he wasn't used to dealing with money and people like new people. That was a brand new idea. Badges came a week after I came. Think about that. The first show I was on, and you can watch it, it's in my archive, there was no badges yet. That was an idea that, well, JJ claims, takes credit for, but I brought up something like that. Like, I'm surprised you don't have, and I regret doing it now, because the next week the badges were integrated. And all that did was hurt Kenny. Because he starts focusing on the shit that doesn't make him entertaining. Like, Bolin, I was on your show not because I wanted to feed something. I was a legitimate fan. Wasn't someone looking for clout? Was a legitimate fan. Didn't even know what clout was to look for it. You know what I mean? I didn't know how to use any fucking computers or microphones and shit. I should fucking pull that shit up. That's the one thing I should do a watch along on is that first show I did with him. And you can see all the shit. You know what? I have that in a playlist. I'm going to have to find it. I wonder why it's not in that playlist. Oh, Pesci's first appearance. Hold on. All right, so look. If you look here, look at the name. I have my actual real name here. I actually like that microphone. I wish I would have never tried to give it to Jake. I still had a little bit of hair. Kenny was calling himself the Podfather. Hold on, let me show you a couple parts of this. Let's see if we can find
we got an offer from this young man on the screen right here that wanted to make a donation to do the whole show with me tonight. We've never done that before. We've set it up to where you could make like $35 donations and be on for like 20 or 30 minutes. We've had a few of those over this period of time, but this is the first time we've done it on Kenny the King Live. I've had a guest or two on here of the
first time.
Status,
hear that?
This is where we invite the fans to come in and do the show, kind of promote some of the things they want to promote as well. We can't do it for the whole show, but you can get your plugs in at the end of the show or maybe a little bit during if the opportunity presents itself.
Plugs.
The first $125 donation to be a guest on this show is held by the honor of, now I always call you Michael Lurie, but do you go by Mike or Michael?
No, Michael's fine.
Michael's fine? All right.
I typed Mike in. It was just so it wasn't longer.
Yeah, well, I'm typed on Facebook as Kenneth W. Bolin, and there's not 5 people on the planet Earth that call me.
And I couldn't listen. So I
listen
to
this.
Did
you finally find me?
No, we're gonna have to figure that out, Kenny, because
he had me blocked.
All these fake accounts are coming up.
Yeah, there's a lot of fake ones out there.
And do I type in Kenneth with
all these fake ones are coming up?
My
first time. W.Bolin. And then you'll find, let's see, now, don't anybody be trolling my guest tonight. I haven't seen it happen yet, but don't anybody be trolling. I don't like when people fuck.
Well, it can't bother me. I'm not even anybody. So it's
well, but don't stop these people. I mean, the trolls are the trolls, man. I mean, so don't be fucking with my guest. He paid good money to be here tonight for a good cause, and I appreciate it. So we have 125 in the house already. I'm going to be real pissed if we don't raise a couple $100 tonight. And that's including his. If we can raise another $75 to $100, that'll be
we do
for the night. We got more families needing rice and tarps. Mattresses are the third option. I'd rather much rather them have a roof over their head.
Look at me trying not to laugh.
And beans or whatever the hell we need to get them. And no, it's not Joe Pesci, but I have to admit, I was trying to think of what his voice sounded like. He does have a little bit of a Joe Pesci look and sound. Where are you from, Mike?
I'm up here in Menor, or excuse me, I'm up here in Cleveland, Ohio. I was raised in Menor.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a true story, Kenny.
You know Jerry Lawler was born in Cleveland.
Yeah, dude, he's a big Browns fan. That's why.
Oh, absolutely, diehard Browns.
I never understood that. Why he was he was actually from here.
Yeah, he was born in Cleveland.
Okay, that I never knew. I just knew he was a Browns guy.
He's told people on Memphis television that he was born and raised in Memphis, and that is not true.
But I'll tell you an inside secret. I've never met anybody in the last like 20 years. Anybody new I physically have met has said I sounded like Joe Pesci. Like anybody new.
So in the last 20 years, no one's told you that.
No, I'm saying everybody I meet.
Everybody.
Every new person I meet.
Well, that's the sheriff. That's the sheriff. That's the sheriff that called you Joe Pesci, and he and I are both old, so we've seen all the old Joe Pesci stuff and Goodfellas and all that. And of course, that cartoon that had the bird that played Joe Pesci's role. I think the bird's name was Pesci or something like that. I can't remember. It was one of those newer Looney Tune shows. And Jennifer's in the house tonight. She is taking her test in Manila to be able to take a much, much better job in Saudi Arabia. She's very close to finishing her classes. She had to take a medical test the other day. I don't know if she's got her results back yet or not. But it's going to like triple her income from what she makes right now. So we're very proud of her. Up early in the morning for her. It's 8:09 a.m. Hell, I got an update from her at 3 a.m. because the dogs were barking where she was at, and she was checking to see if we were doing.
Watch, the best part is when Kenny says I'm killing the numbers, and then I tell the story, and he loves the story.
We got your 125 in the house there.
There we
Pesci.
go.
You ought to just type up Joe Pesci up there so everybody knows who you are.
Well, listen, you know how we were talking about your meat opportunity, and I said I had you beat?
Save that story. We're going to
Yeah, so I told him I had him beat. See, I was going to tell a story that was better than his, because mine's true.
Just donated $10, so we're at 135 now, on our way to 200. I should have just told everybody you were Joe Pesci. Hell, they might not have known any damn different.
I would have thought you were Goodfellas.
Yeah, he does sound like Pesci from Goodfellas, but Pesci, even in Home Alone, I mean, the voice doesn't change that much for Joe Pesci. And what's that show? Where he plays an attorney and he's got to deal with Herman Munster as the judge.
My cousin Vinny, and my middle name's Vincent.
My cousin Vinny, absolutely. Yeah, the voice doesn't change much.
Yeah.
So the first PayPal donation of the night from Coca-Cola Cowboy. Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
And I don't even hear it, Kenny. I honestly don't hear it when people say
you don't hear it. Okay. Well, I definitely do, and I knew it. Well, look at Rory in the house now. I hadn't seen Rory in here.
Rory,
in a while. I thought she was on strike.
Hello, Rory.
I thought maybe I had offended Canadians in some way. So
I had no idea who Rory was then.
So yeah, I got to spell his name up here because he donated on PayPal. But thank you,
Coca-Cola Cowboy.
Anybody, any donations you make,
my
man,
brother.
We had $50 donations in here the other day. Michael Ryder with back-to-back. Look at this shit.
Back-to-back donos.
$4.99 donate. Now,
I've never seen this on this show ever.
I've never seen. I don't know why he didn't.
Look,
just do
Kenny said it too. I've never seen it before.
And he didn't ask anything. He didn't offer anything. And Michael Ryder is one of my biggest donors. He basically took the place of Chris Schmidt. Chris Schmidt's out of work right now. He's kind of waiting for some supplemental unemployment.
I had no idea who Schmidt was then. See how I didn't even flinch?
And all that shit. Oh my God! Look at this shit.
You're gonna have to teach me how to get that.
He just did a third one, back to back, $5. That's never been done. That's
never been done
in the history of the show.
In his show,
somebody to make 3 straight donations before anybody else could make one. So that's 10, 20, 25 plus yours. So we're at 150.
We're at 150
for the night, counting.
We're on our way to a brand new crown.
Huh?
We're on our way to a $200 crown.
Yeah. Well, the goal's 200, but yeah, he's got. Let me make sure I got them all in there. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so he's done 3 straight $4.99 donations. John O'Brien, I think John, if I remember correctly, John is from Texas. God, you poor Texans. We're going to build a wall around you guys. Fuck Mexico. They're not a problem. Let them. They'll find. California is begging. Oh my God, he did it again.
Well, I still have that same ring on my phone.
Oh shit, my phone.
Turn fucking Mario off. What are you doing over there? What the hell?
Amateur move.
That was an amateur move. Got goddamn Mario going on.
It's my first day.
But yeah, so Michael Ryder, the first person in history with back to back $5 donations. I think he said he was upset because he only donated
I did it without smoking
because he got in late or something. So I guess he's making it up for tonight. But he's one of my biggest donors, and I really appreciate that. Thank you much. The sheriff says he's waiting for my birthday. Well, it's only 2 weeks away. What is the 10 days? No, 12 days. 12 days away. March the 4th. By the way, I did post on Twitter. Now, I don't know if the sheriff.
Don't worry, I start talking really soon.
He might have been down at the Capitol on January 6th. I was looking for him. I've reviewed the tapes. I figured if anybody was down there waving a Trump flag and a pistol, it was the sheriff down there at the Capitol. But today was the day, March the 4th, that the QAnon fucks had said that Trump was going to be reinstated as the 19th president of the United States, going back to an old law from 1776.
Still talking about Trump.
Implemented in 1860. I think, I forgot who it was they said was the last legitimate president, maybe one of those fucking Confederate presidents or something. But today was the day, and I went on Twitter yesterday and predicted that not one fucking toe was going to touch the Capitol grounds. And I said, on top of that, I don't think a fucking one of them is going to show up. I've been watching the news all day today. I've been watching Fox, CBS, PBS, ABC, NBC, BBC, and ain't nobody showed fucking frame one of anybody that fucking came to the DC today to do any damage to the Capitol. Never saw a Trump flag, never saw a Q flag, didn't see any of these dumb fucks. And so everybody was panicking, though. They canceled the fucking Congress today. Congress didn't even show up. The Senate's there, but, you know, fuck. Why not? Because I had gone on Twitter and told everybody none of these dumb fucks were going to fucking show up. They're fucking chicken shits. They came when they knew they was going to have everybody outnumbered. Because I think Trump was in control of that. Well, he ain't there now. So they knew that there was going to be a lot of bodies on the ground. Because I guarantee anybody climbed that fucking fence, there wasn't going to be no fucking questions. They were getting shot. And so they didn't make it, just as I predicted on Twitter. If you don't believe me, go look at my Twitter feeds from yesterday. Not a fucking one of them showed up. Just a bunch of chicken shit fucks that make up shit every day and get dumb fucks to fucking believe them. How many fucks was that in a short period of time? It was quite a few, wasn't it?
Can I ask a question to you regarding that?
Oh, the sheriff says we made that up. Yeah, no, I don't have a QAnon account. So it wasn't me that made it up or no one else. They also think that the Antifa, it was the Antifa that invited the White House. Well, I don't know where they got that many dumb fucking country backwoods white fucks to dress up from Antifa. They've marched on my street. Didn't look like anybody I saw in my street. And I guarantee if Antifa had showed up, they'd have had some fucking guns. If Antifa had showed up, they'd have got shot because they were black. You let Muslims show up. You let blacks show up. Mexicans, Latinos. Did you see how they got treated when Trump?
I know. I'm trying not to laugh right there for sure.
Over at that church here several months ago, back during the summer. Did you see the people being beat down with fucking billy clubs and sprayed and being beat up just because they were in the fucking street, not bothering anybody? But these motherfuckers that showed up at the goddamn Capitol, nobody hardly wanted to lay a goddamn hand on them. One of them gave them a fucking escort to where Nancy Pelosi was. So, no, I guess the color of your skin determines how you get treated if you invade the White House. Because I guarantee you let 30,000 black people show up, 30,000 Latinas, 30,000 Mexicans, or any mixture thereof, and nobody would have got to the Capitol because they'd all been fucking shot. So, there you go. And prove me wrong. Let's see. Sheriff, you start posting that shit, you'll be out of here, and I won't even accept your birthday present. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid in here.
Can I ask you a question, Kenny?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask me a question. No one else is. You might as well do it.
Be dead honest. I'm 38. I've never voted before in my entire life. It's kind of like how you look at religion.
Well, it's a choice.
You know what I mean? Same way with religion.
I didn't give as much of a fuck until Trump went in office. Not that I'd never voted, but I never gave as much of a fuck about politics till Trump went in because I figured somebody had to fucking smarten somebody up. I smartened Anthony Scaramucci up, and he's a pretty smart guy worth $9 billion. I smartened Mark Cuban up. He's worth $5 billion, so it ain't always how much money you got as to how smart you are. And both of them gave me credit for smarting them up to what a piece of shit Trump was. Both of them were Republicans, by the way. And Scaramucci still is, but yeah, I have my views on religion, and hey, whatever gets you through your day. Oh, Antifa is not mostly white. God fucking damn. I've watched them march down my fucking street a dozen times. I've seen them downtown. And though there are whites in there, unlike the Trump cabinet where you can find a black short of the fucking doctor, that dumb fucking doctor that ordered $35,000 worth of furniture for his fucking office. Don't give me that fucking shit. Well, I don't give a fuck who you've seen up close. You saw fucking Trump supporters with goddamn flags that your dumbass fucking Republican senators wanted to call Antifa, but no, I've watched them march down my street. Yeah, there's whites in there, but you ain't gonna say mostly white. That's fucking bullshit. And ain't none of them gonna give Trump credit for fucking shit. You really think anyone from Antifa is gonna wave a Trump flag, drop their IQ 90 fucking points, and beat cops to death with fucking flag sticks and oh, stop it. And plus your own fucking Trump appointed attorney general said there wasn't any fucking voter fraud and there wasn't any fucking Antifa at the Capitol that day. And the guy that they just grilled in the White House, also Trump appointed, I forgot, the FBI director, Trump appointed, said bullshit. There wasn't one fucking person from Antifa that was there. We've interviewed and grilled them all. All that we fucking arrested, ain't nobody from fucking Antifa been accused or any fucking thing. So stop that shit, Sheriff. Goddamn. Act like a fucking...
Rest in peace, Sheriff.
BLM. Okay. All right, he's trying to get out of having to give me a birthday present's what he's doing.
All right, here's where I steal the show, I think, coming up right here.
Put out all this stupid shit. He's probably going to show up on my porch with a Q shirt on next time he shows up so he can get out of having to give me a birthday present. But it ain't going to work. You're going to have to give me a fucking present anyway, or I'm going to turn the geese on you the way I turned Scaramucci against Trump.
Kenny, yeah. The question I had, though,
you had a question before the sheriff got all stupid on me. He put on his fucking tinfoil hat and went stupid on me, but go ahead.
Peyton Manning, sheriff? No, I'm joking. Hey, no, my question is, do you think any of those people that rioted...
Mountain Timer's in here, by the way. Hello to Mountain Timer. He's
Mountain Timer.
I don't know much about what happened, but the people that rioted the Capitol, do you think any of them were trying to do it for like a publicity, like they thought maybe down the line they would get money? Like somebody might write a book about them.
I don't think any of them thought they were going to get money. They showed up because Trump told them to. Trump named the date. Trump named the place.
I love that.
The Trump campaign paid $50 million to get most of them there. We also just saw on the news today, even Fox is reporting this, is that there were Republican congressmen interacting with people who have been arrested because they pulled their phones. They couldn't obviously pull anyone else's. They pulled the phones of the some 300 people that they've arrested, and there's coordination going through with the Republican congressmen and senators. And one of them gave a fucking tour of the White House to one of the people. Well, there's your fucking Antifa for you. Let me know if you got a problem with them. Just let me know. You might be out of getting me a present. What do you think about Amazon grocery with no checkouts? Well, I don't know anything about it because I order from Amazon,
Carmen,
but I get my groceries from Walmart.
We're watching the first ever podcast.
It does sound convenient. I think I've heard a little bit about it. I've seen a little bit about it on the news. To where you just get your
Bowling all he did was blab for like the first half hour.
I have heard about
it. He eventually lets me go right here.
I don't even know where an Amazon grocery store. I don't think we have one around here, but if they do, tell me, and I'm sure Chris will check it out eventually. Well, have you donated? If you donate, I'll tell you Vanessa Del Rio story. I've actually got one. Good one too. So, I mean, I'll answer your questions, but let's have a little donation from some people here. Unless you donated big on the last show, I'll give you a pass. Michael Ryder's got the right to ask questions. He's donated $20 already, while the rest of you sitting on your ass. Well, not the rest of you. Didn't we have a $10 donation right off the bat? Michael Ryder with his 4 donations, and somebody kicked it off up here. No, or was it just Michael? You know what? I'm wrong. It was just Michael, it looks like. I thought someone else donated too. Michael Ryder. Oh, we had the $10 donation come into PayPal. I knew we had another one somewhere. And, but no, I mean, you make a little bit of a donation. We throw your questions up on the screen. If they're real good, I'll throw them up anyway.
Wow, does this sound familiar?
Mountain Timer chipped in with his
Mountain Timer with a donation.
Not on an iPhone, by the way, so we can see that. I did some spring cleaning today. Got my whole house clean. Didn't focus real much on the kitchen because I'd already kind of done the kitchen a few days ago. Could stand a little bit more work.
Look how shitty the house was then. It wasn't all upgraded. You can tell
my furniture now looks like furniture again. I took off all the sofa covers and everything. It's all back to looking like real furniture. The protective covers were taken off today for 2 reasons. 1, they needed to be washed. And number 2, I hate the way they fucking look. So I have black throw covers on the base to hope Scooby don't fuck the goddamn thing up. But it feels and looks a lot better around here today. I know under my television's a little loaded, but I don't have anywhere to put all that shit. You know, I mean, it kind of goes there. The briefcase, couple of crowns, Cincinnati Red shit. I mean, I'd like it to have a cleaner look over there without all that shit, but I don't know where else to put it. So, you know, that it would be seen. I mean, I've got the bedroom decorated a little bit too, but, you know, it's only privileged people get to go there. Kenny, they have the phone number of every person who was there that day. The cell phones ping even if you don't use it. Well, I didn't say that. I said that they've confiscated the phones that they've arrested. I ain't no fucking idiot, Sheriff. I'm no fucking idiot. I know they ping. I know they know who was there. They're easy to find unless they had burner phones, and some of them did. So you can't trace those, motherfucker. I see cop shows. I know how they work. So I'm aware of that. I'm not a fucking idiot. I know that, but I'm telling you about the phones they've confiscated, where they're actually getting the text messages from the congressmen and the senators who were interacting with the people that attacked the Capitol. So are you trying to defend them too, Donald Trump Jr.? You trying to fucking say that nobody that supported Trump was there? Fuck that shit. Behave yourself. Don't make me whip your ass next time you come over this point. I'm a little amped up today. Feeling pretty good. I was gonna give you some more bowling club shirts.
Kenny, you're looking athletic today.
Looking athletic, look at that. Who's gonna fuck with me today? Huh? Got the blue going. Got the blue King shirt going today. Hadn't wore this in a while. Don't get me going, Sheriff. I'll pull that gun away from
the dog
you.
In. Here my part's coming up.
Don't think I won't. Feeling good today.
I heard you say one time, and if you did see me running, that's because I was athletic.
Back in the day. Back in the day. I ain't running anybody down now. I'm not going to chase anybody. Not going to run from anybody because I can't. My knees are too damn bad. I'm on the last bag of dog food you gave me, Sheriff. That went into the doggy, the thing that holds dog food, whatever the fuck you call the dog container, I guess. So we're on the last black. You're killing my ratings, Joe Pesci. We've got less viewers in here tonight than we had for the Young Lady Tuesday night.
Watch this.
You haven't even let me talk.
Watch this.
Well, you think that'll help?
Yeah. Well,
all right. Well, go ahead. All right. You said you had a question. You paid good money to be here. You can ask a question.
Well,
Mountain Timer can ask a question. Michael Ryder can ask a question. Go ahead. No. Don't let me interrupt you. I don't know why you think I'm stopping you from talking. You can speak anytime you want. Don't let me interrupt you.
Okay. Well,
Just say anything you want.
One thing I want to tell you
I promise you, I will not interrupt you. Just go right ahead.
Okay.
Speak your mind.
All right. The first thing I want to tell you about was how I got the idea for the $125 donation.
All right.
I was sitting in what you would call, Kenny, a multi-screen setup. You know, you got a couple TVs on, you on the tablet. And I heard you say you were trying to raise $200 for tarps and stuff.
Right.
And well, really what popped in my mind first, I was like, you know what these podcast people should do? They should put like a fee, like, you know, $100, $200 and say, you want to be on my show.
Yeah.
You give me this much amount of money. And I bet you a lot of these people would have just rows of people trying to get on. I mean, people were.
I don't know about that because I have offered people to come on the show for 20 and 30 minutes at a time at a mere $35 donation for charity.
Well, that's on the phone.
We haven't had that many. Well, no, not on the phone. I offered to put them on video. I'll send them a join link. Maybe they didn't understand that was the deal. Maybe they were just stupid.
Yeah, I didn't even see that.
Maybe they were just stupid like some people.
Someone's going to steal this idea.
Hold on, I'll share it with you.
Well,
I'm
there
showing
was another guy.
first
Did you see
show I
last
ever
night
did
another
with
guy
Kenny.
offered to do $125 to be on the show? Did you see?
Yeah, that's what I said. Now, when you were talking about so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to throw this out there. Because I actually am a fan of yours, Kenny. That's why I think another interesting thing.
Why are you a fan of mine? What do you like about me? What possibly could be likable about me?
Now, here's where my question comes into play because I wondered about
Here we go.
Okay, so
here's my question.
No, but watch.
I'm serious.
I start telling my story soon that I told at broadcasting
I didn't
school.
know who Kenny Bolin was.
What year was it? When did you not know who I was
watching it?
I'll be honest. I started listening to wrestling podcasts right before COVID because I was heavy into sports. Sports was shutting down.
Yeah.
I needed another thing
needed another outlet. I can understand.
Yeah. So I knew the podcasts were out there, but I really didn't know how to get a hold of them. So I started streaming on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I found, Jimmy's.
Cornette, yeah.
I found his podcast. And I want you to say,
no offense,
Kenny,
when you first came on, I wasn't a huge fan
of a heel.
Mm-hmm.
And
what? I know you told me you weren't. Not a lot of people. A lot of people weren't a big fan of mine when I first came on. But the story that I'm getting ready to tell Bolin, I told the same story at my broadcasting school when I met Eric Roman, and the teacher said he'll never forget the story for the rest of his life. So I thought, well, maybe I'll just tell Bolin that same story. So eventually you'll see I get into that, and that's when Bolin starts getting into it.
I was like, you know what? That's kind of like me. I think not just Jimmy. I'm in the guys that are kind of like cut promos as a heel.
Yeah.
And with wrestling being as bad as it's been, you're very aware.
It's not been good. I'm very aware. It hasn't been good lately.
Not good. This opened the door for Cornette in so many ways, meaning Cornette was liked in the 80s for his promos, and those were
Won't argue that.
And those were censored. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy uncensored.
And now we're not censored,
is a value to a lot of people. There's some people that weren't even wrestling fans, but they get a kick out of people just like cutting these.
Well, he calls it the cult of Cornette for a reason. He has a following very similar to Trump. No matter what good or what bad he does,
similar to Trump
anyway.
And I'm not a cult member.
I'm not like that. I do something bad, my people will turn on me. That they won't take that shit out.
I'm a proud member of Bolin Services. I'm not a cult member.
I realize that.
Because something people should know about Kenny Bolin is
why don't you write Jimmy Cornette and offer him $125 and see if he'll let you do the whole show?
He would never.
Any of you.
We wouldn't do that.
Write Jimmy and see if he'll, and especially on video.
Jimmy would make it $500 even if he thought about it. But
and it still wouldn't be video because he's terrified of video.
I don't know why he does that. It's probably to get more ratings. But the thing is,
I don't know. Well, he likes to critique everything and edit it, and he doesn't.
He kept interrupting the story. Eventually, I get it out.
He looks like a fool. My son did that to him about 6 or 7 years ago, where he tried to get into some banter with my son when we were doing the bowling alley on another podcast. I had another co-host. He only lasted 2 weeks, but he got into it with Chris, and Chris ate him alive.
Spider.
So that's why he doesn't like. No, it wasn't him. That's why he doesn't like doing live shows, is because if he gets his ass handed to him, now he looks like a fucking idiot. That's why he won't fight Vince Russo straight up. That's why he won't debate him head to head, because if he loses, and there's a good chance that he might, because Russo's pretty fucking good. And of course, the cult's going to back him anyway. The cult, Jimmy could get slaughtered 99-1 in a promo contest, but the cult's going to stick with him, just like with Trump. Trump can do no wrong. Trump's never committed a crime. He hadn't raped anybody. He hasn't done any tax violations. He's totally innocent of everything that he's been charged with.
So, Kenny, this is what I heard you. So, real quick, let me put you over. From listening to all your videos, one thing I did learn, and this isn't because I'm on your show, you were the better friend. People don't realize that, because I never hear him mention you. So it's just like
I never hear him mention you.
Now he's not.
I'm saying
we haven't really spoke a word in 4 years.
Yeah,
I never knew that makes sense. Cornette even knew Bolin.
Where he blew up was when AEW started their shows.
Yeah, right.
Jimmy went from more of he used to talk about wrestling to doing the actual reviews.
Yeah.
You used to say on his podcast, Jimmy, we barely ever talk about wrestling. We talk about politics in here.
We do.
This was many years ago. Yeah. So I always said you were the better guy. But the first video I saw of you, and this was crazy, and this was like an eye-opener for me, and I love that it's on your page. People should listen to it, was the Jail Jarrett. What the hell's his name? Jerry Jarrett.
Yeah, the great debate.
The great debate.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm listening to that. And I remember in the beginning, I'm thinking, so I've never heard of you. So I'm like,
right. And some people hadn't. That's all right.
I'm like, I'm thinking, is the internet equipment? I'm hearing Jim explain all these things from the money and all this. I'm like, maybe this guy was a better friend of Jim, but Jim really didn't like this guy, looked at him as a tag along.
Right.
But the thing that you said, and I swear, I probably watched it like 9 times after this, that caught my attention. I'm like, this guy is a pure genius. I was like, this was awesome.
Who was the genius, me or Jimmy?
You. This is when I swear, I was a Jimmy guy.
Okay.
And after this comment, and this is why it's a good question for you and the audience.
Okay, all right.
Jimmy goes, you go, how dare you talk to your godson like that? Mm-hmm. And Jimmy makes whatever comment he made about that guy's got 7 godsons. And then
God uncles, yeah.
And the first thing you said after that was somebody's name, Dennis Kaluza, is the step godfather.
He said he's a step godfather.
Yeah.
I remember whenever I was doing it.
Actually, you'll have to go back and listen to the show because Dennis Corluzza was Christopher's god uncle.
Yeah, well, you kept saying you named like 3 people. If you go back and listen,
I'm sure I named a lot of people, but Corluzza was actually the real legit god uncle. That's what the title he wanted. He knew that Jimmy was the godfather for Chris. So Corluzza wanted a title, and he and I went to Memphis together to do a convention with Jerry Lawler, and he wanted a title. I said, well, why don't you be the god uncle? So he bought Christopher all these gifts and an Underdog toy that he still got today, a Philadelphia Eagles shirt.
I still didn't even get to tell the story yet. I'm about to.
Some other things. And Corluzza was the legit god uncle of Christopher. And I forgot the other ones were probably made up. Jimmy was the only godfather. Corluzza was the god uncle, and I probably threw out some other names and just made up some shit. I probably had god aunts and god cousins, and
yeah, dude, it was great.
We didn't have those.
So here's the best part about that video.
Yeah, real great.
Jimmy, who I'm thinking is the all-time heel, and he's gonna bury this guy, whoever he is, Kenny Bolin. This is my first video.
Right.
You said that, and then I really started listening to what you're saying, and not only everything that he would say, you would almost out-heel or make. You would just outdo the last statement you made by so far, where you almost forgot Jimmy's in the same room. So when the video ended, the first thing I was saying to myself is,
well, actually, I don't know if people know this or not, or if we ever reveal. I know we didn't reveal it on the show. Jerry Jarrett was in Nashville. I was on Dogwood Drive in Louisville, and Jimmy was in my bedroom on Dogwood Drive in Louisville. He was in the next room.
And if they could have put
I don't think I've ever revealed that before, but with the great debate, Jerry Jarrett, Nashville, me on Dogwood Drive in the new home that I just moved into, and Jimmy Cornette was over in the bedroom so that our phone was not echo and he would be on a separate phone. So he went to the far bedroom. I think I had an Australian female wrestler. I'm blanking out on her fucking name. She's still in Australia.
It is funny.
He was in her bedroom using the phone, so he wouldn't hear me in the living room on the phone. So there wouldn't be an echo. But yeah, he was in the house.
And so the video,
but no one would know that to listen to the show. You wouldn't think he's in the same goddamn room with me.
So the video ended. My first thought
it wasn't a video. It's audio.
Audio. Okay. See,
that was on YouTube, but there was no video. Jimmy refused to do video. I'd give anything if that was on fucking video.
So I'm like, why have I never been able to find this guy?
Yeah.
A video popped up in my
all kinds of shit of me on there. Yeah.
A video popped up.
I did podcasting 2 years before Jimmy did. Jimmy used to give me shit about it. Oh, you're just being a mark. You're exposing the business. No, I didn't. I always stayed in character. I never fucking exposed the business. Jimmy exposed it before I did.
Yeah. And no, but when that ended, I was saying to myself, so when I typed in your videos, I found out you were on Vanguard. And I'll tell you why I've never been on Vanguard. I've only been on Cornette's YouTube channel because his YouTube channel is the one that blew up.
I wasn't on Vanguard long. I was only there for 2 shows.
Well, what was weird was they have like...
But all of Jimmy's shows are technically Arcadian Vanguard, which was owned by Brian Last. Brian Last begged me to come on his network. I was on there 2 weeks, and he'd already told me I could never have Russo as a guest. I gave him that one out of respect for Cornette. But then he starts telling me that my own kids can't be on the show because they found out some shit about him. They found out where he really lived. They found out places where he really worked and where he didn't work, where he didn't live, that he told people he's living. And they exposed him on the show because he was giving them shit over motivating Russo to take out an EPO on Jimmy when Jimmy threatened to kill him. And so he wanted my kids off the show. I said, well, you know what? He might be able to tell me if I can have Russo on the fucking show or not. But the show's called the fucking Bowling Alley. It ain't called the fucking Brian Last Alley. So he ain't going to tell me.
He said that same thing tonight.
Man. Well, I blew up. Jimmy said
the Brian Last Alley.
And I said, don't you ever fucking stick your nose in my goddamn show again. I don't tell you how to do your fucking show. You don't tell me how to do mine. And certainly Brian Last don't tell me how to do mine. Well, he thinks the kids are killing the ratings. I said, what fucking ratings?
They were.
2 fuck shows. And any ratings I bring are in addition.
They were
I'm not taking ratings away from other shows. I'm only adding. If we only have 10 fucking listeners, that's 10 listeners he didn't have the previous week. So fuck him and his goddamn rating. So I go off on him. And I'm calm right now compared to how that phone call went that day about 4 years ago. And I told him, I said, you ever stick your nose in my fucking shows again, Jimmy, we're going to have some serious fucking problems. And I said, that motherfucker ain't going to tell me how to do my shows. And I said, I tell you what, I said, I've fired about 5 fucking co-hosts. I said, consider him fucking fired. Fuck him. I'll never do his goddamn show again. So when he found out that I'd gotten rid of him, he posted that they had gotten rid of me on Twitter and said, yeah, we've had to come to Kenny's not a good fit for our show, even though he begged me to fucking be on it for like 3 months. He posted on Twitter that he had gotten rid of me. Well, the bad thing was 12 minutes before that, I'd already posted that I'd never be doing Brian Last fucking show again. So he posted that he'd gotten rid of me when I'd already quit the fucking show. And actually, I'd quit it 3 days before then. I just didn't bother to post it till Monday because Jimmy asked me to think about it. I said, I'll think about it, but the answer is going to be the fucking same. He ain't going to fucking tell me what Bolins I can have on the show. I said, I conceded and gave him Russo. I could always go do Russo's show on his network. I didn't need to have him on mine. So after that, Russo hired me, and I started making about 5 times as much money on Russo's network as I was making with Jimmy. Because with Jimmy, basically, he was taking me to Carrabba's, and the money I was making was mass producing his DVDs. So that was it.
Yeah, and
but no, you don't tell me who I can have on my fucking show. I mean, I understood with Russo, I understood that. But if I had to cancel everybody that Jimmy's got fucking heat with and doesn't
so
like,
I told Kenny I had a better.
He hates everybody. So
now,
no, so I'll give
better
Russo,
story than
that.
his
I
meat
ain't
shit.
Editing everybody.
So that's what I'm getting ready to
when
tell.
I watched that video and I became your fan, I'm fans of this heel guy. Now my question is, how do you look at somebody that was a fan of you because of that heel side? Like when I'll tell you about that ratings thing. You
so
just
listen to what I say to him right here.
Right.
This is
your
funny.
ratings. There's videos that you have on Arcadian that are the most viewed videos on there. They're only 3 years old, but they're 7-year-old videos. I'm like, did they take this guy's videos off and re-put them on?
No, they supposedly hate my guts. They never want to mention my name. They block.
Oh, you're up there, highly viewed.
They block anybody that mentions my name, but they keep recycling my video shit that I did 7 or 8 years ago. And so no, they don't want my name mentioned. They don't want to put me over. All they want to do is talk shit about me and my family. But they keep putting my videos on because they make a lot of fucking money off from them, way more than I ever made. And I found out how much I could have been making when I found out that Jimmy, I won't reveal it because it is personal information, but I found out what Jimmy pays Brian Last. It was a lot fucking more than I was getting paid. But I wasn't on the show all the time because Jimmy wanted the focus on him. If it was me and him all the time, and there's lots of guys who are equally talented, maybe even equally famous. Obviously, Jimmy's way more famous than me. He's been on worldwide fucking television for fucking ever. I was only on a few blips on Raw, and then, of course, when WWE Network started showing OVW, I got a lot of worldwide recognition then. And then when our DVDs were sold worldwide. But I had to get my worldwide fame the hard way. Jimmy's was the easy way. He just showed up and was on fucking television, either on WCW or WWE or whoever would air old Memphis shows or Texas shows or Louisiana shows or Oklahoma shows or whatever the case may be. So, I wasn't taking too kindly to them trying to tell me how to do my shows, but yeah, they don't mind still making money off me to this day. I mean, if they hate me so bad, then take down all my shows and send me all the money you made off those shows.
Yeah, these views are close to 100,000.
I've been told that I could probably take them to court because I never signed any waiver. They didn't sign anything with me, and it might get a little sticky.
It's true, Earl Grey.
It's been thought about because they've made. I know what Last is getting, and man, they fucked me out of a lot of money. But you know what? I still made it. I did good with Russo while I was there, but then I had some conflict with some of his people.
Real quick on Russo, real quick, please.
What about it?
So this is like the kicker. So I listened to all your videos first. Mm-hmm. I didn't even know this side of you.
Okay.
So
you hear me? I didn't know this side of you. The begging for money, the shit out.
Yeah, I went right from Cornette to Russo about 2 weeks.
I'm a subscriber to the brand. I'm good with Vince, but so I see you on there.
Vince, as a matter of fact, is probably one of my top 3 or 4 best friends, and I even posted on Twitter the other day he'd be my number 1 best friend if we were like me and Cornette and talked to each other every day for fucking 44 years. Me and Russo don't do that, but if anything's going on with me, he's the first one to get in touch with me, and if anything's up with him, he knows I'm the first one to get hold of him.
Yeah, I'm watching the first video, and Vince and them's not even on it, and I'm like, who the hell is it? I'm talking about you, Bull, and I'm like, I'm listening to you talk, and I'm like, who is this guy? Like, I'm like in awe, like, who is this guy talking? I'm like trying to like I'm like kind of throwing in my head because I listen to all your videos, and it's not that I didn't think anything was a rib. I just thought you were like telling stories of your life, but making them seem more closer together.
Yeah.
You do hear stories of that in the South.
Embellishment, yeah.
Charging your mom rent, double wide.
That's true.
That's
double wide.
That's a true story. You know, mom had a check coming in with she had plenty of money to spend on bingo even after I charged her for rent. So no, that was a true story.
Meet opportunities, but here's the thing on the Russo thing.
Yeah.
I didn't like Vince being a writer. Why is this what Kenny's doing on the show day one?
I mean, Russo was giving him bad shit to do.
Who's a great heel, and they learned Vito and your boy Spider. I'm looking at Spider like, did he really take Kenny's credit card? Because what kind of sick bastard would do that and go make the charges? I was like, man, if that's a true story, that guy's a bad guy. You know what I mean? I don't know him. I don't know him as anything bad, but bad.
He actually did take the credit cards by accident, but they were cards that I'd canceled.
You know what I mean?
So they didn't do him any good. But no, he did take them, but they were canceled. And then he said it was an accident, and then he brought them back the next time he came over.
Accidentally.
I just told everybody that he charged for pizzas and all kinds of shit.
Okay.
And that he promised to pay for dinner that night, and he put it on
Bearded lady.
The bearded lady's a true story. That's a true story. Man was dating a fucking bitch with a beard. I mean, no offense to those of you females out there that have a beard, but he was.
I didn't know what he would think of that.
See how I got out of that? Did you see how I got out of offending all the bearded ladies in the world? Even though I haven't seen maybe one or two in my life.
No, if people knew you, they would know you're not offensive. But
and Sheriff Donald Lord is correct here. No, I made this comment on my last show. If anybody during a Jerry Lawler Bill Dundee match, regardless who the heel was or who the face was, if anybody had ever shouted in the 70s, 80s, or 90s, "This is awesome,"
right? You don't like those guys.
Lawler would have stopped the match. He would have looked at Dundee and just hold his hand like, stand right there, and he'd have looked at the people like, "Are y'all fucking stupid?" And then he would have waved his hand. He would have got out of the ring and walked back to the locker room and let Bill Dundee figure it out.
Where's my entrance?
He would have not have tolerated that. Now, you ain't going to fucking chant "This is awesome," because now you're telling us this is a fucking work. This is awesome.
Actually, I'm supposed to get my entrance.
Were you surprised that your first episode on
I'm about to be telling this story.
Was so kind of like, I don't know, it just didn't feel like
that was a setup. I had no idea that so-called Spider was going to be on the show. I can't remember who gave him that nickname.
Why can't I hear Bowling? Oh, I got it.
The dumb fuck I got into the argument with on that show.
Vito.
But the reason, well, I don't use his name.
Oh.
But the reason, that's all right. I call him V-Slow because he's not very smart.
Hey, you won on that one. That was the best stuff.
I won hands down. I didn't need anybody to judge that.
Pesci didn't smoke weed for this whole podcast.
And I'll tell you why.
I loved it.
I'll tell you why I ate him alive. It was a shoot on his part, and he's not that smart. And it was a shoot on my part, and however smart I am, I'm way fucking smarter than that dumb fuck. And I've never beaten up a woman. I've never broke a woman's collarbone. I've never been arrested 3 times for beating up women. You can't find any mugshots of fucking me. Cornette's got a mugshot, by the way. Can't find any fucking mugshots of me.
Yeah, Cornette has a couple mugshots for like fucking.
And I had all this information on it, which I don't guess he knew.
People with this car.
And Russo claimed he didn't know. Because I told Russo, I said, "You're too good a man to be associated with a fucking piece of shit like this." I said, "You want me to send you the police records? You want me to send you his mugshot?" And Russo said no.
Not like girlfriend or whatever.
Your political views scared them.
He allegedly threatened to fucking kill somebody and run them over.
Like
every one of them.
And like they caught, he was like in Tennessee and he drove back here to home, Kentucky, and
Russo says
they picked him up here and extradited his ass.
The office. I said, well, I don't because I don't respect
the man in the chair.
He's been arrested.
Yeah, no, I don't because that'd be like respecting your parents, and your parents are fucking child molesters and rapists and beat you every day. Well, fuck that. You don't respect them. Well, you respect your parents. No, you don't. Your parents earn respect. I don't give a fuck who you are. And if you're a teenager out there or a child and you can reach me or Chris and your fucking parents are abusing you, let us know. And the sheriff might have to come and fucking arrest me and Chris if you do. Because we ain't going to take that fucking shit. No, if your parents are abusing you, you don't have to respect them. You can lay the groundwork to get away. And me and Chris and Maya, well, Maya's not in the country right now, but we'd be more than happy to fucking help you with that. Contact me anytime, and I think the sheriff would join me in that. I don't know what all connections he has to help with that, But if you're a teenager or a woman who's being abused by her husband, let us know. Just write my inbox.
No,
tell me
Alvin,
what's going on.
actually,
Don't
I'm on
fucking lie
edibles.
about it. You know, there's people out there that do that too. So we will have to investigate it and make sure it's a shoot. But no, I don't go for that shit. And that's what V Slow was. He was a fucking woman abuser.
V Slow.
You
that
don't
is
get
a good
arrested
name.
3
I will
times
say
for
that.
shit you wasn't doing on 3 different women. So fuck him. And
bro, you know it wasn't 3 different women. It was probably one, and he's just gonna say 3 different women.
So that's why
goddamn Pesci over there, goddamn.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, that's why me and Russo started doing that, whatever that show was called, where we talked about movies and television and all that shit, and we were doing it early on Wednesday mornings or something at like 9 in the morning.
I wish they would have had more for you there.
Yeah, I don't like to. Well, I quit because.
Okay, so you did quit.
I quit, and Russo was pissed
because he's lazy. That's why.
Notice.
I said I thought that was a rib.
Him first. I said, well, you
like, why would you quit such a good job?
No, Pesci, he quit because he didn't want to do all the
dude. You know, okay. I announce I've quit. Now
you know how those people are over there, right? They want content.
So I had to
they do little promos, they play little clips, they do live shows,
and
they do
everybody
watch
on the
alongs.
Network wanted me off.
Dude,
they all wanted to get rid of.
Barkley used to do those watch alongs with him and with Rory and Dustin, whoever on paid money to watch with him and Bob.
You're insulting half our
That's
audience.
fine.
Well, fuck them. I don't give a fuck about it.
He only did that later.
Yeah.
Back then, he was like, as I said before, he could be like in the spot that Brian Last is, but actually a better spot because Kenny's better than Brian Last.
Know this.
He could actually be a known podcaster if he would just shut up.
To go along with it because everybody on there
join the mortal enemy. Vince Russo.
They were editing you.
And even if he did do that, he could have worked it out with Russo. Dude, he could be Russo's right hand man, and they could be talking shit about Cornette. Dude, people would fucking be eating it up. But
and you're killing our ratings.
He didn't want to do all that shit. He don't want to have to watch all those shows. He don't want to have to fucking like actually, like Pesci has said a million times. Pesci would be always said he doesn't watch the product when he comes, especially AEW.
You think you're smarter than CBS?
He barely watches WWE. He don't watch none of TNA, AEW. You know what I mean? Nothing.
What's his name? Stephen Colbert.
Unless like somebody like me or
Trump's ass alive more than Stephen Colbert. He's the
his son may say, "Hey, you want to see Penta over there?" Yeah, sure. He might have seen a smidge of it, a little
because he was the only one who was not bad mouthing.
Either way, he don't watch the product.
I got to throw a donation up here real quick. He didn't.
He still don't watch the product. So why would he have watched it then and been like?
From Jerry May.
He was too lazy to be successful, basically.
And I think this has been a pretty good show already.
And he already had a name. That's what's fucked up.
Hold on. Here it comes, Schmidt. Let him hear this.
The hair looks good today, too.
I think I'm about to tell the story.
Wearing some different glasses, it makes it easier for me to read the screen.
I think it's coming up right here.
It sucks for trying to read my phone. I can read it. But
I think it's coming up right here.
That do better for my phone.
I can't believe how much
crazy.
These are good for my computer screen, and I don't even remember when I got these or why I got them. They were not bought as readers. I think these are some old ones I used to drive with, and now they're good for my computer screen. So they're not perfect, but they're better than my readers on this big ass fucking computer screen.
So I got to tell you,
no, don't tell me. Just ask me.
Well, after I heard those videos, I was conflicted because I was trying to figure out which guy was which. Because in one video, I hear you make a comment. You're talking about your sister. You go, any Mexican will tell you that. Then I'm watching this other video where you're saying Mexicans are good workers. I would let 5, 6 of them live in my house. So I'm like,
did I say that? Might have. I don't know.
Yeah, you did. I watched all your videos the last couple months.
My sister's married to a Mexican. My niece is married to a Mexican. My nephew's married to a Mexican. And my nephew married a Mexican that I could kill him for. Oh, my God. She was a fucking goddess, man. I don't know what she saw in that goofy
goddamn, half your family's either dead from COVID or marrying Mexicans.
I love the Asian girls. I'm off the Mexican girls. Mexican girls never paid me any attention whatsoever. Asian girls I get along with great. We get along good. They like me for some reason. I don't know why. I'm just like they do. Mexican girls, I used to love them when I was in my teenage years, probably in my late 20s.
Yeah.
Mexican girls never paid me any attention whatsoever. There's something about me they don't like, I guess. I don't know what it is. But I adored them, though.
Right.
Andy Griffith ain't donated shit in a while. Come on, Andy. Let's cough something up. I still enjoy you as a friend, and I'm
shout out to Frank.
I'm showing my first episode, Frank.
That's a blasphemy.
Look, there's Andy Griffin who was on there tonight.
And then he followed that up with a $10 donation.
Wow, what are the odds of that?
My question is, do you think I'm a bad guy because I was a little upset when I found out you're actually a good guy?
Well, I'm sure that some people see it that way.
I know, I watch you now, but in the beginning, I was kind of like,
But I can turn into an asshole in a heartbeat. I mean, you've seen it on this show before. If you fuck with me, the asshole can come out in a hurry.
Later,
but in my heart, I've always been a good guy. I mean, I know what it's like to be dirt poor. I know what it's like to have holes in your wall that a fucking cat can walk through, and then we try to figure out how to make the house better. I've woken up with a blanket frozen solid that you could pick it up like a rock. I know what it's like to eat whatever Dad brought home that night, my stepfather. I know what poverty and poor is all about, and I lived that way until I got a job when I was 16. And then actually could put a little money in my pocket and get a few things, and then got a good job at Kroger when I graduated high school. But that's why I love helping people in the Philippines. That's why I love helping the homeless, because number one, they appreciate
this is back when he still helped the homeless.
No, they're not going to pay you back. Never help anybody that you expect to get it
Pesci,
back.
This is still when he was doing the Louisville homeless.
$1 that you, and Christopher actually taught me that. I do expect to get money back from Chris when I give it to him because he has a fucking job. So he's one of the few people I actually loan money to that I expect to get it back. It doesn't always happen, but anytime something good happens to me, I have to pay it forward. I mean, it's just the way it's always been. When I was selling cookware door to door back in the 80s, if I went to a house and sold a $2,300 set of cookware, well, I'd make about $500
for 10 seconds, Alvin.
Deal. So if I went to the gas station, I saw somebody that was homeless out there. I mean, you got to fucking buy them a hamburger and a Coke or something, or give them $5. And who gives a fuck if they buy a beer with it? If that's what they want, takes their mind off their problems or whatever. But many times I'd give away $5 or $10, $20, on the way home. Fuck, I was blessed.
Here we go.
Even though I'm not religious and don't use the word blessed very often, but I was fortunate. We could put it that way. And I've always given to people less fortunate than me. And thanks to this show, I now have the power to do way more for people than I've been able to do in a long time.
I'm sorry I created a monster.
And I make sure my fans and the people in the Philippines know, hey, it ain't just me, guys. I mean, if they don't donate, there's very little that I can do on disability. But anytime I get rental assistance, or if we get electric bill assistance, or we get the surplus check from the government or whatever, I'm the first one to pass it on.
Remember,
you got a video on Lawler's podcast. That's one of the highest viewed videos on his podcast.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude,
I didn't even know that.
One of the greatest. Oh, dude, that was one of my favorite videos. Lawler goes, Kenny, why don't you tell him how you know me? And the greatest part about that was
in the back alley.
You shot straight with the back alley. So
yeah, that's
if
true
you're
story.
listening, back alley of Louisville Gardens. So
it is true.
Lawler's
I wish you wouldn't tell it that way.
It was a back alley.
Sound right when you tell it that way. Yeah,
tell him what the back alley is.
Yeah, I met you in the back alley in the Louisville Gardens, and I met him when I was 14 years old. The back alley.
That's where the horrors were.
That's where the wrestlers went in at. So the lady that took me says, "Do you want to meet some of the wrestlers?" I'd never been before. Lola Johnston was her name. I'm still friends with her, and not so much her, but her son. Her son watches a lot of the shows. And so she takes me to the back alley, and we're standing there, and here comes Jerry Lawler and Sam Bass. And probably 3 or 4 times before he ever spoke.
Was it another show where he did
the
prison
first,
story?
So that would have had to have been before 76.
Yeah, that's a different story. Me and Randall donated.
This is a different story. So the story I'm getting ready to tell, I thought I was already going to tell by now, but it should be coming up. I told the same story my first day at broadcasting school. And the only reason why I told it to Kenny, because I knew it had nothing to do with anything Kenny would ever like. But my broadcasting teacher told me, that speech you did, I'll never forget that. And he goes, in all the years I've done, I'll never forget that speech as long as I live.
The Chuck-a-Luck story,
the way I told the story, yeah. And he goes, I'll never forget that. Because I wasn't supposed to tell that. I didn't know what they wanted me to do. So they said, go up and tell a story at broadcast.
Kicked you out of the church gambling because they thought you were cheating because you kept winning.
So I tell the story how I got kicked out of church gambling and at broadcasting school.
And Roman was there for the story because when Pesci first told it on Bowling Show.
Because Sam Bass got killed in a car wreck in 76.
Me and Roman actually, and Pesci talked about it later. And Roman talked about it. He's like, yeah, he told the story.
But he was a great deal manager. So he spoke to me first, and then eventually Lawler did. And Jimmy Hart, before Jimmy Hart was the manager, actually introduced me to Lawler after the shows at the Louisville Gardens. Because
Jimmy Hart was a great manager.
He just talked about Jimmy Hart tonight.
Well,
fans throw shit at him all night long.
He was great in Memphis.
That was Jimmy Hart. Jimmy Hart's show. I thought it was Jimmy Hart that introduced you guys.
WWF Jimmy Hart was trash.
No, Jimmy Hart was not a manager yet.
Well, now
he was
like
just Lawler's buddy that would ride up from Memphis to him to do the Louisville Garden shows.
Hey, Jimmy Hart with Andy
Hart
Kaufman
stopped me at
and
intermission
Lawler.
One night. He said, "Hey,
one of the greats.
Come here, buddy." He says,
the shit with Hulk Hogan.
You're a big Jerry Lawler fan, right? I said, "Yeah." He said, "You're not the only one in here. There'll be 5,000 people at Louisville Gardens every week."
Oh, I know.
And I said, "Yeah." He said, "How'd you like to meet Jerry?" I said, "Well, how do you know Jerry?" He says, "I'm one of his best friends. I went to college with him." I said, "You can introduce me to Jerry?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "Let me take you back after the show." He said, "He's got to meet."
He wrote a couple songs.
So I said, "Sure, yeah, I'd love to." So after the show was over, I said, "Lola, can you wait for me a minute?" I said, "Jimmy Hart's gonna the guy named Jimmy Hart." And
he's the one that wrote Shawn Michaels'
music. I said, "This guy named Jimmy Hart's gonna introduce me." She says, "Jimmy Hart from the Gentrys?" I said, "You know what? I didn't even think about that." I said, "I bet that is Jimmy Hart from the Gentrys because it did look a little bit like it."
Handsome Jimmy Valiant.
I think "Hang On Sloopy" or something like that.
Handsome Jimmy.
So I met Jimmy after the show. He took me backstage.
Where were his Memphis
Lawler, and Lawler says, "You're an
It wasn't
idiot."
like the boy for New York
City. Yourself to that. Why don't you can cheer for me? But why do it publicly? Man, they're going to kill you. I said, "Well, they want to, but they haven't done it yet." And I said, "No, I'm going to root for you every week. You're the reason I come." And then eventually,
that's like my favorite pro wrestler of all time.
And Cornette was the photographer. And Jimmy's mother sold merchandise.
Handsome Jimmy Valiant.
She sold Jimmy's pictures.
I'm not even old enough to ever see
them. They had 2 open seats, so me and one of my friends could always take their seats man, baby. The gardens, and I gave the
YouTube and shit. Him and Terry Gordy are
There's that dog. You told me he was going to bark eventually.
Pablo. I got a dog.
Pablo.
He's a big dog. I saw him earlier.
I called him a watchdog.
Yeah, I bet he is. I ain't gonna fuck with him. He's a big dog.
Hey, two lines that stuck out that I loved from that was, you go, Jerry.
So that's one of Lawler's top viewed shows.
Oh, go on there. I'm not even trying to put you over.
I remember them trying to say that show was going to get no ratings at all.
You know, a lot of people don't listen to that podcast because it's Jerry being not bad guy Jerry.
No, he's not bad guy Jerry at all. No.
So I'm thinking that. So I'm watching a video. I love when you go, and Jerry, I looked at you and I called you Jerry because you weren't exactly
the king yet. No, and that's the true story. He wasn't the king yet. He was Jerry Lawler.
His actual fans had to have been thrown off because they were playing in his office. You were just some running guy. I don't want to say Clay Conrad. You were talking about Conrad Thompson, but I found out.
No. As a matter of fact, when I had Conrad Thompson on, I called him Clay Conrad.
See, I was making him laugh.
He did not know who Clay Conrad was. And I figured that Conrad Thompson, being a wrestling historian, would know who Clay Conrad was. Even though Clay wasn't in Memphis long, he was there. He's a part of history. And so Lawler was dying when I did his podcast. And I said, well, Clay Conrad here gave me the phone number. He said, his name's not Clay Conrad. Well, I knew his name wasn't fucking Clay Conrad, but I thought it was funny. And he says, Clay Conrad's an obscure announcer that nobody knows who is. This guy's not Clay Conrad. This man told me his name was Clay Conrad, that he had connections with you, and you wanted me to be your first guest on the podcast. And who knows you better than I do? And that's why I'm here today, because you wanted me to be. He says, Kenny, that's not true. I said, it is true, and you know it. Don't be ashamed. Don't lie to the people.
Shit now.
They know you wanted me to be the first guest because I'm the only one that has the right to be here today.
Hey, another great line is it? You lied to Jimmy, and you lied to the people, Jimmy. I love that.
You did do that.
And you made a comment on your last 2 shows. You made this comment, and this comment threw me off. I heard you say.
Well, I'm going to cover this comment
here.
Go ahead. He was dead because he's not. Look,
Brad put. Look, Mountain Timer put. Conrad Thompson was dead on your podcast. Very uncharacteristic for him.
Because I am normally the interviewer, and that's why I gave him a couple of questions to interview me, because they don't have guests. So the only way I'm going to get interviewed by Conrad Thompson is to have him do it on my show.
Kenny, you opened up with. I see you got belts. What's your favorite belt? I was just surprised.
What's the most you paid for one of those belts? He didn't want to give the amount, did he?
No.
See, I know the amount on most of them because Cornette told me. So I know the amount, but I didn't want to reveal it if he didn't want to.
Hopefully he would buy the expensive ones. I wouldn't want them cheap. I would brag about it.
No, he spent some good money.
Clay Conrad was the guy that
had to
announce for Lance and Dave in Memphis when they were under they were switching channels or something, and they
Jimmy thought he was going to make bank off the belt he took down to him, but Jimmy had a fan, and he knew it. And there's the Guardian of Chaos. He's managed about 20 fucking WWE.
The Guardian of Chaos.
I never did get your list though. Like I said, Guardian.
Schmidt, who is the fat guy?
Send me some names of
like
people. I'll be happy to check it out. I'll check out your work and see what you did. Be happy to do it.
So on your go ahead. Go ahead, Ken.
I'm just checking out a few questions.
Are you talking about
your last two shows? You made a comment. Yeah. It was regarding Jimmy. You said, "I'm
look, there's a Chris Schmidt comment.
I'm not happy about who he became." In the outside looking in, from a guy who doesn't know him like you, it looks like he just became himself in a much more, like I said, uncensored version. And he kind of took some shit out on you, who you're his real friend. Yeah. And it's just for him to take, like you said, if I were to hold up my hand for the amount of people, Jimmy, makes friends with,
that sounds about right.
Zero.
It wouldn't be many.
If I would make friends like he would, I wouldn't have.
He was more, he was a little more like
if I blocked everybody that you're
big fat
you don't
dude.
like, I wouldn't
have.
Look,
Philip Connor.
Something similar to that. Philip Connor, you haven't donated in a long time. I answer all your emails. You need to fucking make a donation.
So you should
shame them if they don't donate. You know that, don't you?
You shouldn't be surprised, Kenny. All he did was become a much more, a bigger version of himself. And I think his wife, we always talk about making out with, I think she probably played a part of it. Like, you can't go back talking to that guy because of the Russo and blah, blah, blah. You never know.
I don't know how much she had to play in it. I will tell you this. When I took out I didn't take it out. I had Russo do it. When Russo took out the EPO on Jimmy, Stacy drove over to this house without.
That killed you too.
Well, it did. I didn't want Jimmy to kill.
I said that killed you too.
Friend, and I know Jimmy can't do prison time, and who knows if he's going to go off. You know how he is. He's there's some mental issues there. Nobody should get that fucking angry at so many stupid fucking things that he gets angry about. And even though I'm very upset and hurt that he would want me dead and want to kill his godson, or have him killed or whatever he's going to do, but. The sad thing is that it still hurts me what I've seen him turn into.
Yeah, Ronnie P. and Bolin are some big dudes.
And I thought some of it was a work.
It's a miracle Bolin's as old as he is, honestly.
The reason it's called the Cult of Cornet, because those people will stick with him no matter what he does.
He should have been dead 20 years ago.
I've always said that Jimmy's more like Trump than he will ever know or ever admit. Not very charitable, not very sociable, doesn't have very many what you call real friends unless they tell him what he wants to hear. Because if you tell Jimmy what he doesn't want to hear, and I was the only one that could get by with that.
He's not
he
wrong
even said so.
He says he doesn't really have a lot of friends. The dude don't leave his house. You know what I mean? Except to eat.
And he was right. I was the only one to get by with it. But I did it out of loving him. And wanting to, like, man, you're fucking up, man. Don't do that. Don't say that. Don't be that way.
That's probably why they were good friends, because they were both like fucking hermits. They ain't going nowhere.
Didn't always work.
Except for wrestling.
No, on this same subject, I'll tell you what killed you on the brand. So there's this show that I didn't get. They had you come on, and they were making it look like you were getting bullied by Jimmy. And they're like, we want him to stop bullying Kenny. I'm like, how is Jimmy bullying Kenny? Kenny goes, if I were to hold up the fingers of the guy that Jimmy beat up, it'd be zero.
Yeah, so, that's accurate. That's accurate.
Cornette is charitable. Yeah, he donates to the Crusade for Children every year, big time. Yeah.
So you should be scared.
Ain't nary a finger fucking going up.
I wasn't talking about the charitable part.
They killed their own ratings, making you look like you weren't the biggest heel in the room.
We didn't finish that story.
They don't want to leave the house.
Is that everybody on the network wanted me gone because I'm bad-mouthing Trump on every show. I'm bad-mouthing V-Slow. Jeff.
If you did V-Slow, there would have been ratings up. I'm telling you.
I did call him that on the show. Russo even said, "Oh man, you're calling him V-Slow, man." I said, "Yeah, it's accurate." So no, I did call him that on the show. Russo even repeated it.
Vito was here in OVW.
They wanted me off the network because of killing the ratings. The Trump supporters are all.
There was never any stories about him being horrible.
Trump. He's bad-mouthing V-Slow. He's bad-mouthing Jeff.
People hated Brock Lesnar.
And I yelled at Jeff pretty bad, too, because Jeff tried to act like he knew more than me about the topic, and he didn't do that. I really don't. I know Bruno Sammartino was God in the New York, New Jersey market, was one of the longest reigning world champions of all time.
Yeah, Jimmy donates to
the other show and was talking to Bruce
Pritchard Humane Society. I know that.
In a good way? Yeah. Oh, I listen to Pritchard. I don't listen to the live. I always catch him later.
I know you donated
dogs and
Brad put I donated.
I don't know that it was
the
enough.
crippled children, as he says.
About $80 behind. something like that.
Which it's a variety of kids.
Did he say
Down
something
syndrome,
good though?
Yeah, I hear he said something good. Hey, I had a good time doing bowling
charity.
show the other day or whatever. And
I love Bruce. Bruce is like, he's like you in a way where you guys talk and you can just kind of zone into what they're saying, even if they're talking about nothing.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is what Conrad said, and I didn't even realize this. So if you took JR,
did you see what I did there when you can't say something nice about somebody, just don't say anything? It's like when my mother used to say, it's bad luck to be superstitious.
Well, if I say something mean, just pretend it was a rib or something.
No, that's fine. No, I don't
pretend
really
it was
have
a
any
rib.
problem with Pritchard, but Pritchard on a show once claimed that he slapped Rico to get him in promo mode. And I said, wait a minute, there's no fucking way that happened. So I called Rico and I said, Rico, did Bruce Pritchard ever slap you? I said, the day of the Billy and Chuck wedding. He says, well, I'll tell you why we know that never happened. And I said, why is that? He says, well, if Bruce Pritchard is still alive and there was no chalk line drawn out of his body that night at SmackDown, then no, that never happened. He said, do you think
Bruce
anybody
Pritchard
from the Undertaker on down was going to fucking slap
Bruce
me?
Pritchard ain't never slapping no wrestler.
Rico's a legit badass. And Rico's already said if Undertaker tried to fuck with him, Undertaker would have to fucking kill me.
See, that's the Undertaker comment. I forgot what he said. There it is.
Some shit that a lot of people don't know. And I'd never fuck with Rico. I mean, there's a lot of people I won't back down from still to this day. But if Rico tells me he's going to whip my ass, I'm going to have to figure out a negotiation.
What up, Joseph?
Yes,
this is the first ever episode.
Knows some shit, just like
I'm
Chris.
getting ready to tell the story that got me
don't know
in the win.
Whoa, Kenny just says it because it's his son. If my son was a pussy, I'd be the first. Look at him. There he is.
Did we find Bolin told the Jamie Dundee Undertaker story? He's like, I fucked his first wife.
So when he sees somebody that's doing something against his vision,
yeah.
You know how he gets.
Exactly.
It's the same thing he does with Russo.
Yeah.
That's his selling point. And that's actually a draw.
Yeah.
You know, where everyone's normal and this guy's just kind of, you know, he's like being angry with all the people that are angry with how wrestling's been. I listen to him and there's wrestlers I like that he doesn't, but he gives you a reason why he doesn't like them and what he would do. And if you listen to it, he makes more points than doesn't. And that's why you can't cancel him. You know, I know he says sexist comments.
I can cancel him. I did it.
Yeah. Well, exactly.
But I didn't even listen to the shows when we were friends because it was the same fucking show every week.
You know he says sexist comments.
Yeah, they were boring then. He would just talk about stuff that happened, success stories.
Yeah. No, it's but
the product got bad. It opened the door for him.
But he hates everything. And
I forgot about Joey Venditti. He's another Guido in here.
Always been bad. He badmouthed WWE with a fucking passion, even when he worked.
What's up, Joey?
If he didn't write it, it wasn't
any good.
Joe? And even when I went up and totally did the whole Mark Cuban thing that we shot on my own, all he did was shit all over it. And because he didn't write it, he didn't have any control over it. And he kept telling me that Mark Cuban wasn't going to show up, wasn't going to be this, wasn't going to be that. And but I noticed he still aired about 12 minutes of the fucking footage anyway. But no, he just shits on everybody's shit too much. If you do not, Philip Connor says he's going to donate once he figures it out. Okay, it shouldn't be that hard.
Philip Connor.
And then later on,
hey, the person that put not NXT, he recently stopped reviewing NXT.
Did he recently stop?
He just stopped in the last 2 shows. I get it. The show's gotten too bad for him.
Well, Jericho told him to just quit watching the fucking show.
And that's a bad thing for Jericho to do because that
where's
let him know
the stimmies at?
Yeah.
Somebody's
you know what I mean? Think Stone Cold would have came on back in the day and goes, "Oh, Kenny Bolin, I don't want you to review a podcast." Yeah. But you know, or something like that.
Well, see, that's what I do. I got one troller out there that just begs for attention on every fucking show. He's been doing it.
He's from Australia,
and I won't say
he's from Australia. See,
and if I see anybody,
I was already hip to it.
So he'd already contacted you, Pesci.
Rob
no, I knew it from being in the chat.
Rob Dickin. I don't speak to him anymore either. But
I was in the chat for a couple months.
co-host that I've got. Boy, I've gotten rid of.
I've never seen him. I just heard you say the name, and it fucking makes me laugh every time.
You ain't missing anything. As a matter of fact, I was driving down the road one day. I said, "Who's this Rob Dickin looking motherfucker?" My son and Maya died, and Chris might have said it before I did. We're at we've had an argument about it. Chris thinks he said it first. I think I said it first because it sounds like something I would say.
Unless he was talking about Earth, Wind, and Fire or Chicago, that's the only time like one of my comments would go show up.
Shit. He went on
you know
my
what, JP
podcast and started
25 or 6 to 4.
Somebody that I'd
I was trying to ask Kenny, music
especially to go on there and talk shit about me. I mean, when I went on Russo's show, I didn't go on there and talk shit about Cornette. But he went on one of my old co-hosts shows.
Yeah, I didn't see. Joey, I didn't see that until
food,
when I went and looked.
Corral and one of the chicken places here.
Just doing a little research. I was like, I know that name.
And that'll stop that shit. I mean, this guy is just a sick, mentally.
We got Joey Vendetti.
Are we positive
Freddie
it's the same guy?
Get to the old motherfucker.
Listen,
Schmidt. Hold on.
It's the same guy.
Sean Smith.
It's the same guy. Listen, we're talking about the trolls.
Now, he had recruited a couple of others that I had fired, but now he trolls them because they decided they didn't want no trouble with me.
Oh,
because one of them got a visit from the police.
This is back
if he ever
when
mentioned my name again, he was going to jail. So he's
talking about Sans lad.
And then another co-host that I fired,
when the English guy was
he has found out
at this point. Remember,
the wrath was coming his direction, so he's out. He didn't want no more trouble. So now he stalks them. And because they won't team up with him anymore, he's lost his friends. He actually wrote one of them.
Would be like,
and said, "Will you please unblock me, man? I don't have any friends. Will you please unblock me? You were one of the only friends. Well, if you weren't such a stupid, mentally disturbed fuck, maybe you'd have some goddamn friends." Like I said, we don't mention his name. Fuck him. We won't mention his name. But he's got some surprises coming, and
fuck them. I'm not gonna mention his name.
His life.
He's got some surprises coming.
His life's about to change. So if any of you are getting your comments fucked with, just form another account, write me, and tell me what it is, and that'll prevent dumb fuck from doing that.
Now these co-hosts that you have, what is their actual job?
Yeah.
Well, which ones do you mean?
Well, like for instance,
Especially asking the real questions.
Yours, but I saw you with Spider a couple times where he's like,
he was talking about the guy from England.
So
being messed with about the guy from
there ain't many. So yeah, he was working for one of the phone companies. The other co-host.
What's with these co-hosts?
What's with these co-hosts?
What do you call it? Where you go buy alcohol? A liquor store. Yeah, he was working for a liquor store. And the guy in New York that was a co-host for 2 weeks, blanking out on his name. He was only with me 2 weeks. I don't know what he does. I think he lives off his wife.
No, I'm saying, what's their job for you? Like, as a co-host, what do they have to prepare? I'm confused what they had to do.
What do they have to prepare?
Just show up and
what do they have to prepare? I
don't know if they work for you,
Well, because I was trying to be one of his co-hosts. I'm like, what do these guys do?
It ain't really like they work for me. They just got the pleasure to be on the show.
Oh, that's cool. No, I didn't know how that worked.
Draw attention to their shit that they like to do.
I don't have none of that.
I never mentioned that phone company. I never said shit, but that's not a bad guess.
Mountain Time Power, yes, yeah, that was.
I don't know.
That was when the English co-host and the guy was sending fucking license plates.
I thought they blew that, especially when they announced when he was going to be off the show.
Yeah, they fucked that up.
You got to be surprising. That's what makes
when Jerry Lawler's going to lose his hair,
except maybe Gonzo.
You can't already know he's going to Florida.
So that's I thought that's when you did the meat story. I'm like,
Jerry Lawler,
shit exists everywhere.
Jerry Lawler never lost his hair in a match like that.
Tonight's shoe went with the I can't get my leg up that fucking high. Went with my neon yellow.
Jerry Lawler would never lose his hair.
I look like I'm ready to wrestle tonight.
You should do every show when you were combing your hair in the beginning. You should start it with you combing. It just let people see you combing.
Let me touch the hair up. It's not quite as perfect as for those that think.
Whoops! Hold on, sorry.
This shit. Look at this shit. We actually got one of the fans. I'm digging this co-host energy. He's pretty cool.
Here we
go.
This is where I think I tell the story.
Well,
I thought we was going to do 50.
You hear me? I said I'm not surprised.
Out of here and block you and never see you again. But look at this. You're getting some support.
Hold on. How much longer is the show?
I knew Kenny. I talked to you.
And by the way, from the Philippines, we have Jennifer Parfin. Jennifer is Ice Cream Jennifer. We had Mango Jennifer in here earlier, taking her test to get a job in Saudi Arabia.
All right.
Jennifer Parfin gets her job back. She's a school teacher. And also does some other work. She's got a corporate job that she hasn't had since the pandemic hit. And she gets her job back, I think, in 3 days now for her. She gets her job back, I think, March the 8th. maybe March 12th. If she has the correct date, she can tell me. But she's finally about to get her job back and make her life a little easier there in the Philippines. But that's Ice Cream Jennifer from the Philippines. Mango Jennifer, she climbs up on her roof and picks mangoes for her kids. So we got our Filipino fan base in here tonight, and both are very sweet ladies, by the way. Jennifer Parfin, the school teacher, is the one that helped me get the ice cream for the Philippines, where we feed the kids ice cream.
Yeah.
And she also helps me with the people that we get rice
That was before he ever called her Ice Cream Jennifer, basically, right?
Really helps me
Jennifer Parfin.
all that stuff.
Right in the beginning. No, he called her Ice Cream. It was starting.
Did he call her Ice Cream?
One of my 14 girlfriends, she'll be the first to tell you that.
That's all about to tell the story.
Before we lose more viewers, friend.
Well,
you hear that? I said be quiet before we lose more viewers.
I used to go to... It's not called this anymore. They changed the name all the time.
Now you got somebody who wants you on here weekly because you sound like Joe Pesci. They want you. I think they're wanting you to.
That's the story. The Pesci story is what I'm about to tell right now.
All right, go ahead.
That's what's crazy. So once upon a time, when I was 21, I went to the Ohio Center of Broadcasting.
Michael Ryder says you're doing a good job. Don't let me interrupt you.
So once upon a time, I used to go to the Ohio Center of Broadcasting, and do you know
this is right before I told the church story.
So listen, this is awesome. So
I made 10 grand doing this first thing.
I don't know much about shit. Like, I'm new to computers. You know what I mean?
I know about everything.
I'm like you, Kenny. I made my life hustling for most parts, but
you sound like you might be a hustler. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm 21 years old, and at this broadcast,
I might have to have you back on. This is like 4 or 5 minutes in a row.
That's Lindsay, man.
This idea, bro. I knew
you did. Well, when
you
told
me, I said I knew
he's
it.
Gonna suck. I'm going to be honest with you. I said, he's going to suck. He's already telling me how great he's going to be. He's going to ask all these great questions.
I didn't want you to think I was a troll.
He set himself up for failure. He's going to suck, and I'm going to get rid of him in 55 minutes. Swear to God, that's what I was telling myself. But no, you've done a great job. I'll be the first. I go along with the fans. You've done a great job.
Yeah, we did. We did. Frank, that's Ice Cream Jennifer. Ice Cream was Jennifer Parfin, right?
Now, what year did you graduate high school?
Let me think about this because I did high school a few extra years than normal.
Should you have graduated high school?
Okay, that would have been 99, and I think
99. See, I graduated in 79.
Yeah, I'm 83, so I can tell you the ages. So basically, when I graduated high school, which was a disaster.
Yeah.
My dad told me asked me what I wanted to do, and I said I either wanted to be an actor or be on radio.
Right.
So he pays the 12 grand for me to go to this broadcast.
God damn, what did your dad do for a living? My dad never gave me 12 grand my whole fucking life. He owns
a computer consulting firm. And
bless his heart.
And this is when computers were taking off in the 90s.
Man, I'll take 12 grand a day if he's got it. I'll make him proud of me.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, my stepdad got rich.
I'll be the son he was actually
fucking with computers when they were taking off.
Sad ending.
Even though I'm probably your dad's age, but go ahead.
I said sad ending for my story.
Sad ending for me, but you know.
Widowmaker Frank.
Go ahead.
I actually excelled at this school really good.
All right, hold on.
But one of the things was...
What do you need me to pause for?
Because Frank said we never heard from Ice Cream Jennifer.
I know.
No, she was still around, but didn't something happen, Pesci, to where she's not around now?
Yeah, the Mike Ryder thing rubbed Kenny the wrong way. That was the beginning of the end. Mike Ryder sent her direct cash.
Michael Ryder's Michigan Mike sent her money, and then Bolin said, "Hey, Michael, is there a way you can cancel that and send it through me?"
And he's like, "Huh? That's what we were raising the money for."
Yeah.
But yeah, hold on.
Yeah, so she was around long after that, Frank.
Yeah.
Voice sounded like Joe Pesci.
Yeah, well, it does sound like Joe Pesci. There's no doubt about that.
The school was doing local. I'm up here in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Was doing local, which was Ohio celebrities in a cameo.
Right.
Now, Joe Pesci's not a celebrity, but the guy that was running the cameo department goes, "Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we have you do some cameos as Joe Pesci?"
They had me doing Joe Pesci cameos, audio only.
Yeah.
For money.
Now, this is on radio, I take it.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
On radio, they might not know it's not Joe Pesci.
Listen. So this is what's good about.
I'm listening. I have headphones on. I'm fucking listening. Don't tell me to listen.
Sorry. All right.
Don't tell me to listen.
All right. They would cut the cameo. Somebody put the mic. They would have me do "Happy Birthday" or whatever I was doing the stories, and then they would put Joe Pesci on the list of cameos.
All right, we just got a request before you finish your story. Say 2 U's.
2 U's.
There you go. Then I'll say 2 Utes.
2 Utes.
2 Utes, yeah. No, how would Pesci say it?
I don't know, because I don't. This is just my regular voice.
My cousin Vinny.
I said, I don't know.
2 Utes, okay.
2 Utes, yeah. You have watched My Cousin Vinny, right?
Of course. I know.
Well, he says 2 Utes. Well, Your Honor, we had 2 Utes. 2 Utes broke into a liquor store or whatever. Yeah,
I didn't ever thought that part was funny.
So they put me on the list.
Got a lot of support in here, man. I think they might kick me off my own show and have you do it. Shit, I might be in danger of losing my show tonight.
So we got a list of names, right?
All right.
All these Ohio names. So the calls start coming in. Who people want to see a cameo for?
All right.
Would you believe it, Kenny? Out of all the Ohio stars, they still chose Joe Pesci. So I'm cutting these cameos, and I'm asking the guy, I don't know how much money he made. I could just tell you how much money I got.
Okay.
But
I think Roman was helping me set this up.
Knew I didn't know much.
I was saying Roman and Tolliver were there, right?
It was guys that worked at the school. So,
oh my God, we need both of them for a review of this.
I think they did 150 of these cameos.
God damn.
And only 2 people questioned it.
Called bullshit, yeah.
And I was surprised. And
that's not a bad ratio, shit. I can go on as Kenny Bolin and say I'm Kenny Bolin, and maybe.
Actually, we need Roman and Tolliver to do a show
so I made
where they
a lot
actually
of money
talk
doing
about
it.
this.
That was one of the scams.
So what's a lot of money? I mean, shit. What'd you make?
Man, I was making. Listen, this school was a 9-month school.
Yeah.
Right hand to you.
And this is the school your dad paid $12 grand for you to go to, right?
Ohio Center of Broadcasting. You can look it up. It just changes the name.
12 grand for 9 months.
It's not no college. I don't got a degree. You know.
I didn't pay for it.
This is how the money.
1 or 2, whatever it was.
As long as I met with them on Mondays and they did.
That's how that shit was.
I don't know who they gave them to.
Price.
They would give me $700. So I don't know what they were making.
I lied to Kenny about the number. I made more
good
than
money
that.
if they gave you $700.
They gave me $700.
They gave you $700, Pesci?
So every 20 days, I got $700 from these guys.
Damn.
Okay.
Hey,
this guy
in 2002 or whatever. That's a good.
Makes a good point.
I was getting more. I didn't know who Kenny was. I was only telling him half the money.
It just named you.
No, I'm just saying, but like, bro, like. Even back then, $700 in 2002 is pretty good money.
You'd have been Pesci, whoever you were.
Especially in
and you
Ohio.
come in and explain
Pesci,
why
I've always thought your
you'd always
Pesci
have to take the heat
voice
for everything.
Is the movie Easy Money. You're always the guy from Easy Money.
So this is how it got caught. Nothing with me.
I don't know if you've ever seen
it. Taking the money was
JP, but
whatever
back
they were
then,
doing, they were
more
taking
like
it,
Pesci.
and they were taking more.
No,
than
but you know,
for the
it
real
was Ronnie
cameos.
Dangerfield and
oh yeah,
caught,
for sure,
like,
the
it was a big
wisecracker.
thing.
Yeah.
I'm blessed that
But
they
because
never
he
came
smoked
to
so
me.
much
I don't know
weed,
how
it's
illegal what I
changed
was
his voice a
doing,
little
but
bit.
all they would say was, they would
Pesci,
say,
if you've never seen the movie
microphone.
Easy
I
Money,
don't do
you
a
would
Joe
love it.
Pesci
Yeah, it's a funny movie.
Oh yeah, they're gambling on horses and shit. It's great.
All right, hold on. Let this
Joe
play out for
Pesci,
1
Ronnie
second.
Dangerfield.
They just say I sound like Joe Pesci.
Yeah, you do.
So I'm just like,
See, I told Kenny I never called myself Joe Pesci.
And then, you know, next week they might have me say something like, hey, Jim,
never
it's
did.
really good that you graduated
Donald Lord
high
did.
school.
Rest in peace,
So
Sheriff.
here's the best scam, though, Ken. This is a quick one.
Give me 1 second.
The sheriff gave him the name,
that I
and it was that. So it was written.
I'm doing my show right now, but I promise you I will write you as soon as I'm done. That's a relative of mine I haven't heard from in a while and probably doesn't know I'm doing a show. So there we go.
My other account says, I thought you didn't tell lies.
Take it away, Joe.
So the other one was, I'm not a church guy, but these churches.
So, well, I'm not a church guy either, but what year did you learn that you sound like Joe Pesci? How old were you?
Well, believe it or not, when I was younger, they used to say it a lot more because my voice is a little bit more squeakier. You know,
have a good one, Earl.
I never meet a new person right now. Like if I were to go outside and meet someone, they say, "Hey, man, that guy sounds like Joe Pesci."
Right. I can see that.
Now this
Earl,
is the other
scam.
Come, this is one
did you want to come in Discord, Earl?
But it was weird.
He asked to put the Discord in the chat.
The BS hitman. You'd been the one.
He's already been in Discord. He's got my Discord.
People with fucking ball bags.
Oh, okay.
How big are you? You strike me. I'm going to guess. I'm picturing you as a shorter guy. Maybe
I'm Joe Pesci's height. I'm the same height.
I was going to guess you at 5'7".
Yeah, I'm about Joe Pesci's height.
About Joe Pesci. Okay, well, that's even better.
He said I'm about Joe Pesci's height.
I've done a lot with the Joe Pesci thing. There was times where I was
getting $700 on a radio show. He's doing all right.
Every 20 days, Kenny, and there was a little bit more involved with the 700 than I
How tall is Bullen?
There was just a little bit more.
I kind of hinted to him that I was making more.
Birthday, but it was corrupted.
I did know the Happy Birthday song was copyrighted, but I didn't know that it went away in 2013. I thought it still was.
I'm a little taller than him.
Because they
I'm
were
like
making
6'1",
money
so
off
he's
that
probably like
anytime
6 foot.
anybody
Yeah.
would sing it on television or radio. So I thought it still was. So that's news to me. I did not know that it went away 8 years ago. I didn't know that.
So these churches
Here's the
have
church
these.
story.
This is before casinos were up here.
Now,
The
when you say
original
you're not a
Pesci
church
story.
person, no, wait, for whatever reason, we've lost a few more viewers. I don't know what the deal is. All right, well, fuck them. Shit, watch it.
I remember when this was actually live. Kickflip. Remember Kickflip Demon? He messaged me.
Now,
He's like,
church meaning
I
you
hate
call
this
yourself
guy.
an atheist. I don't even go that far.
Well,
Kickflip Demon
I do
existed
believe in
yet.
karma. I think you get.
I don't know if I ever
back.
say I would hate
And,
it. I've
so
only brought
Chris
up
says that is a
Pesci.
religion
I wasn't a
in
fan of
itself.
Pesci.
That's his diet.
The first happened.
What is?
I say atheist, agnostic. I don't
Well, I don't
believe
think he
I'm
said
going
hate, but he
anywhere
was like,
once
I
I'm
don't like
dead.
this guy.
I don't believe
I
there's
think
going to be a bright
it was
light.
after the prison
I
story.
don't
Well, I
know.
never even said anything bad.
More behind
Like,
Pesci.
when they said the Vikings believe in Thor, I'm cool with that. I was a
Yeah,
Thor
yeah,
fan.
if that's what they're into.
I wish Thor was my god, to be honest. But
He said,
anyway,
I
let me
wish
tell you
Thor
this
was
church
my
thing.
god.
So before they had
Oh my
casinos up here, meaning they didn't have casinos up here for a long time.
Shit.
Yeah.
So,
Church
and
picnics,
I'm a
baby.
gambler. You know, I gamble on sports.
I am not, but I have
Beat the
been
dealer.
to-
I stopped.
I've been,
But also,
I've been to the one in
well,
Cincinnati.
also
with
this
my
time
brother.
I was like on like my end of like Bullen, so I mean it was
Oh, you'd already been around bowling for a while.
That's near Cincinnati.
definitely
I've been
here.
to the
Yeah,
one,
I was already a fan of
God,
Bullen.
that Kane wrestled with us at. God, I'm blanking out on the name of it. But I am not a gambler at all. But the only time that I did gamble any money, a friend of mine
Conjo says
gave me a
definitely something
$50
Kickflip would say. That's what he
gift
said.
thing
He was
that I
like,
could
I do
gamble
not like
chips
this
Probably
guy
on
or
like
whatever.
show number
Caesars
3.
when
He
we went to
wasn't
meet
there
Casey
night
and the
one.
Sunshine Band for dinner. And I had $50, and within $10,
Well,
I
also
owed
this was like
$500.
some like before
So I
Bullen
quit.
like went
I gave
like
Ron
super
Higgins,
deep
who
into
played
politics.
Thurston
It was,
Throckmorton on our
Well,
shows.
also,
I
like
gave him
with
back
Kickflip,
the $40.
later on,
And
he was
he
like,
went and
he
spent his
didn't,
$40,
he didn't
never
hate
won a dime.
Pesci.
I spent $10.
He
and
just
won
hated
$500.
that like
And I
Bullen
quit. And when
was
Carlo,
going to
they
that
had this like
style of
outside
show or
gambling,
whatever.
meaning you don't have to be exactly 21. It's games that the church made, and they have like a certain amount of money you can make on them. You
Gonzo
can't just
says,
go
I
out
know,
and
he
gamble
told
when you
me the
want. They
same.
got
Yeah.
restrictions.
yeah.
So I'm at, long story
Yeah,
short,
he
I'm
didn't
at
really
this
hate
game.
Pesci. He just
It's got 2
didn't like the
giant
style.
dice. Okay?
Okay. All
And
right.
it's
Hold
called
on, here's
Chuck
the church story, Schmidt.
O'Luck. So the game has 3 rules. It says behind the guy, 3 rules. I'll never forget this rule
Now,
sheet,
Pesci, was Eric
because
Rowan
this
with you
guy
on
would
this?
always go read the rules.
No, I just told this story when I met Roman at broadcasting school.
Oh, okay. So this was, who were you
And there's
with?
3 dumb.
Anybody you referred to?
Nobody that came in this chat, they would have.
No, I mean, I didn't know if it was like a Jerry or a fucking,
No.
Honest Phil or whatever.
Paul Johnson and Mike Klima.
All right.
Rules. It's throw both dice at the same time and stand
Okay.
at the line. Now these are normal dice.
This is a
sounds
true
pretty
story.
simple.
I made a fortune
So,
and I got fucking
These
fucked.
dice were like large, and the way they had this box.
Yeah, they call that game, Beat the
shooting
Dealer
for about
here.
an hour. So out of pure frustration, I do this throw and I just
Where you
throw
got to
the
roll
dice in the
higher
corner.
than a certain number,
And
right?
the dice land funny to where the 6 came up, and I noticed the dice didn't spin.
Yeah.
So I go, I'm going to try to throw it just like that with the 6 up.
Okay.
And they go up. So I start throwing these dice in the corner, and I realize I got it down pat to where the 1 dice will either say 6
Now,
or 5.
these are the giant wood
Meaning,
dice,
when
not
it
the mini
moved,
dice.
It would only move because how big the dice was. It was moving from the 6 or 5.
Okay.
So the bets on the table.
Oh, it's like the
Yeah.
big
Were-
ones. Yeah, like the
they would
stage
say a
dice.
number,
Yeah.
and you'd have to bet if it goes over this number, and you could probably bet a certain amount of numbers.
Okay.
So I'm doing that, and I'm hitting to an all-time level where they stopped the game.
Yeah, they stopped the game and had to go get cash.
Now, here's the best
they
part
didn't
of the
know what to do.
They had to go get cash.
Go get cash.
Now, how much have you made so far?
Well, because of the restrictions, Kenny, they never thought anybody would win. These games are almost set up for you to lose.
Pesci, you basically figured out a way to roll the dice that would always hit.
Let me explain to the people what. No, this is what happened. There was a bet. Roll like 10 or higher or something like that.
Because it's like beat the dealer or beat whoever the person they have there.
And
whatever.
you could just roll, and if you and you could only bet like $3-4. It wasn't like you could bet 30, 40. It was just like so. One of the ways we were throwing the dice, the 6 was coming up after time. So the odds of me getting my number over 10 or whatever it was, it might have been lower than that, was coming more times than it was.
It's the same game they have here at Catholic Picnics. It's called they call it Chuck-a-luck there, beat the dealer.
Yeah,
this isn't a meat opportunity. This is what I like to call
you're able to
nice
get like real money at those, man.
You hear that? I go,
Catholic
Kenny, this ain't a meat opportunity. This is a nice
this is real money.
opportunity.
Yeah, because like as long as you roll a 6 or better, you win money.
It's their dice opportunity.
It's like when
by
a
me,
pitcher
those charity fucking things,
he just says,
you
like,
don't get real cash if you cash out. You get like gifts. Yesterday.
No, here you get cash. Back then you get
really?
cash. Oh yeah, for sure.
Go get curveball. So
tax-free.
I found a loophole because these games outside were made by the church.
It's charitable.
Everybody made a game.
Yeah, the church made the games. This is before gambling.
The Chuck Norris guy.
There's no casino.
Carrying around the registers comes back.
My mother was a huge.
I'm gonna say the way they paid out. Like by me, it was always a gift.
Well, here in where Pesci said they give you cash. Or did.
LaGrange on his way to perform at the LaGrange Reformatory or to do a personal.
I don't understand the concept.
My mother got his autograph.
It was like weird, like we're doing gambling, but it's at church. So
now let me tell you why
it's charitable gaming.
Hold on, Schmidt. Let me finish this story, and then you can say whatever you want.
Just because I know these games were church games, they were meant to raise money. So you're telling me we're just meant to lose?
They're fucking losing money.
Here's the worst part. This is embarrassing. So he had to do another money run. This is how good I'm not breaking no rules.
No.
Let me tell you.
Let me tell you how I wasn't smoking weed and screaming.
Abiding by the rules.
Yeah.
I found a loophole. This guy goes, hey, man, because they were asking other people to shoot at the table. So when somebody else would shoot at the table, I would say,
we want him to shoot.
They would hand me the dice. Because they saw I had it. People would try to imitate me.
So how often, if you throw the dice 10 times, how many times can you get the 5 and the 6?
Kenny, this was so long ago, but I'll tell you this. They left, they got cash again. I said, I'm going to take a break. I'm with my buddy. I'm going to take a small break. He's much bigger than me. I used to travel around with bigger guys just because people used to like to mess with me.
Yeah. Not a bad idea.
We try to come back. The Chuck Norris guy goes, you can't play anymore. So, Kenny, I'm like a small guy. You know what I mean? If there's one thing that bugs me is when somebody tells me I can't do something, that I'm not even doing nothing wrong.
Yeah.
So this Chuck Norris dude just looking at me and goes, no, you can't play. I literally go to the side. This guy's 9 times my size.
Did he look like Chuck Norris?
Yeah, he looked like...
Now you got Chuck Norris and Joe Pesci. I hope you had a ball bat nearby.
Well, what my buddy said is he won't touch you. There's cops everywhere. This is a church.
Yeah, no, he ain't going to do anything.
So I
Norris,
pulled him to the side. I'm younger, Kenny. I felt bad that I went this up, but I literally was going off on the guy to where I was calling him out to where a police officer came over. Here's what pissed me off. The officer goes, what seems to be the problem over here? Instead of the guy telling the cop the story, this guy has found a loophole, sir, and we don't want to tell him that we realize we made a game that we could lose a lot of money on.
Yeah.
Instead of saying that, shutting the game down.
Right.
Because they were making money off other people. They were cleaning house, Kenny.
Cleaning up on all the other
cleaning. They were cleaning. He just tells the cop, oh, he was cheating. What? Whoa,
motherfucker.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the cop. Cop's looking at me. I'm like, the cop bought it. There wasn't even
the cop bought it.
Hey, The cop didn't even ask me my side, Kenny. I don't know if it was because of the flashy clothes I was wearing. I was in public. You know what I
mean? The cop didn't ask me my side of the story.
Everything going.
I had a hat on. I might have looked a little urban.
He said
and
because
it was
of the flashy clothes I'm wearing.
And I was younger.
Racial profiling. Racial profiling.
That's how Miller is.
Sheriff, this is what pisses me off.
You're at the church event.
Here.
I don't think
Called
you're
him a cheater.
They thought Pesci was black or something.
I was wearing hats that like rappers. I was like, I listen to a lot of rap, stuff like that.
Yeah,
but anyway,
you got profiled.
Jerseys, so the cop just
the church event is going to have all the cops from that area anyways. They're going to be there.
Yeah.
Number one rule here, you can't cheat. Sir!
I assume,
Pesci is not smoking weed at all. He's like,
hold on, listen what he says here. Hold on, listen what Bolin says here. Someone should clip this right here. Send it to Kenny. Right here. Here we go.
And then we're going to finish the story. Everybody that's in here, call your friends. Get your friends, if you got any. 2, 3, 4, 5. Get them in here to watch this fucking show. And tell them to watch this goddamn thing when it's done. And to donate in his name.
Donate my name.
This is the most entertaining guest I've ever had. I think if people do this right, we're going to get bigger numbers before it's all over.
I tell you a secret,
than Anthony Scaramucci gets, and he's doing my birthday show with me. The fans are fucking loving you. I have never seen such fan response for any of my guests, any call-ins.
Because your guests are usually boring. I couldn't stand Spider. The one guy had it looked like he was just in a hallway or some shit. I'm like,
that
he's
guy.
He's like $9 cameras and shit. I almost bought a new laptop.
I know you did. I told you not to. I told you it wasn't necessary. I told you.
Yeah.
So I ended up buying a new computer.
I really did.
So my buddy goes,
fans are loving you, man. Fans are loving you.
He said before he come on the show, my buddy goes, "Why'd you do this?" And I go, "You know what, man? I'm actually a fan of Kenny.
Is this the crib you're at now?
I've talked to this guy on the phone a couple times, and I just don't think he could say
this is when Pesci got his start.
I don't think
that's why he loves bowling no matter what.
No, I was meant you're at the same.
Yeah, that's really the story, and they walked me out. And
you can't expect Pesci to hate on bowling too much. Bowling's the one that gave him the rub initially.
But
he can have bowling all he wants, man.
And there was limited.
Joseph says it feels like yesterday.
The idea was to win, and they had these.
You were trying to win the car.
Well, just the idea.
The Monte Carlo is what they call the gambling facility.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought they had.
People can't blame Pesci for loving bowling at some extent because all the people he said, all the people he met.
Danish and microphones and wheel spins. It's called the Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
So you gamble at it. I was waiting to go in there because I play poker.
And Bowen doesn't hate Pesci. He don't hate me. He don't.
Games for a couple.
And honestly, he don't hate Barkley. He may talk shit, but he really don't.
Meaning a lot of the games were bullshit.
I'll give a
I stumbled upon a nice opportunity. The guy got mad. He said I cheated. I'm out.
So
there's a couple guys.
Shouldn't they have some proof though? Shouldn't they have proof about that?
Dude, the thing is with cops sometimes. They just hear one thing, and that's that. They got cameras on them nowadays, Kenny. They didn't have those when I was talking with these guys.
No, not back then. The body.
Pesci was like full on, like.
I'm pouring sweat because it's reminding me of the anger that this cop did to me, and I'm like, damn, I've been going to these Monte Carlos for years.
They're calling you a true Goomba.
So
Brad said.
I want everybody in here. I want 100 people in here. We got 35 right now.
I want 100 people
Everybody in here. Get somebody, 1 or 2 people to come and watch this guy. He's fucking great.
The better part.
Well, save the better part for a second. Let's get some more people in here.
Let's get some more people in here.
We're going to figure out a way to have you on the show. The fans are fucking loving you, man.
Yeah.
I think that's what turned me off initially was like, Bullen always was like, oh, Pesci,
how often
we gotta
do you want to do
get
this
so much
show?
more money before
do I
Pesci
need to
tells
do a
his
bonus
story.
show during the week where just me and
Well,
you
that was the prison store. Me and Randall donated 40
what I
apiece.
said before I got on your show? My buddy goes, "Why are you gonna do this?" And I go, "Let's make a small side bet."
Yeah.
I bet you did it tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
And our version of Gold, we have Golden Corral. I don't know which one did you say?
Well, we
you
had
did?
Golden Corral here, but they closed,
Yeah.
and I don't.
Can you tomorrow? Well, I don't know. Tomorrow, Sunday, tomorrow or Monday, whichever you want to do. Do the show where me and Randall paid $40 a piece to get you on to tell the prison story. We'll do a review of that. I'll come off for that.
All right. I think I have that one.
Know that they're going to reopen. I've been a celebrity guest at Golden Corral for 17 years.
I'm supposed to go.
I got about 30 free dinner cards sitting in my ottoman that I can't use because I don't know any of them that are open.
I'm supposed to go 50 minutes tonight. I bet you we go more than 50 minutes. A bunch of people say something like
Gonzo, you want me to time you out like boss
just my normal stories they might like, because it's just normal. But I'm actually a fan of it.
Ross is from Canada. He enjoys Mike Pesci. I have seen
Mike
nothing.
Pesci.
I haven't seen one negative comment about you all night.
He said, I haven't seen one negative comment about you all night.
Goomba at OVW. You know what? OVW's getting open back up.
Pesci, I definitely made I definitely made
about 5 hours from here.
Comment about you.
Well, no, it's 8. It used to be.
Well,
JT McCormick and Kickflip Demon hated Pesci.
In a couple of weeks.
I didn't hate
the
Pesci.
owner of Gold Star
I
Chili
initially
has invited
didn't like
me and
Pesci,
Chris up there and is going to take us to Gold Star Chili because he's part owner.
Well, also, I didn't like bowling later that night at that time, where it was like it was a very.
We just confirmed that today.
Well, of course you didn't, Joseph and Diddy. You're a fucking Guido. What did you expect? You want to go see your guy in his tracksuit? Go over and talk to Bowling.
Star Chili because he's a part owner of that. He's also part owner of another like sandwich shop. I forgot.
It's true. Even the trolls like Pesci says my other account. That is true.
Pandemic hit. And he's going to
hold
take
on
us to
now.
Jeff Ruby's, which we have one here, but Jeff Ruby's
not all
is
of them.
expensive shit.
There was one or two that
just eat at Jeff Ruby's.
didn't like Pesci because they were
Cody from up around Milwaukee area, I think, or South Dakota.
That's South Dakota.
Says bring him
South
back
Dakota.
for sure.
Oh, cool.
The one that Brad got banned on Bowling Shofar.
Well, he said bring him back for sure.
Services. They want you on the Thursday shows. Goddamn. That's Mike Pesci. He was supposed to be a Goomba.
Remember, because it was like Tuesdays and Thursday shows.
You actually.
What's the over/under on your blood pressure right now? They want to know.
Well, I'm actually starting to calm down a little bit, but
because you were screaming.
That gets me heated,
You was getting worked up when those cops were fucking with you.
That gets me mad because I've done a lot of bad things in my life. So when I'm not doing something bad, and I'm getting yelled at for doing the bad things.
Yeah, it's like me, man. Don't all the bad shit I've done, and you're gonna fuck with me when I wasn't doing anything wrong.
Well,
I mean, it just bothers.
My other account, that was also the people from down under that did that.
I look at my buddy and I
and
go,
the guy from England,
hey,
allegedly.
Do you think that this is the
show right now? I'll check in with you in a little bit.
I go, do you think this is the only fair that does Chuckle-Luck? So me and my buddy were on a mission.
$500 fucking dollars.
We were gonna go find a way.
I could make $2,000 to $4,000 a week, depending how dedicated. Assuming I did this, a person could make $2,000 to $4,000 a week, doing that thing, and that lasted from 86 to 90.
Kroger meat scam.
Overall, yeah, but
Kroger never did that though. They never double your money back. Never.
Maybe
my dad worked there forever. I worked there.
Get greedy about it, you know.
We started calling all the Catholic churches and finding out when they were going to have their monthly summer Monte Carlo gambling thing. So here's where I got screwed over.
The races or whatever they called it.
Places. We started finding out we can't find Chuckle-Luck.
I worked at a Kroger.
So here's the craziest part about the story.
Yeah,
30
they
days
give you the
by.
menu.
Hang on.
Right.
None of
they give you a gift card or an
exchange.
That's it.
Everybody in here needs to get 1 or 2
or
friends
your money back on your card or whatever.
I don't know. It's like they have no friends other than me.
But it also depended on what it was too. It had to be a grocery.
Actually, I like listening.
I guess we have broke the $200 mark. The donations.
Gonzo, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
So counting your
Jacob Waters was supposed to donate
Can you afford $125?
Bob already sent the money.
No, I don't like it that much, but hey, this ain't Clay. Maybe Clay Conrad.
They didn't get that.
I don't like it that much, Bo, and he's still laughing.
Jacob Waters made Filipinos goddamn starve and goddamn go without water.
Dice, and then you can drop
they didn't have a basketball court.
We'll definitely make times where I throw you money and we'll figure it out. Like I said, you're a man of donations, Kenny, and I'm a donating man.
Line of the night.
So let me finish this story real quick.
All right, go ahead. Here we go. This is good. Somebody wants to hear.
I'm a donating kind of guy.
There we go. He wants to hear your bad shit.
I sell marijuana and I've been to prison twice.
Have you been to prison
Kenny
twice?
is a show about donations, and I'm a donating kind of guy.
We're gonna save that for your next appearance.
We're gonna save that for your next appearance.
I go, I wonder if Kenny, if I tell someone goes, you gonna tell Scotty who you are? And I go, you know what? I respect Mr. Bullet too much to lie to him.
Yeah.
Now I go, he better be careful. He better be careful what he asks me. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be one of these guys that goes, yeah, I work at Levin or some shit. Now,
what did you not? Don't tell me what you did. I don't even want you to tell me what you did.
Yeah,
we're gonna save it for the next show.
Oh, there you go. The
what
prison
did you not
story
learn the first time you went to prison that made you go back again?
Well, actually, no. I'll tell you something. This is
or is it as simple as I needed the money?
No, this is a real comment.
This
is actually. I've actually wished I could. My mom and dad could hear this comment. They're around, but I wish they could hear this comment. Honestly, when I got out of prison the first time, Kenny, prison's all about what's your support group when you get out, and I was so ashamed the first time I went. I didn't call anybody. I've never been a guy that when I'm down to call somebody else for help.
Right.
And I was ashamed that I went to prison because my parents are good.
I mean,
they're good.
That's a natural feeling, and your parents sound like they got.
So when I got out of prison, Kenny, here's the problem: you get out of prison, your clock starts rolling.
It does. Now remember, I don't want you to tell me what you went to prison for.
I'm not.
We're going to do
that.
I'm
telling you why I went back.
We're going to raise money for that.
Hey, Pesci, he's already set up that money. He's like, I'll get people to donate to make this motherfucker tell the story. And then we did.
Don't say
nothing. People on here wanting you to leave voice messages under.
I was ready to smoke weed.
Yeah, hey, just another day in my neighborhood, Kenny, and I'm not Mr. Rogers. You know what I'm saying? But this is why I went back. So when I got out of prison, it took me a while to answer that question. Okay. When I got out of prison, so this is what I'm looking
needed,
at.
BC.
I have zero job. I don't have a skill. What am I going to do? I had a broadcasting thing, but now I got a felony.
1911.
No radio place is just going to hire a random felon out of order.
Probably not easy. Not in the old days. Now these days, I'm not so sure. These days they'll fucking hire anybody.
And I'm not a handyman. So when I got out of prison,
he said handyman.
It was what? Go to a shop. I don't even know
what year did you get?
I don't even know how to take care. This was 08. This about 08. Okay. Yeah, because see, I moved to Cleveland. It's the only reason why I went to prison because of suburbia. We'll get into that. You know, there's difference between cities.
We'll get into here. Then I said we'll get into that.
Yeah.
So I basically went back to prison because here I am.
Yeah, if you did the shit you did in Cleveland, you wouldn't be in trouble.
Yeah. I got to get my license and car back.
It's like Louisville to fucking
the first people I run into are the people that, you know, the only people that are giving guys like convicts jobs is people that do convict shit.
Also, like Bolin, like pretend like
look at Bolin. Hey, look at Bolin. Look at Bolin.
Giving convicts jobs.
I got him laughing.
Convict shit. That ought to be on your fucking resume.
And I'm not going to McDonald's. McDonald's.
He loved the story.
How old are you right now?
I'm 38. I'm 38.
I'll be 61 in 2 weeks. All right.
Now I am. Now I'm blessed now because
my son's 30. My son's 34, so he's in your ballpark.
My two best friends, Phil and Pat, they're twin brothers. They know who I am deep down, so they let me run their car lot, meaning I'm the head seller there. I get the cars, I do the talking, I help them bid on it.
Bolin has no idea.
I've been a part of this for years now.
Seller.
This was one of the things that has helped me out. But going back to prison, I was scared.
Bolin doesn't understand.
I'm a guy that's never.
He don't give a fuck. Bolin was never listening to
find out why you went to prison the first time. Then we're going to find out why you went the second time.
All Bolin's thinking is, I'll get people to pay money to hear this guy tell a story.
I don't even want you to tell me off the air.
You're gonna love it.
We're sneaking up on the 2-hour mark. Fans are loving you.
That's all he was thinking. He was like, I can get money off this guy. Like, people will pay to hear this guy.
How long are you going till today?
I'm the king of the 2-hour show. I do them all the time.
I'm the king of the 2-hour show.
9:35. That'd be 2.5 hours. I'm entertaining myself.
Yeah, at one point I was the king of the $5.
From now on, though, when you're on the show, you type Mike Pesci because that's.
I'll just put Pesci in.
Hear that? I said I'll just put Pesci in. That was the last time I called myself on my real name.
Pesci. That's fine. Just do it now. I think you can do it now.
Can I do it now? I'm not really good with computers, Kenny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They didn't teach that in prison, did they?
No. Well, I mean.
Yeah, I don't think I can change your name if you type that one in. Now you might have to.
Hey, read Gonzo's comment, Pesci.
You're on mute right now. You're on mute. Probably because you're trying to type your name. We'll worry about that the next time.
Saying, no, Pesci, no Schmidt, give me the money.
Yeah. He could have way more money if he would just let us be on with him and not do stupid shit.
That's all right.
Honestly, dude, if he just let the trolls come around, the motherfucker would make
I'm not typing any names in right now, Kenny, because I got to get a new piece here.
He's stupid.
That's all right. That's all right. We'll worry about that on the next show. Don't worry about it.
We're going to have to figure out a way. I don't know. We'll have to figure out some kind of segment we can do where sometimes people don't know who I am, and you can kind of add them in and just, I don't know. I can play some kind of part. I'm pretty good at it.
We got some more comments here. Let's get some comments up. Yeah,
Hey, Pablo's saying hello right now.
Pablo does. Pablo's very proud of you.
Rest in peace,
Pablo. Do you see all the comments or only the ones I put up on the screen?
No, it actually has comments. Did we finish the church gambling story? Yeah, the story of the finish of it was I was certain.
You got escorted out.
She's right. No. She's right. Here's what the end of that was. So me and my buddy were calling for a while to find this game Chuck-a-Luck again because we knew it was a Christian church. So, Kenny, here's this kicker. We happened to go to a random Monte Carlo. Now, the game was called Chuck-o-Luck. Like I told the cop, sir, the game's called Chuck-o-Luck, meaning it's an all-luck game. How do you cheat? But anyway.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I wish I'd have been the judge for that. I wish I'd have took Herman Munster's place. I'd like to have been the judge for that one.
We walk into this Monte Carlo. And they got church games. Now, I looked to the right and I said, let's do a quick lap, get a funnel cake, maybe a draft or something. So we go in here, and then there's this game called Tossing Eights. And I realized that Chuck-o-Luck is only called Chuck-o-Luck at the Menor Church. This game exists at other churches. It's just called a different game.
It's got a different name.
He's ready to go steal from all the other churches.
Kenny, this is awesome. Now, this one they stopped real quick, but I didn't get kicked out. Because they were honest about it.
If bowling was
kind of
mobile,
like a dumber card.
bowling was mobile.
I said I was playing like I was a retard.
A dumb guy. They had no clue.
I was playing like a retard.
I do some throws. They make a few bucks, right?
All right, hang on. Can now call him Mike the Goomba Pesci, Mike the Guido, Pesci or Mike, the handyman, Pesci, kind of like Ben Hameen or the Moose, because we are digging this
Pesci
guy.
hit
Also,
pause
happy early birthday. Thank you.
I have a question.
I tell you what, I was prepared to end this show.
All right. So you called around to other, it's always Catholic churches that do this. So they just changed the name of the game? Is that basically what it was?
I only saw the game twice ever. It was basically, and the other place that had it, it wasn't the same. So we made money, but not as much. Because I was playing we were trying to act like we didn't know what we were doing.
So what was the advantage that you figured out? I remember you told us before.
I told you those. It was the giant wood dice. There's a way. You could shove the dice in the corner to where the other one might pop around, but the other one you could get right on the 6 almost all the time.
Because you figured out if you threw it into the corner.
The bet was you were betting that you would roll over a certain number. That was the bet.
Beat the dealer. If the dealer has a 6, you got to roll a 7 or better.
And it was church rolls, so you might only be able to bet $3 or $4.
Well, I'm saying
you might only be able to bet $4 at a time.
Pesci's not wrong, because here, when we do the Catholic Church picnics, you don't have to pay no IRS bullshit if you win $3,000. It's part of charitable gaming. That's the whole draw of it. Pay $100 per chance to win $15,000, and it's tax free because it's charitable gaming.
$3,000 you wouldn't have to pay tax regardless.
Well, I mean, if you go to Churchill Downs at the fucking Derby fucking place, anything over $600, they expect you to fucking file an IRS thing on it. But if you go to the actual
you get the form,
right. Or if you go across on the riverboats in Indiana for the casinos, the Hard Rock, whatever.
I like how the name of this account that was donating, and I think this account did stay long. What? It must have been like a one-night thing, or this was somebody different. Where the Stimmies at, they disappeared.
show in an hour tonight because I just didn't think because he built himself up. He was telling me how
Kenny
great
said
he was
we were
be,
only going an
fans
hour.
are going to love him. That never works. That's never going to pan out. I got to figure out a way to have you on way more often. You might be if you want to do it. I mean, I don't know how busy you are, but if you want to do a weekly show, we might have to do it.
A weekly show.
Just
me and you doing it. I'm sure you are.
Hey, Pesci, right then he was like, "Damn,
but it looks
I
like
can make money with this guy."
Figure out a way to do a bonus show.
But the ending of that story is, I went to that church.
You might take Vampiro's place.
Pesci, you know the thing was with Vampiro, you're not really getting to see the.
This
Vampiro,
one's on my channel,
like
so no, I don't know.
People saw
the actual date.
Right, that's why
I think it
people
was like
saw
March.
you on Russo's network,
March the
and they were
4th,
like me, like who the hell is this
2021.
guy? That was, I'll be honest,
Almost
that's what
4
I
years
said.
ago.
I was hurt when I realized you were a good guy. I don't know if that makes me a bad guy, but I was hurt.
You're apparently a bad guy. You've been to prison.
I was hoping Bolin was a bad guy.
Kenny, up here though.
I've never been to prison. I ain't gonna say I shouldn't have gone a couple of times, but
they got private prisons up here, meaning in suburbia. You could do the smallest thing, but if you do it multiple times,
said they don't want you to get hurt or beat up because they're making money on you.
Meaning, I didn't go to the like.
Well, supposedly Biden is putting an end to this fucking profitable prison bullshit.
Yeah, right.
Because anytime you're making a
they all
profit
make
off
money
prisoners,
off of it.
Making a profit off kids,
this is when Biden just got elected.
Foster homes and shit. Anytime it's a profit,
it was March the 4th, 2021, Pesci.
They don't want you out of prison.
Almost 4 years ago.
Because they're making money off your ass. They're making money off these kids, and that shit's got to be done away with.
And then the probation is set up where you'll almost fail. And that's
where you almost you can't possibly live up to what they're wanting you to do.
They want felony probation. They want to come to your house. Can you imagine if you had some lady going in your underwear drawer and shit? You know what I mean? It's like you got to be
like
underwear drawer.
So
basically,
I
think about this.
There, man, I got
China and India both have like $1 billion people, and we have like 300 million people.
Same day.
They have 3 times as many people, but they have like a quarter of the amount of prisoners we have.
75 bucks in a month. That ain't bad money for anybody.
Well, this was about 35 days later.
That would almost pay Jimmy Cornette's expenses there in a month.
Like you would say, right hand to your God.
Oh, wait a minute.
Right
hand. Grizzly Bolin says, and then he decided to be friends with the trolls and ruined everything.
So,
my hand to your God.
They admitted the loophole and they shut the game down.
But it'll be to yours.
Did you hear me though?
I didn't. Go ahead.
They said there's a loophole in this game, and they actually shut the game down and started calling me a cheater. And that was the last time I saw Chuck-O-Luck. You know, there was
unbelievable.
I can tell you, there was a time.
Did you ever find it at another church?
Hey Billy, how
another
you
good
doing?
story is how I had to pay $10,000 for putting on the slider costume at the Indians game.
You're up $7,500 already. What did they wanted you to pay $10,000?
Well, my buddy was one of the mascots at the Cleveland Indians, Slider.
Yeah, I know Slider. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
They took Chief Wild.
The guy doesn't like me too much, but I called him my friend.
He's mad because they took Chief Wild.
If you're going to take the name from the Washington Redskins, and then we'll get into your story.
Redskins and Indians, though. Wait.
That means the Indians, and now the Indians are considering changing theirs, right? Isn't this the last year of the Indians?
It's already done. I don't.
What do they call it now?
Probably just the Cleveland No Ones at the moment.
Is it the Cleveland No One?
I don't think so. They haven't announced it.
The Cleveland baseball team, like the Washington football team.
I'm usually all over these things, and I don't see it. I
haven't heard of another name, but I heard the Indians is going away. Now, how long can the Chiefs go? How long can the Florida Seminoles go?
Why would you get rid of that?
So you got the Florida State Seminoles, you got the Kansas City Chiefs, you got the Chicago Blackhawks.
University of Illinois.
They want to take Cherokee away. Chief Cherokee. They want to get rid of Cherokee.
And I'm quarter Cherokee.
But what's fucked up is
like, give a fuck.
Like if you go on actual Indian reservations, their favorite teams are like the Braves, the Chiefs, the Florida State, the Redskins, the whatever.
Yeah.
FSU.
How about the Cleveland Chuck-O-Lucks? I like that.
They pay so much money.
Well, of course, they pay for
the Seminoles.
See if they're even going to play the game that day.
They put the word luck in the game.
Like the dude with the fucking
Sir,
the Redskins are like, I understand, like, it's
he
like
knew who Hazelwood was, though, Joseph. He was still around.
I've been upset. I'm not a fan of our owner. I don't like the way he spends. He traded our best player.
Owner? I don't know your owner. Who owns the Indians?
He's actually related to the guy that owns the Knicks. He's one of the Dolans.
So So he's related to a guy that owns the Knicks?
Yeah, there's like multiple Dolans out there that are rich.
All right. I didn't know that.
Billy Sellers is doing good.
And basically, this guy, we had a great player in Francisco Lindor, like really, really good. And
I didn't know that about the Seminoles. Apparently, they pay the. Well, can't.
Hey, Pesci.
I guess you can't pay the Redskins, and you can't pay just all the Indians. I mean, I should be getting some money if that's the case.
Pesci,
Florida State does a good job with their presentation, though, I thought.
Hang on. It looks like we got a PayPal donation here.
Oh, hang on.
I guess so. There we go.
Hang on. There we go.
Marines, if I'm reading that correct, Rodriguez just donated $10. So thank you very much. We greatly appreciate that. Let me see if I have any other
dude,
PayPal
he got rid of a lot of people. People you don't even remember.
Yeah, and Joseph Stahl donated 10. So there we go. So there's $20.
See, another person we don't remember
has been here.
Look, we didn't even mention donations all night, and you got the donations.
No, that's what I'm saying. He got money. He didn't mention shit.
J.J. Arwood, I haven't seen him.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, that's your wife. Okay. Oh, now she's my girl.
There we go. J.J.
I have not seen your.
We gonna have both on show.
You know me. I'm a horrible human being. I'm not as bad as this guy. I haven't been to prison twice.
No, okay.
I mean,
should have been.
Pesci.
Probably, but.
Pesci's what I thought of,
but
man.
you are definitely the most popular guest I've ever had, and that includes all my celebrity. I don't think my celebrities get
most
this big of a
popular
pop.
guest.
I have never seen an outpouring of affection that you have gotten tonight. We definitely. I don't know if you can do one every week, whether we need to do one once a month or every 2 weeks, but we will do at least once a month. We might even do more than that.
And it's funny about Vampiro. When I was watching his show with you, I wondered if he actually ever got to hear some of your promo videos.
Oh, he hasn't. I can assure you, he hasn't.
Because I remember you were going to tell him the meat story, and he goes, "I don't know English," or something. Or he's like, you were trying to tell him.
That's because Vampiros don't give a fuck about it.
Well, you listen to the shows very closely. You recite shit that I can't believe you even paid attention to.
Kenny, here's the thing with you, and I'm going to be honest. Ever since I saw that first
Don't be honest. I won't like you no more. Don't be honest.
Oh, that's true.
Go right ahead.
But I always said, man, I go, what this guy does in those videos, like, you remember your old co-host, how you doing, Kenny, Callie, or whatever?
Callie did have a bit of a rough voice.
I'm hanging in there, Kenny.
DJ Callie, she was a DJ. Now, sometimes the voice was rough, but she actually had a soft voice. But her DJ
about
voice
Billy.
was a little rougher than her real voice.
I don't even know who she was. It just said Kenny
Bowling. Back on a deep dive.
Well, I was way more famous than her. I was giving her the rub. More
Billy Sellers, don't send no money to Pesci.
That's how I came across from you. And
tell Billy Sellers not to send you money.
How many of your fans actually became a fan
Billy,
of what
don't
side
send him no money. We're not asking for money, brother.
I found out they're actually two different.
Please.
Do you really think we can saturate the Pesci market? Do you even think that could possibly be done? We're probably either going to do every 2 weeks or every 4 weeks. Just
Joseph Venditti, we know, special. Brother. We're good.
Every week might be a little much for me and you to try to keep up with
he said Pesci gave that show life.
But
he
let's
did.
think on it.
Sure.
I mean, fuck, if it makes money, we'll do it every day.
Well, your show, like I said, I got the multi-screen set.
Hey, Pesci. So he said if it makes money, we'll do it every day. That's why he did.
And the funniest thing is the first show I ever listened to live did donations.
Oh my God!
I made a comment. And
I want you to say hello to my sweet friend Jennifer Parfin. She's the ice cream lady that helps me raise.
He said, Pesci, if it makes money, we'll do it every day. And then he fucking did, like fucking 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
Yes, say hello to.
Yeah, he's like, say hello to. He goes, well, fuck it. He said, if this money
makes
every 4 weeks money
or every day.
Yeah, we'll do it every day. And then Pesci, what did we do? 120 something days together, like live.
Yeah.
In a row. Dude, what did he make? Like $8,000 or something like that.
He made way more than that.
Hey, and Pesci, remember, this was before. Okay, think about this, Pesci. Before you ever, this is your first appearance, March 4th, 2021. Pesci, I was there a year before, plus. I gave him $7,000 before this happened. Before this show happened, I gave him $7,000.
Damn.
That's what I'm saying. Like he already had the mold. That's why he said,
ice cream for the
It's why you
Filipino
said,
kids.
if you could be here every day, make this kind of money, you'll be here every day. And then it happened.
We have fed probably over 700 or 800 kids ice cream since we've
Look,
been
700 kids ice cream.
The rice and the
I remember
and
you
all
before
that. And unfortunately, there's a neighborhood where she lives to where the winds got very. It wasn't quite a typhoon, but blew down a bunch of banana trees, which is a food source for so many of those people. And
but
so
this is crazy to me now. It's like, fuck.
Because a lot of those
this
people,
was like
if they're
after
hungry,
$7 grand.
It was like a bowl of
Christmas one,
and he was drinking
that grows on the trees. Well, it blew a lot of them down, and she said a lot of those people needed those banana trees.
Well, Billy Sellers says I'm gonna give you money when he gets paid, Pesci. Billy Sellers, don't send no fucking money.
The ice cream lady. So say something nice to Jennifer, as Joe Pesci would say it.
Jennifer, we appreciate everything you're doing for the people in the Philippines.
There you go, and she lives there too, and so does Mango Jennifer, who is currently in Manila,
probably could
trying
buy
to
their
get her
account. Probably could
to get her a better job.
Yeah, I'm sure Bolin did.
Jennifer goes back to work very soon with her company, and she'll be making better money again soon.
I'm just saying, $7 grand before Pesci ever showed up was a lot of money.
I like Conan Always. Don't ever get a lie.
DJ Eric and JJ can confirm that. They counted it.
I did. Don't ever let. As a matter of fact, when I start telling stories, he says, Kenny, you've already told me that story. I said, well, let me tell it again. I might have changed the finish.
I'll change the finish. Yep. That's what he always says. Let me tell it again. I'll change the finish.
A bigger pop than that. Lurie's the man.
Oh,
Pesci's the man.
That's a friend of mine, Philip Harford. That's the guy
Philip
I work
Harford?
with.
Oh, you work with him?
Yes, I do.
Now, why was your friend saying why are you doing Kenny's show? He didn't want you to do my show? Did he have
No. People want. I told people that I'm going to go on your show and I'm going to do well.
And do the whole show. Did they not believe you'd get to do the whole show?
I don't want to say anybody didn't believe me, but, when you're going on live, people have different thoughts. And I just said, you know what? I feel comfortable talking to Kenny, and I just know I don't think there's anything you could say that would bother me, and I'm just a fan of you.
Well, that's one thing about me, and I apparently got this from my Aunt June. My mother said that she told me this when I was a teenager. She said, your Aunt June can wine and dine with the rich and famous and sit under a bridge and eat with the homeless, and she'll be comfortable in either place. And that is something that I definitely stole from her. I've never met anybody that I didn't like unless they gave me a reason not to. I don't care how much money you got. I don't care how poor you are. I am just as comfortable with Mark Cuban and Anthony Scaramucci, who are multi-millionaires, as I would be with you, who says you've been to prison twice, as I would be with Munchie. Munchie's a hobo, and I'm going to have Munchie on my show.
You and Mark Cuban share a lot of the same views, believe it or not.
Pesci, he did have that Munchie, the hobo guy. He did have the hobo guy who used to ride the train. He did have him on his show later.
He called me about 2 hours after the show, and Scaramucci, a big Jesus guy, diehard Catholic, a devout Catholic, and he knows I'm an atheist, agnostic, whatever the fuck I am. And he called me about 2 hours after the show, and I was watching the Cincinnati Reds. It was last summer. And he heard the baseball game going on in the background. He says, Kenny, Anthony Scaramucci, man, I didn't mean to bother you. It sounds like you're watching baseball. I said, the Reds are getting beat 10-3. Fuck the Reds. I said, what can I do for you? I said, fuck your Anthony Scaramucci. I'll take your call. And so I paused the Reds and talked to him. He says, Kenny, I just wanted to thank you for having me on your show again. I really love doing your show. You're so real. You're way different than any of the other shows that I do. That's why I really love.
Oh my God!
It's funny he says that because I couldn't figure out what Bolin was the real one for my first 30 days listening to you, but then I eventually caught on.
Well,
hey, let me ask you.
I said I eventually caught on.
He went on to say, "You and I have a connection." He says, "I don't know what brought us together. We're really from two different ends of the world." He said, "But you and I have a connection, and I want you to know that you're my friend and you will always be my friend." I said, I cannot tell you how much that means to me.
There you go.
And he's about to be on my show for the 6th time, March the 16th. And he does CNN, MSNBC, Fox, all the network. He's on every fucking network every night. He's got their own podcast they do called Salt Talks. He's worth $9 billion, and he calls me his friend.
So listen, you were on Russo's brand, and you did an episode where I was trying to figure out, is Kenny saying these comments because he just wants to
so listen to this. I point out.
So let me tell you the comment.
This young woman comment. Listen
it was at the end of the show. Now, I know this comment's real just because I know you, and there's nothing wrong with the comment because people say it.
All right.
You know, Russo's got that church audience.
He does have the church audience, yeah.
So at the end of the show, Kenny just goes, and I like young women, and you will deal with that. And that was, I'm like, my favorite part was you weren't on the show
I didn't know how young at that time.
That's human. So you weren't on the show, but see, Russo has like he likes young women. I don't want to put everybody in there, but he's like, you know.
Yeah, he's got a large church.
So I go, they're saying he's running off the fans. Did he make that comment because he knows women are going to be out there pissed that this guy made a comment like that? So I thought you were like in story mode, and you're like, man, I'm pissed at these guys. I'm going to say something that they're going to remember.
You mean on Russo's show? Yeah, I did like pissing Russo's people off.
Because it was after an episode where you got they were editing you, everything you said. I remember I was listening to videos. Kenny's like,
I never saw the post shows. I only know what I did live. I had no idea they were editing me. I didn't know that.
Oh, I was sick about it, and I listened to those guys.
I'm actually learning that for the first time tonight. I did not, because I never listened to the post show, so I did not know they were editing me.
Then they did that. Kenny's getting bullied.
He said we got some Filipinos.
Lawler, I was upset at you when you sold yourself out to the fans. I believe it was 2010. You called Lawler
baby
out.
boy,
and I was like, damn, how's Kenny going to let these guys saying he's being bullied when he's the biggest bully in the room when he opens his mouth? I was just upset because I love you, Kenny. And, you know, as a guy that loves you, I hated to see you like that because here you got 4 people standing around you feeling bad. And, hey, this guy's the biggest heel in the room. You don't need to tell him shit. That's just how I felt.
Let's say Kenny was the biggest heel in the room.
I'm not a member of the full.
A member of Bowling Services.
When did you declare yourself a member of Bowling Services?
I'll tell you this, Kenny. Who is the name
Joseph
that you used in Lawler's video when you're like, blah, 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 referred me? I can't think of his name. Who was the guy who said it was a referral and fucking Lawler said that guy's a con man, he's a liar? And I'm like, what?
Now, hang on. There was Clay Conrad that we thought was the announcer.
Clay Conrad,
God damn it, he died recently.
And I don't know his name, but you kept saying Dennis
Corlew. Clay Conrad was the announcer in between Lance and Dave.
No, Dennis Corlew is the god uncle.
Who remembers who I kept saying gave me the phone number? Not Clay Conrad, but whoever this is, he had a show. I think on Arcadian Vanguard. I think Ryan Last gave him a job, and I'm blanking out on his name. I had dinner with him in Memphis about 4 years ago. He passed away. No, it wasn't Clay Conrad.
No, it wasn't Clay Conrad. That's what you were calling Glenn.
That's what I was calling Walter's co-host, Glenn. Yeah, that's what I was calling. I said someone else referred me there and gave me the phone numbers, and they.
Sean Smith's gonna pop in here, baby.
Danny?
He passed away recently, like a year ago.
I'll tell you, that's
we thought maybe he died of COVID. He was on the Arcadian.
We thought we might have died of COVID. God damn.
No, I do not miss Trump yet.
He said we thought he might have died of COVID. God damn.
Do that regularly.
Well, we thought Boss Man and goddamn Sean Smith died of COVID, but we never knew.
He had a show on Arcadian Vanguard.
What the fuck?
And he kept saying his name as the referral.
I know his name is fucking no man.
And Lawler's like, I don't
say his name. He appears.
Scott Bowden.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah, Scott Bowden gave me the number. Scott Bowden referred me here, and then no, Scott Bowden didn't. He ain't got no goddamn.
Lawler called him a liar. He said
that would be a bold move,
though. Liar. And yeah, he got a show on Last Network, and Scott didn't actually strike me as a podcast guy.
When Jerry Lawler dies, I probably will cry.
Kenny, that's what
I heard he got sick and he died in California, and I heard he had a real good job out there.
You're
working for Disney.
He ain't well, I know that.
You're a fan of heels. I'm a fan of heels.
Even I've
always
talking about it. I'm like, dude, Lawler.
Never liked the baby faces.
His stroke fucked him up.
I've never liked the baby faces.
Which is horrible.
Here you are, how bad
he also won't talk about him
like,
because
I heard Lawler laugh a couple times.
Puts a little
what killed
attention
that
on
video
him,
was at
dude.
the end, and you probably didn't hear it.
I mean, even Bolin has enough respect for him to not talk about that.
I did hear. I have to admit.
I don't mean like that, but I think Bolin already gets a little negative attention. He doesn't want to get associated.
Glenn told me that.
I mean, I get that, but.
Yeah,
but he don't want to like
it was really on point
because it was believable
because you swore and Lawler
don't like that,
and it sounded like he was pissed about that.
He actually was pissed
Okay, that was believable. I'm like, either Lawler's doing
that's why I did
job.
it, because I knew it was going to piss him off.
They found the
knew,
missing
now,
miners, right?
You and Cornette might do that on your show. We don't do that here. Well, fuck what you do on your show. You don't tell me what to fucking say, because I had to be hot. I was expecting my meal to be comped, and they didn't want to comp my meal. And the sirens, and Glenn thought he was doing a good job, but everybody, and even with the sirens, 70% of the people thought that, maybe 80 thought that shit was real.
Yeah,
they really thought I went to prison, because Maya dressed me up in
That's
prison
what's
garb
up
when
is
I
like
got home,
WWF, WWE, whatever.
under my eye,
They made Lawler an announcer. Like when he first popped up there, he could have been like a contender.
I went to prison, and I looked rough as shit. Maya's got the picture somewhere. I'm sure I've got them. He said,
like,
Lawler sounded pissed
made him
the
an
whole
announcer.
episode. Well, that's because Lawler and I both are great workers.
I
mean, Lawler and I have been dear friends for
it was always
years. He does not like my views on Trump. That's why he may not do this.
Well, also, they didn't help that.
Now, I don't know where I got
he got
Barkeep
accused of some
from.
creepy shit.
Probably an episode.
And they made him
Barkeep,
right?
They made him
so
a
now
creepy
I say Barkeep if someone
I
want to
like
fucking
Vince was like, you're an
Barkeep.
announcer now.
So that's what I called. I knew
well,
I was
also,
gonna get a
you had
kick
like
out of it.
pedophile
Hey,
allegations.
Barkeep, bring me my food.
We're gonna have you like do
that's
like
not a Barkeep.
the most
He's
fucking,
a fucking chef. You know, well, he didn't say fucking.
Yeah, Vince
and
did have
Lawler
like
cusses like a sailor.
Right?
Lawler just cusses like a sailor his whole life. I don't
it's
know
just
why
the
he
idea
doesn't
like
cuss on
they
his
made
shows
him
or he
like
gets so offended by it.
Announcer.
My first
gimmick.
1 or 2 years in podcasting were clean as well, but people didn't like
puppies,
that.
Yeah.
When I started cussing everybody out and giving everybody
Like,
shit,
dude,
the
Jerry
ratings
Lawler,
went
like
through the
Bret
fucking
Hart,
roof.
all those guys, they'll
So
tell you. Jerry Lawler,
the highest new videos. Check it out, and dude, like you said,
how many did it get? Do you know?
When I check, here's what's funny is Kenny. Sometimes I'll play your videos just to play them because I don't know. I don't know if views help you.
Stone Cold will tell you.
Well, not on Lawler's show. They help me on mine, but they don't help me on Lawler's. But that's fine. I mean,
yeah, I
got two shows I'm very proud of.
Both examples of like
the second one we talk about.
Don't idolize your heroes.
Yeah.
So if you haven't
dude,
heard that
Lawler,
one, check that
like
one out.
for me, Lawler was fucking awesome.
Oh, I wanted two big reds. That's what
Lawler
it was.
the champ.
The big red.
It was
splash.
like, this guy's great.
And you told Lawler.
Big red splash was enough.
Bill Dundee, Jerry Lawler, Jerry Jarrett, Jeff
Jarrett. I wonder where that
is,
Joseph.
Eddie Gilbert
for 4 dinners.
Bam Bam Bigelow before he went to WWF.
Big Red was a famous wrestler that was in the Memphis territory for a while, and
I mean,
Jerry actually named one of his
every wrestler ever came through here at the Gardens.
Yeah.
It's fucking amazing.
You know what's crazy is when it comes to Jerry, it just seems like his podcast, and I think that's why he doesn't get as many views as it should. As he doesn't really seem like Lawler on there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
I think it's also like a thing where wrestling doesn't get like the fair shaking, where it's like music or like
podcasts are on WWE Network,
films and stuff.
He'll go into some stuff, but you know he's not going to
separate the artist.
He's not going to do what he and I did before he was on WWE Network.
Yeah, and
I think wrestling doesn't get.
And Austin told me he had me on. He says, I said, I'm shocked you had me on. I said, you probably
also because those guys insisted that they were athletes, they weren't performance artists.
He says, and this was pre-show.
Someone said Popovich is retired.
I don't care anymore. He says, I know what you do. I'm very familiar with your work. You entertain the hell out of me, and as long as
Joseph Vendetti says, one day it'd be cool if you had the episode where Russo was a guest and you met him for the first time on the show.
Here watching that are entertained. And
I
think as the word
like,
gets out about you,
Bolin was like, yeah, Pesci was mad because I didn't give him a shine with Russo.
And I think our after views are going to be pretty good. I mean, we might only have 150 on YouTube or 150 on Facebook or maybe 100 on Periscope. I have no idea. I never know till the shows are over.
And your communication, when you do the phone thing, I like that. You know, what's funny is I used to try, because I'll comment to Russo.
Pesci, did you see that Greg Popovich is retiring after this year?
Graze over the question. And I just kind of like how you kind of could open up a conversation with you where you're actually, you know, mingling with the fans.
Popovich is retiring,
right?
Allegedly. ESPN's
reporting. Anybody that wants to call in and interact with me and Pesci here for before we wrap the show up.
No one called in.
I'm going to try to wrap it up in about 5
later, Billy.
I think there will be some pretty much careful what you ask, because I don't
like to lie.
That's pretty much it.
Liar.
Well, there you guys have it. The fucking first episode.
Yeah, but Pesci, Greg Popovich is retiring after this season, according to ESPN.
Really?
Pesci kept asking Bolin to put him over to Russo. He didn't get a word in. Yep, that's right. He didn't. Yeah, I remember that Pesci. Bolin's like, Pesci is mad because he didn't put me over to fucking Russo.
Schmidt, you don't think Popovich will do like the Belichick?
No. I think Popovich is old. He'll just be done. He's won what fucking 5 titles, right?
You're old as fuck, like basketball. He might do like a college team or some shit.
Popovich has like 5 titles, right? With the Spurs, right?
Oh,
yeah, I mean he ain't going nowhere.
At least some with the Admiral, and right, he has some with
Duncan, Kawhi. King ain't gonna put me over with Russo, says the obvious 5. Shish Kebab and Hazelwood Boss Man and Sausage says he's overrated like Mike Tomlin. Okay, Boss Man. Pesci, do you think Mike Tomlin is overrated? I don't think he's overrated.
We already been over this.
Exactly. Pesci, hey, let's just say this. Pesci has been a long-suffering Cleveland Browns fan. He wishes the last 16 years were what Mike Tomlin did in Pittsburgh, right? You would take Pittsburgh's record in 16 years of Mike Tomlin. That means 1 Super Bowl championship, number 1, and never a losing record ever.
If Johnny Manziel wasn't a blowhead, that season probably could have been a little different. It might not have been great, but
yeah, but come on, Cleveland ain't gonna be good until they get the right owner and general manager or whatever.
Hey man, I already called it. Chicago, once the witch dies, and the witch has died, we're gonna.
That's right. The old lady, what's her name?
Oh, McCaskey.
The Hallis lady, right?
Virginia McCaskey. Yeah.
Virginia McCaskey. The Bears. Bulls. Yeah, they're going to draft, are they going to go with Dion's kid or what? What are we doing here? I mean, they might get it.
It's not really Dion's kid.
Their ride is overrated as well. No, he's not. Fucking Spurs didn't have shit until Tim Duncan got there with David Robinson. And then they had Sean Elliott. And then later on, Manu Ginobili and blah, blah, blah. And Tony Parker, etc. Yeah. Pesci, would you say Popovich is a great coach? I would, right? I mean, come on.
Well, what am I going to say? No, he's actually not a great coach.
Oh, I'm just saying, is he not a great coach or what?
He's done well. He's done well. He's had a good career. To say he hasn't had a good career is silly.
Pesci, how many titles did Tim Duncan get? Like 5?
5. Should have had 6. If they didn't miss those free throws, they would have beat LeBron again.
All right. And they got one with Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard got one there with Duncan, right?
They were wheeling out the trophy for San Antonio. They've never done that to where they wheeled out the trophy and had to wheel it back.
Didn't Kawhi beat LeBron when LeBron was in Miami with the Spurs?
One time, and then the other time he missed free throws. Spurs literally lost a ring because of free throws, not because of LeBron. Ray Allen hit the shot that sent it into overtime. And yeah, the Miami had to win in Game 7, but everyone knew the Spurs had to win that game. And they had it won. They were bringing out the trophy. They knew they were going to win Game 7 in Miami. LeBron was
They don't know about that bowling. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, but the Spurs still have, 5 titles, right?
Yeah. As I said, Tony Parker had a great career. I mean, everyone wants to always brag about
Manu
LeBron.
Ginobili, Tony
LeBron's
Parker,
only got 4
Tim
rings
Duncan.
at the end of the day. Those guys were fucking getting almost three-peats playing real teams.
Hey.
Oh, the Admiral, Dave Robinson, right?
Would you take those? Hey, would you take those Tim Duncan rings over those LeBron rings? Just saying. They talk about, Michael Jordan. What about Kobe Bryant? What about Wilt Chamberlain? What about Kareem? Kareem had.
Finally, Byron Scott said Kobe. He thinks Kobe's better than LeBron.
What about Kareem? What he's got? 6 rings. All-time leading scorer with no 3-point line.
What about Bill Russell?
20 years to pass him. It's like LeBron passed Kareem for greatest scorer. I'm like, yeah, but Kareem didn't shoot no 3-pointers. And Kareem didn't. I mean, Kareem played 20 years, but Kareem did it with a skyhook.
But Bill Russell in Boston, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm not. Bill Russell was great too. I'm just saying, like when LeBron beat Kareem's scoring total. I'm like, yeah, but Kareem did it with skyhooks, not 3-pointers and dunks because you just jumped on somebody and got out of the way.
And no, that's just Jordan, so it don't matter.
I mean, yeah, Jordan is the GOAT. Don't get me wrong, but Kareem could be argued as well. So can Wilt. So can Kobe. Magic, Bird, I will accept those.
We call Jordan bad.
Bird had a decent McDonald's meal.
Gonzo, yes, I'm on gummies tonight. We're on gummies, yeah. We're on something. We're on gummies. I mean, LeBron is great. I'm not saying he's fucking, horrible, obviously.
No, LeBron is great. And I'm not even going to give, because that's a terrible argument, really. They're always games played and shit. There is a slight difference,
I want
Do I agree with it? No. But that's part of the contemporary
as Pesci once said, he would accept Kareem, Kobe, Magic, and others on the debate of the GOAT list. If LeBron is up there with the GOAT, with Michael.
Yeah, if you were a fan of Magic Johnson. What up, is that you, Marty?
Magic won the title as a rookie and the MVP, right?
Well, imagine this. You're a fan of Magic Johnson, and instead of you're LeBron, you had to wait for years before he got a title. Magic got titles right away.
First year.
Who cares if LeBron was the better player? Magic Johnson had the funner career to watch. LeBron didn't got to one finals and got swept in fucking 8 years with his first 7 years.
Well, Gonzo,
I would have loved to have had Magic Johnson's fucking.
What do you guys think about games played? Because that's the big thing that comes up now is
like Pesci said, LeBron gets the GOAT on longevity, availability.
Yeah, but he didn't play as many games,
Well, of course, he rested more, but you can't fault the guy. He's been available for 22 years. Since 2003, almost 22 years ago, coming up in September, LeBron has been in the NBA. He's been good the whole time. You can't hate on that.
If you bought tickets to go see the fucking Lakers, I'm sure it's the same thing as people used to buy tickets to go see the Bulls.
Well, yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing. If the Lakers or the Bulls or the Celtics or whoever are fucking good,
but Jordan wasn't sitting out games,
Well, no, he played all the games because he's the GOAT. I mean, it's like Tom Brady. Come on. As much as you want to hate on Tom Brady, he's the fucking GOAT. I mean, Joe Montana, all boss bands oh, Joe Montana said Dan Marino was the GOAT. No, Joe Montana said Brady's the GOAT. Brady is the fucking GOAT. Hate him, love him, whatever. I mean, I don't care. He's the fucking GOAT. Hey, did Bill Belichick ever do anything after Brady? Nope. still hasn't yet. Now he's in college football with UNC. So maybe he does something there. He wins a title in UNC at North Carolina, UNC. I'll be like, yeah, he's equal with Brady. Because, fuck, North Carolina's never going to win the title. It's like Louisville win the title. I can hope.
Yeah, Brady definitely elevated Bill Belichick, but Bill Belichick knows a little bit about defense.
Oh, fuck yeah, he does. He's great. I'm not saying Bill's bad, but Brady is the fucking GOAT, man.
Yeah, Brady definitely elevated him.
I mean, now Mahomes could pass him. He could. He's already got, what, four Super Bowl titles? 3, 4? I don't know if I can know. He could pass him.
Oh, they were ready to crown him if he did that three-peat.
Well, I definitely lost some money.
Mahomes is better physically, but Brady is better mentally and otherwise. Like, I would still rather have Brady. Like, when we need a drive, Elway and Brady. Montana, same way. Brett Favre, even. Brett Favre is more likely to throw an interception, though. And I love Brett because, I'm a Green Bay guy. Brett is my favorite, but he's not the greatest.
A prime Troy Aikman.
Troy Aikman was good, but that's because everybody else was good around him. Brett and John and, Montana obviously good people. But Brady had average people, so did Brett.
Brady had close to.
When he had Randy Moss and shit, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, forever, dude, he had white dudes like Danny Amendola and fucking.
No, but also Brady had like a close, like a Cowboys, like offensive line,
Yeah, they had a good line, but Brady was good for 20 fucking years, dude. That's why I say he's the GOAT.
Well, also a different game.
Joe Montana was not the greatest player, and he was great when he was with Kansas City. Don't get me wrong, but Brady was good for 20 years, solid. Where he was still fucking great. That's
those other guys you could target in the quarterback. Brady, you kind of.
Brady was
even
just
far.
All right, we're gonna win.
He got his brain scrambled,
Well, yeah, and Brady and Favre both did because Brady's even said he's got memory loss.
I'll tell you what Super Bowl was impressive for me for Brady is when he beat the greatest show on turf, and the Patriots weren't even stacked. They weren't even stacked.
They didn't have any receivers worth of shit at all.
Vinatieri helped them win that game, but yeah, they didn't have no
They had
receivers.
a good defense, and they had
that was
Ben
an impressive
Coates.
Super Bowl.
Hey, they had Ben Coates at tight end.
Yeah,
literally, Ben Coates, a traditional
I really wanted the Rams
never
to win
caught a
that
pass.
year. I wanted the Rams to win because I love the Rams.
Yeah, that's what I said, dude. I mean, you can like him or hate him. He's the fucking GOAT. It's like Jordan. It's like, yes, you can say Wilt Chamberlain, you can say Kareem, you can say Kobe, you can say Magic, you can say Shaq, whoever. And it's like, okay, you can see it a little bit. But at the end of the day, he's the fucking GOAT.
Be like him.
He is me.
Like Mike. If I could be like Mike.
I want to be.
Oh, I was joking about McDonald's earlier. Man, the Angel Reese burger is rough.
What is it? Like a barbecue? Is it like a barbecue? Let me get it. It's like a barbecue quarter pounder, right?
It's a quarter pounder of barbecue bacon.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And the barbecue, they act like it's like a special barbecue.
Could they go more stereotypical? Hello there, we're going to give you a black lady with a barbecue burger. I mean, for real, come on.
It's the McRib barbecue sauce is what they put on it.
Dude, I mean, that's a good sauce, though.
And they put too much of it on there. That McRib sauce ain't that great.
No, but I'm just saying, the sauce is better than the McRib. I finally had a McRib. I posted in the chat.
Be like him.
I had a fucking McRib back in November for the first time ever, and I'm like, this is fucking horrible. It's like the what do you call it? The banquet meal, spare rib thing they have in the frozen section. Like Mike, if I could be like Mike, what do you want to be?
Do you remember the Larry Bird one? Where it was a big.
Hold on. David Barkley donated for replacement shoes. Oh my God, that's the comment of the night for replacement shoes. Oh my God, that's the best Barkley comment ever. Pesci ever gonna get the
It's a lot of be with a Californication. That's why Hollywood sells Californication.
Barkley, pop in Discord.
Californication.
He said for replacement shoes, $1.99.
Life is strong in a brand new plantation.
Get in Discord, Barkley, please.
Dream of Californication.
Hey, Bo.
I got one. I bought a Subaru from a girl I knew from an Indian plantation.
From Indian plantation.
I bought a Subaru from a girl I knew from an Indian plantation.
Hey, Pesci, as I was saying, man, bowling was all started, man,
Californication.
But I don't mean, bowling.
That music video is actually sweet too, because they did it like based off a video game.
Californication.
Dream of Californication.
The Barkley, pop in Discord, fool.
Gonzo said Schmidt starts crying, I'm out.
Gonzo, we're good. Pop in Discord, Barkley. We need to know which replacement shoes you're talking about.
With a girl in a brand new nation.
Bowling, Californication. Hey, Bowling.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the. That's a great music video too.
I mean, we talk about what is that?
And it's just that guy screaming the word floor in the guy's ear. Floor.
Bowling makes stars. We talk about that on your show.
Got a Park Avenue from a girl I knew on an Indian plantation.
Come on, Barkley, pop into the goddamn Discord.
Bob and Coltrane got some of that bowling education.
People were calling
Subaru from a girl I knew from an
People
Indian
were calling Bob
plantation.
Hazelwood the worst co-host Bolin's ever had. I'm not saying that's the case, but that's what people in the chat were saying.
Californication. You know what's funny was I tried to find other Red Hot Chili Pepper songs I liked. I couldn't find any.
Oh, they have a ton of great songs, Pesci.
From an Indian plantation.
The ones like sometimes I feel like I don't have
Yeah, of course
ball.
that. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Give it away now. But, I mean, come on, they have a lot of good songs.
Take me to the place I love. Or how does it go?
Yeah, it's a good one.
Take me to the.
I don't ever want to feel.
Oh yeah, I never want to feel how I did that day. Take me to the place I love.
Yeah,
take
like
me all the way.
That day. I thought it was Bolin did that day.
Bobby never wanna feel like Coltrane did that day.
The Boogeyman is Jacob Fatu's favorite wrestler. Really?
Take me to the Hazelwood.
Hey, Jacob, let me tell you, man. I mean, Bolin's all started, man. Down there, OEW, Kimbo, And that don't mean voted. But we're gonna talk about that on Pesci's show.
The Ghost of Coltrane's parlay says, "I'll give you a warning, but next time I'll hit the tail can, okay?"
No, Coltrane ran as far away from Ken Bolin as he could because he realized he's like,
Coltrane realized he got a little bit of some education.
On the Californication. No, but
Bolin
no, for real,
hit.
Pesci, for real. Like, think about it. Like Coltrane, you remember, Bolin did Coltrane's show. Remember he had like JJ the black chick and his wife on there with him. You know,
This is JJ and this is the black chick.
Right, like literally, it was like his wife and like JJ was like cool black chick, nice lady. But anyway, so like Bolin was a guest on there. That's how Coltrane got his like spot. Is like Bolin's, hey, my new co-host Jason Coltrane.
And I don't
for real. Once Coltrane realized that it was like a whole donation thing and this and that and the other, and like you had to like participate.
Wait a minute,
for real. I'm just saying like.
That's what I'm saying. There's no wrestling here. Well,
he probably just didn't want to participate because he thought he was going to get like a rub off of Kenny, where it was going to be like, oh, Kenny was with Jim Cornette and OVW and John Cena.
I was over there listening to what Pesci said.
He probably thought he was going to get like a boost on his show, and it never happened. Because the dude ain't been around it forever now. Why would he be around?
I thought I was going to be able to get away with $20 and a boost. Oh, hold on. My Bluetooth just... Are you there?
Gonzo says he insulted JJ. Ha ha! We could talk about that on his show. That's right, because Brian Alfred and JJ
he blocked Jay Ward.
Ones.
Yeah, so Jay Ward went... He's over there with the Pesci and the idiots.
No, remember, Jay Ward went over in Bolin's chat and commented about like this or that, like, I gave you money or whatever, and fucking Bolin blocked his ass. For real. Jay Ward gave that motherfucker a couple, like $1,000 or $2 at least, no doubt. Because he donated like 500, 400. He did. Jay Ward donated some money over it. He probably donated like $2,000.
Oh yeah, he maxed out a credit card or two.
Yeah. You
know what Jay Ward did say though? He told me that on the actual telephone, because we spoke on the phone a couple times. He said he wrote that shit off.
Yeah, because he was using like a company credit card for his landscaping business that was no longer available now, obviously, because they filed bankruptcy. He was just giving away free money.
Yeah.
Remember he gave Jake like $500.
Yeah, $250, and then called him a retard.
Right. Fuck you, Jay Ward. Yeah. And Jay Ward went off on him and shit. Yeah. Yep. That's true. Bolin said that guy was one of Bolin's spies. Bruce is right. He means JJ Coltrane's friend, not Arwood. Yeah, exactly. Not Arwood. JJ was the black chick who was on Coltrane's show. And they had Kenny on as a guest. And that's how Coltrane became like a co-host for a while, was because Kenny was a guest on their show. I don't know how they found Kenny, because Coltrane's a wrestling fan, that's why. But he found him, asked him to be a guest, and then he's like, hey, you want to be a co-host? And then fucking Coltrane was a co-host for Bolin for a while. That's how it worked. Yeah, JJ. She was a nice chick. She was a cool chick. Even Coltrane's wife, nice lady. Coltrane, good, nice guy, but I think even he finally realized, he's like, yeah, I can't be part of this. Because, dude, think about this, Pesci. Hey, Pesci, think about this.
Wrong spot.
Pesci, for real. Remember, Coltrane had his own show. He'd be on occasionally. You know, we'd see him or whatever live.
You want to be on my show, Kenny? It's about dragons.
Dude, he's been away from Kenny for fucking months. And he ain't done his own show at all. Unless you created a whole new thing.
I can't risk going live, or Kenny might come over there, or Bob, or one of them.
No. Yeah, but Pesci, Kenny don't care about him. You know what I mean? He's not the same like as you or I or whatever. Like, because he never sent money for real, like we did.
How long was Coltrane's run? Anyone that know how many months his run was? An accurate run? Was it more than 6 months? Was it a year?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Hold on, wait a minute. That's right, Bruce. I was thinking of the black chick, not his wife. I thought she was JJ, but you're right. JJ was like the he she. It was like a transgender whatever. It was a white bodybuilder chick that Kenny offered. Kenny showed up, and she left because she hates Kenny. Yeah. Gonzo says Bolin was talking pervy stuff on Coltrane's show. I think he told JJ his daddy was in the KKK. Oh, that's right. You're not wrong, Gonzo.
You gotta know the difference between working Kenny and perving Kenny.
That's right. That's right. Yep, Bruce, you're right. You're right. JJ was like hey, I'm Vera, like a dude, transgender person or whatever. That's right. I was thinking of the black chick that was on Fun Coltrane show. She was cool though. Bruce Leroy Dooley says she's not trans, she's just jacked. All right, so she's like strong woman on South Park. All right, here we go. That's right. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, I mean, she was nice to her or whatever, but did not like Kenny, I guess, which is not uncommon around these parts.
That would be a great interview if I could interview Coltrane.
Dude, I'm telling you. Fuck. Hey, Bruce Leroy Dooley.
The final days of the train.
Hold on, Pesci. Let me speak to people out here. Bruce Leroy Dooley, you, yourself, and other entities out there listening. Let's see if we can't reach out to Coltrane and make the interview with Joe Pesci happen. Hey! I'm just saying. Good. Pesci, think about it. Pesci, you don't need. Hey, think about this, Pesci. You don't even have to do it live. You can do it like recorded. People would pay money to hear Coltrane interviewed like for real about his experience. I'm just saying. It would probably happen.
Whoops.
She's not trans. She's just jacked. I do remember her though. I totally forgot about her until you mentioned like she was like Jim Carrey and fucking in Living Color, like Vera DeMilo, like bodybuilder.
JP blacked out.
Gonzo says Coltrane will not turn on Bolin. How do you know that, Gonzo?
Well, I gotta tell you, I don't turn Bolin on no more.
Hey, Gonzo, I think Coltrane would show up. Because why did he disappear so quick? Like, for real. Like, dude, he was on the show like every Thursday, Saturday, whatever. And then he just, poof, disappeared.
I'll do an interview.
I'll do
one, Pesci. Just one. I'll give you an hour.
Coltrane would do your show for a line of credit at the sports book and a joint. Coltrane won't. Kenny will threaten him. He's too dumb to realize he's lying. Yeah, you might be right there. Pesci, they're saying that basically, like, they think that Coltrane would be scared because Kenny would be like, I'll tell him about your wife and, you know, blah, blah, blah. We'll call, my people will call and threaten you. You know what I mean? The same shit he did with fucking John Paul or whatever.
Oh, Kenny? They got somebody in the chat named Houseboy.
Joseph Venditti says, I wonder if his family convinced him to leave. Talking about Coltrane? Maybe. Possibility.
She said, Train, you better get your ass out of there. Are you fucking crazy? You got yourself mixed in. You gave that man $55 of our money last month.
So we got the PWO mafia over here. We got the Italians, the Jews, the fucking Irish, And the fucking Bolins.
I mean, here's what's funny about the Coltrane thing. Coltrane ain't even in the chat.
In the Mullion.
Even Schmidt and guys like us are still in the chat. That vanished.
Yeah, he's gone. He's
gone.
He's finito. Bada bing, bada boom.
You know, we still see who says hello and shit.
That's what I'm saying. He ain't even appeared, the motherfucker.
He
like
didn't even
at least
say
like
hello.
Bossman and fucking.
Oh, long time no see, Bob.
No, he's like in bowling. Don't even talk about him anymore. Like Jason Coltrane, he's done.
Well, we don't call him by his stage name now. We call him Jason.
Now think about it, Pesci. But Pesci, think about it, Pesci. Maybe like all the trolling over, because remember, like the trolls were over there. You know, the Eric's hedge trimmers, the Searvaps, etc. They were over on Coltrane's show on YouTube.
Oh, he'd expect them to have a badge. Now, Coltrane, out of all people, you don't got a badge.
But Pesci, think about it. Coltrane ain't even done his own show at all in months.
I'm not even going live no more. My girl said it's over.
Joseph Venditti putting his pizza fucking pies up there. Jen needs money for replacement shoes.
He wanted pictures. He wanted some kind of pictures from me, and I thought I wanted to kill
him. He says, I wonder if his family convinced him to leave, says Joseph Venditti.
I don't know how to tell him I don't got a badge no more. I don't got a badge.
What do you say? What do you hear? Jen needs more money for replacement shoes, Pesci. Coltrane isn't the kind of person to troll bowling. No, exactly, Gonzo. He ain't gonna troll bowling, but he might disappear because his fucking wife is like, yeah, this guy's talking shit about your daughter, or this guy wants money, bada bing, bada boom. He ain't even done his own show. That's what I'm saying. Like if he wasn't doing bowling show, that's one thing. But dude, he had like a podcast. The whole point of him being on bowling show was because like they interviewed bowling. Like, oh my god, he's great. And then Coltrane became a part of the bowling show. But the whole point was that Coltrane said from day one he was trying to elevate his podcast and his whatever show by having bowling. That was the idea, that he would do bowling show because that would help him promote it. And he fucking quit doing the show.
I can picture his wife said, I thought you said you were going to get fucking numbers from this motherfucker. There's 3 people commenting in his chat. I thought, John Cena.
Yeah.
Daisy, get up!
But it's just the idea that, like he said, he had. You're right, Punjabi Playboy. He had a wrestling career. He's like, I took some bumps. I got a concussion. That was in my career.
You heard of Matt Hardy, right, Ken? Well,
I went through wrestling school.
I'm Coltrane.
I went through wrestling school. Yeah, I went through wrestling school. The whole school had concussion. In my first match, I never went back, but I completed it. So I was in the business.
It said I looked like a young Rock, but I never believed
him. He's not a young Ricochet, maybe.
No, I used to do a Hurricane Rana twice a day.
Oh my God.
Daisy!
Yeah,
Daisy!
He's fucking something. But yeah, he just fucking disappeared. Either way.
Get up!
Think about that. Like in Kenny and Bob, Bob has never mentioned another word about Coltrane.
Daisy, go.
At all. And you know Bob. Bob was probably closer with Coltrane than Kenny ever was. And that motherfucker ain't said a fucking word about him. He went to Shawn Michaels Wrestling School. That's probably the most expensive one out there, and lasted 5 minutes. No, he said he lasted till like the graduation period, and his first match he got a concussion or whatever. That's what he said. But I mean, whatever. But either way, why would he not do his own show? Even he's not on Bolin's anymore. Like, Bolin's not gonna trash him because he does his own show. He's not part of it anymore. You know what I mean? So why is he not doing his own show? That's the question.
Get him, Days. Hey, get him.
He did say he went to Shawn Michaels wrestling school, though. You're not wrong on that. I'm just saying, like, why wouldn't he do his own show at all? Because, like, he used to do a show with, like, oh, it's JJ and David and the other lady, whatever, and his wife. And, hey, we're going to talk about this. And, things I'll talk about, you'll see me on Salt Make a Bone Show. He did that for, like, a couple of years, and now he's just, poof, gone, disappeared.
I'm out.
Punjab Playlist, maybe his wife may have made him get a job. I mean, I guess it's possible. It is possible. Yeah, but like, why? Like, dude, he was pretty dedicated doing like his show. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the whole point of him ever hooking up with Bolin was he thought he could like, oh man, this guy was Jim Cornette. Oh, like he thought he was going to get like viewers off of Bolin, and Bolin never promoted his shit at all. He'd be like, well, Coltrane, where can we see you? And that'd be like, a small. Whatever. There was never links. There was never. And Jason Coltrane has his own show. Like Bolin never promoted him. Fuck, he never promoted you, Pesci. I mean, for real. You're like, well, yeah. You have my blessing to do your own show. He never promoted you. He never promoted Coltrane. Period. But Poon Jolly Playboy is probably not wrong. The wife probably is like, bro, you're gonna have to get some money. You can't be no bum. Period.
You got my blessing.
You got my blessing. And I don't mean bowling.
Hey, I would call the show if I had Train on, I'd call it The Train is Coming.
The train is coming. Midnight train to Georgia.
The Return of Coltrane.
The Coltrane. She'd be like, come on, Jason. This podcast thing with Poland was supposed to make you money.
Honey, I gotta apologize. I was thinking John Cena. I was thinking Jim Cornette.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, come on. Punjabi Playboy and Pesci can both agree here. Come on. Like, when that motherfucker probably first hooked up with Bo, and he's like, oh my God. He saw the videos and WW fucking
and
Cena,
Pesci had more followers than him. So I figured,
he's like, holy
if Pesci
fuck.
could do it, I could do it.
Right, he's like, holy fuck, I'm going to make some money off this guy. And then, like, Bolin never... Dude, Pesci, do you ever remember Bolin promoting? Was like, he would be like, Coltrane's on, like, what is that? Your show you do, the blah, 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 media, whatever his show was called. Yeah, we do
that show you do over there,
Saturdays.
train that, what do you got driving trains over there? What
but you know what I mean? He never, like, really promoted
Coltrane and Friends? Bob, we never did a Bowling and Friends.
It was Jaded Zen Entertainment. That's what it's called.
Welcome to Jaded Zen. I'll be Coltrane.
Coltrane has 160 subscribers, and he hasn't gone live in 4 months.
Well, I had to shut that channel down. I got a new channel called Not Soul Train.
Yeah, he hasn't gone live in 4 months.
Not Coltrane. It's called Soul Train
5
now.
months. Not since like August or September.
If I see Bolin or Bob again, I'm likely to kill him. So
all right, somebody out there,
I'm not going
figure out when was the last time that Coltrane was part of Bolin's show? Somebody figure
out when Coltrane started. That would be the good.
Because he hasn't been part of. He hasn't done his own show since September last year. So somebody could figure out. Somebody could figure out when that.
I thought I was gonna meet Taker. I thought I was gonna meet Russo. I thought I was gonna meet A lot more people than I met.
There's an excellent chance Bolin sends him text every day. Maybe he smartened up. It used to be Coltrane and Friends, then Kenny told him to change it to Off the Rails, so he did. Joseph Vendetti says, Schmidt, your Coltrane impersonations are spot on. Well, that's me and Pesci both, but yeah, you're welcome. I'll tell you now, 30 of those subscribers are the same person. Won't mention any names. Alright. Hey, man, you know, I mean, Bolin's what it all started, man. Ha ha. Well, Joseph, how long have you been around on the Bolin era? My guinea friend. I mean, we won't hold you being a guinea against you, but, you know, we might. You'll be part of the Italian-Irish family over here with me and Sean and Pesci. You might even accept a Jew or two, like Barkley. He's lucky. His shows were good. They weren't terrible. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, Coltrane. I thought Coltrane shows were okay. Me and Pesci popped in there. We tried to give him support. That's what I'm saying. Like well, he just disappeared from Bolin's show and he doesn't do his own show. I think he's like fucking scared that like Bolin's gonna like shoot on him or something. Like fucking, you know what I mean? Like Pesci. Honestly, because Coltrane has never said anything bad about anybody. Nice guy, whatever. But I'm just thinking, like, is he scared that like Bolin's gonna be like, Coltrane's the devil. He's over there with the troll. You know, maybe that's what Coltrane thinks. Barkley is never around now. The Punjabi girlfriend of his won't let him. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, there's some hot Indian chicks though. Fuck. They like white guys. What can I say? Even a chicken-legged little Jewish bitch like Barkley, you know, that's what they do. He said Punjabi girlfriend. Like in Punjabi, like a derogatory term. He might have owed a bookie money and had to leave town fast, says the Punjabi playboy. Gonzo says, I believe one of Coltrane's people had health issues. Maybe something happened. He decided to take a break. Yeah, but like, bro, you know how Bolin is. He like message you and like, hey, how you doing? David, I don't want you watching that dope blowing felon. Says BC. Oh my God, that's some good shit. Where the fuck are you, Barkley? You piece of shit. I do remember Joseph Vendetti's name, though. He is a New York Guido fuck, just like Sean Smith.
My bad. I had to let Daisy
Sean
out.
Smith and fucking Joseph Vendetti and fucking Pesci. All you fucking Guidos over here. Well, Sean Smith might have some Irish in him like me, but, you know, whatever. We all gotta stick together against the English.
Barkley must have retired from on air.
David, I don't want you watching that dope blowing felon. Says BC. That's the line of the night, Pesci. BC says, David, I don't want you watching that dope blowing felon. Oh shit. Joseph Vendetti says from Connecticut, not New York. Well, close enough. Come on. It's where fucking WWE is, Stanford, right? Like 30 minutes, an hour from fucking New York. Come on. It's like when Rhode Island doesn't want to be part of Massachusetts. I agree. Massachusetts does need Rhode Island, but it's kind of part of the same thing. It's like Kentucky and fucking Tennessee or West Virginia, I guess. We're still all hillbillies. But Sean Smith is in fucking Jersey, like right across from New York. He's like Sopranos area. Alvin's on Long Island, I think. Yeah, I think Alvin's on Long Island. And fucking Antoine Tolliver, Pesci's buddy from broadcasting school, he's right there where they do the hot dog contest. Coney Island. He's right there.
He used to live up here.
Yeah. He's like he literally lives like where they do like the Joey Chestnut hot dog 4th of July, Nathan's hot dogs contest. That's where Antoine Tolliver lives, right there. Like literally, like short spot. He's a black guy who used to live in Russia. We need that story though, Pesci. We never got the Russia story.
Yeah.
And then we got jaywalks up in fucking Southie Boston or fucking Dorchester, wherever the fuck he lives. Who's the other guy up there? There's somebody else up there. And then we got fucking J.P. McCormick from fucking Chicago, Gonzo from fucking Spanish East Chicago or wherever the fuck he's from. Rev Sauce out there in L.A., Orange County. Boss Man in San Diego. The chicken leg little bitch, broke ass Barkley, the Bay Area.
Yes, I will be having an interview soon. I'll have this guy on. You'll have to watch the show. You guys will like this guy.
Who? Who are you interviewing?
What's the name of the channel again? Hey Arv? Hold on. Hey Arvy?
Where do you live, Joseph Venditti? Up in fucking Bridgeport? Fucking Greenwich? Where do you live out there in Connecticut? You can get some good lobster rolls and pizza up there. The best pizza is always like fucking Connecticut and New Hampshire, etc. So is it? Or
yeah, it's Hey Arvy.
Hey Arvy. Today might have been the most I've ever chatted in the chat. Usually I just watch and say what's up. That's about it. Well, yeah, you can pop into the chat more, brother. Pesci Joseph Vendetti says this is the most he's chatted ever here and here. Tell him to fucking chat more up. He's good. You'll fit in right in. Like Sean Smith's a fucking Guido. Fucking Pesci's a Guido. You'll fit right in. Fuck. We talk gang shit. We talk mobster shit. We talk movies, music, wrestling, bowling shit, whatever. They play video games. I don't play video games, but they play video games. Bridgeport, but now I'm in Shelton, Connecticut. All right. Yeah, we talk food. We fucking whatever. I mean, shit. We make fun of Reverend, pretending he worked jobs and shit. Whatever. If you remember Jason Robbins from the bowling chat, Reverend Jason Robbins, that is. Joseph is a friend of Rocco's, says the Punjabi Playboy. Oh, Joseph, you're a friend of Rocco's, huh? Joseph Venditti says, I have an Uncle Rocco, LOL. Gonzo says Rocco blocked him again. Well, Joseph Venditti, when did you first find Pesci? How did you find Pesci? That's what we'll say.
I saw him. I met him years ago.
Well, I'm just saying, how did you first find him? Did you find him through Kenny Bolin, or through Jacob Waters, or through Jake Hudson, or Rocco? How did you find him? What was the guy in fucking Rocky movies, Uncle Paulie? Hey, Rocco. Joseph Vendetti says from the bow limit. Okay, that's what we thought. Yeah. All right. Now, how did you find Bolin? Through Cornette and Bolin back in the day before Pesci showed up, I assume? The Punjabi Playboy says, I'd like to see you play the video where a mermaid tricked you all into thinking she was a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader who was Randy Orton's girlfriend, who he had been abusing. That was a funny one. You'd have to ask Gonzo. That's his mother. We may not want to offend Gonzo and his mother, the mermaid, with doing that. So you may want to discuss that with him, Punjabi Playboy. Yeah, Joseph Vendetti says Cornette and Bolin. Yeah, all right. That's good. Yeah, the Dolphins cheerleader, says Gonzo. You're not wrong. Yeah, it was a Dolphins cheerleader. Get it right. And what was funny is Pesci's like, it's a fake. It's a fake. But Bolin didn't care because people donated money. He had Michigan Mike or whoever the fuck sent him money. He was like, oh yeah, fuck. Oh my god. The Punjabi Playboy says, I'll pay you to review that show. Name your price. About the fucking Dolphins cheerleader. Oh my god. I remember like Bolin was like, we gotta hear her voice. Like that mattered. Oh my god. Oh shit, that's funny. Oh fuck, where are you at, Sean Smith? Jesus Christ. I thought he was gonna pop in. That was funny. It's like, oh yes, my friend. Bolin thought it was real because he was going to send Christopher around to rescue her. Yeah. It's like Bolin. Randy Orton's been married to the same chick for fucking years now, bro. What are you talking about? Do you have any of the Duchess fast food where it's at? You actually more like dinner food than you're talking about. Huh? Do any of you have the Duchess fast food where it's actually more like dinner food than you're talking? Nope, we don't have the Duchess. I have no idea. Is it like a place like Duchess? Say no, we don't have that shit here. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. The like Duchess fast food? Alright, hold on. Oh yeah, it's up in Connecticut. Okay. Duchess. So it's like a fast food place in Connecticut. Coffee, sandwiches, Subway, stuffers, salads, pizza. No, we don't have that here, bro. Nope. We do not. Yeah, I think it's up that way. Yeah, we don't have that here. It's Then Kenny claimed, yeah, it was Allison all along, says the Punjabi Playboy. Yeah, once because, as Gonzo could tell you, she told fucking Rico that it was her. And then Rico told Bolin, hey, yeah, that's her. Because remember, she was going to donate big money and pizzas when she was working at some Papa John's or whatever. But then once she was going to talk shit about Rico and Bo, was like, yeah, well, no, you're not. Yeah, it became a whole thing. It was like, oh no, well, you're not going to talk shit about Rico. No. Pesci remembers all that. Pesci, remember when the mermaid was talking about Travis?
Yeah.
Could have been a great show, right? The fucking Granny and fucking Pena flex off. Fuck. If you could have got that could have been a great debate, but neither one of them. Well, Granny was willing. Fucking Pena was like, man, I'm not gonna do anything. Great material. Bruce Leroy Dooley says no, he doesn't. Yeah, Joseph Vendetti's been around a minute. He's been around since the Jake Hudson days. He's been going through some things. Pesci, would you say that Ken Boland has done more for the Philippines than Manny Pacquiao?
No.
Would you say he's done more for the Philippines than the current president of the Philippines?
Nah.
Perhaps. All right. As the story went, Mermaid used an email with her real name on it. She says Maya figured it out. She used to sponsor Boland's show long before Popeyes and McDonald's. She might have been his first sponsor. She used to manage a Papa John's. Used to see the Boland pizza. Used to send Boland pizzas. That's how she met Rico on. Yeah, you're not wrong on there. Yep, you're not wrong there.
Rico!
And I'm better than bowling.
I heard Rico's show's taking off.
Yeah. Yeah, Rico's on a show that has less viewers than you do, bro.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's got Paul Roma, who was in WWF and WCW, and Rico. Dude, they have way less followers than you or Bowling. Because they don't go live, like, interactive, and you know what I mean? Like, they don't... They're just generic. I mean, they're just stupid, but... With the right person, like a Gonzo, or a Bolin, or a Pesci, or a Schmidt, you know, the Michigan Mikes, they could probably make it happen. That's true, but I think she was just a waitress. Yeah, that's probably true. That's back when she wanted to show you her titties, Gonzo. She's like, get these giant titties in your face, my son. And then you were mesmerized by her giant titties and you became her son. At least that's the story that goes in our neighborhood over here. But yeah, she definitely met Rico because of being around bowling shows, sending pizza or whatever. And Papa John's pizza is fucking horrible. They need to bring back fucking Papa John, the racist fucking creator. But at least he has like quality control over it. Papa John's was way better when he was around. When Papa John's first came out, they were the first pizza joint to give you fucking garlic butter and fucking banana peppers, regardless of what you ordered. As like, you got a pizza, you got.
And true story, when Peyton Manning won that Super Bowl, one of the first hands he shook was the Papa John's guy.
Yeah, because Papa John had him as his fucking main spokesman. Yeah.
One of the first, I was like, wow. And then he eventually got taken down because of the Colin Kaepernick comment.
The Punjabi Playboy says, if it wasn't for me, Pesci would only have 100 subscribers, says the Punjabi Playboy. Gonzo, you were always into fish sticks. You like fish sticks in your mouth. Don't you lie. Schmidt, why is Bolin claiming Mickey D's and Arby's is sponsoring him? He getting a free meal from them, so he claims that, BC, as I told Pesci before, when he says that Chris Schmidt or Joseph Pesci or Michael Ryder or Michigan Mike or TC from the NC or David Barkley are issuing a $20 challenge, that just means that we send him $20 and he's just saying that, number one.
Yeah. Maybe some of them do say challenge, but what's funny was he'll say 2 people have issued a $20 challenge instead of putting them together.
Hold on, Pesci. He asked me about if I think he's being sponsored by Arby's, Mickey D's, etc. Yes and no. So technically yes, but not no. He probably goes to a restaurant because think about it, it's fast food. The managers that work at fast food, they don't give a fuck. They're just like, sure, we'll give him free burgers or whatever. You know what I mean? We'll give him a burger and a fry and a drink free every time he's here. We're going to promote you on my show. And look, there's pictures of me and John. And he probably does, showing pictures of him and John Cena and him and fucking Mark Cuban, whoever.
This is Jim. He shows them the Jimmy picture.
Right, exactly.
Well, that's Jimmy in this picture, but look at this one. This is me and Jimmy.
He is sponsored by them in fact, yes, because they give him free food. But is he sponsored and like they're going to give money and help him raise? No. He's getting free food because he talks his way into it because they give free food to a lot of people. Be like, hey, like, remember back in the day, Pesci, you'd be like, show up to Wendy's at 10 o'clock at night and be like, hey, you got anything you want to throw away that you're going to blah-blah-blah? You know, they would give it to you. It's the same shit. He's just getting free food by asking for it, etc., etc. That's all. So he's not necessarily sponsored. Yes, he's sponsored by them. They give him free food, but they're not giving money to the Filipinos or helping
I almost
charities.
wonder, even if he is lying, why even lie about that? Like, why have your bottom of your...
The Punjabi Playboy wants to know, talk about gratitude. The motherfucker has not given me a wrench, and I got him 5,000 subscribers single-handedly, says the Punjabi Playboy.
That's not how it works, and you know it.
But yeah, his free Arby's and Wendy's, I'm not, and like people are like, he ain't getting no free food, bro. He's getting free food because he just talks about the shit. He shows him his little YouTube channel. And John Cena's with him, and fucking Batista, and whoever the fuck. It's like, yeah, that's me, blah blah blah. They will give him some free food, or people just send him money, so when he's like, hey, they're free, when he's spending your money that you sent him, he has an excuse. Well, I didn't spend your money that you sent me there. I was sponsored. See, they're on the screen. The manager at Popeyes gave us free chicken.
And if you are lying about that, then anything I've ever done is child's play compared to that.
Oh, wait a minute. The Punjabi Playboy says, now, Chris, has Bolin ever asked you your restaurant to sponsor it? Nope. He never has, because he knows that my restaurant is a higher-end restaurant that it ain't going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, we don't need Kenny Bolin. Kenny Bolin is a sponsor for pizza places.
Kenny Bolin.
Exactly. He's never asked that. Because that would, you know what I mean? It's like, hey, you know, no. Bolin is not a sponsor of fine dining, let's just say. They just give him a sandwich just to get rid of him, says the Punjabi Playboy. Yeah, probably.
Hey,
you're probably right.
Leave that Bolin alone.
Leave that Bolin alone. Gonzo says only Pena was into the fishes from under the sea. Yeah, that's right, the mermaid. Your mother. We forgot. All due respect, Conley, your mother, a mermaid. But yeah, he's a different character, let's just say. The old bowling. They don't know about that bowling. We gotta get some old food and garbage. Let's give that to Bolin. that would be Brad. Brad would send him some fucking pine cones or whatever.
We don't need no bowling, Bob.
Don't. The dark bowling.
The Bob and bowling won't leave them alone.
Hey! Leave those bowlings alone. We got some old food and garbage. Let's give this a bowling. Oh shit. Oh fuck. He got busted lying about the 4K camera. He claimed Christopher bought it for him. The next day he claimed a sponsor bought it for him. Yeah, sure. That's what I said. His son said he wants nothing to do with his show. Fans, whatever. At all.
Hey, bowling, leave that Bob alone.
Hey Bob, when you gonna have Pesci on your show?
All in all, we're just now we're squiggles.
Shout out to Squiggles. Cuts in the Angry Ghost is better than you, and you know it.
All in all, we're just now we're breaking the squig.
Boom, ba-dum, boom, boom. Hey, boom. What is that? Pesci makes stars?
Lead him. Well, I'm glad that Raw Bowling ended up being a success.
Yeah. It's the best show you did in years.
Easy, get up.
They don't know about that bowling.
What are they going after?
Since Kenny loves talking about people who live in their basements, guess where Christopher lives in his mom's basement? I have no idea. I thought he lived in Dublin, Ireland or whatever. But I guess Kenny did say him and
I like how Kenny said in that video we were watching earlier, oh, it's only one troll and he's got it coming.
Christopher lived with, or was going with Kenny out there to his, what's his face? Who's Bolin's brother? Biscuits and Gravy? Yeah. Him and Christopher went out there to see Biscuits and Gravy. And you know, hey, Pesci, you know who went with them? Cam Moron. He goes out to eat with Bolin like every Sunday, just to let you know.
That's good. I like Cam.
Yeah, he's good purse.
Killer Cam, Killer Cam, Killer Cam, Cam.
You know, he's good purse. You know, Cam Moron. You know, he does good. He's doing good. You know, Pesh has been around a while. You know, I made Pesci. I introduced him to people like Marty the Moth, like Schmidt, like you know, Kenny Bolin, like the Mermaid. You know, like Gonzo. I did that. Pesci, I'm doing good. How you doing, honey?
That mouse, Daisy.
Just like Pesci, can you also get the Prince a pizza? Yeah. Yeah, that's what he said, dude. Long before Pesci was around, I ordered a fucking, like, the big, hey, Pesci, like, a year before you were around, right? This was, like, right when COVID started. He did a marathon show for the Louisville homeless. That's when Jake made his first appearance, like, a year before you popped up. Well, anyway, I sent a pizza, and it was, like, $50, I don't know, $45, $50, like, a fucking 22-inch, like, pizza that was like an inch thick, like, you know, Sicilian, Chicago style fucking pizza. And he's like, well, can we order one for my son? And I'm like, what?
Same thing he said to me.
Dude, yeah, the same thing, right? I'm like, bro, I ordered you a pizza that was like 22 inches by like an inch thick. Bro, it'd feed 10 people, minimum 10 people. So anyway, Cam Moron. Little Jimmy LeBeau, shout out to Cam Moron. He said, hey, what was the order? I told him. He ordered the same exact order, and like 2 hours later, they sent the pizza. It was him, it was Bolin, Maya, and Chris. Bro, they ate the whole first pizza, and they were on to the second when Cam Moron fucking repeated my order. He thought it would be funny, like, we got another pizza? He thought it would just be like a joke, you know? But bro, they already ate the whole first pizza. They were on to his pizza when he showed up. Like 2 hours later. And then now later on, when you ordered pizza, it was like from Tony Boomba's. And the guy was like, no, I cannot walk up there. They come down there. Can we get a pizza for my son? The Punjabi Playboy says, David Barkley, attorney at law, said Christopher address on the 501c3 was his mother's place. Gonzo says, Bolin has the obvious 4 trolls and the obvious 5 spies. Alright. Yeah, this is before AMC money, Punjabi. BC says, I've been hungry for a thin and crispy Pizza Hut lately. Yeah, Pizza Hut's better than Domino's or Papa John's in this area. Pizza Hut also has like a New York crust or at least, or a pan crust or whatever, like pan pizza. I make my own pizzas now. Literally, I make my own dough. I just put my fresh ingredients, my fresh mozzarella. You gotta dry it out with some fucking paper towels, dry it up a little bit. Grind a little fresh parm, a little oregano, whatever, you know, do what you gotta do. It's pretty good. I got truffles.
Some chicken Alfredo.
The Punjabi Playboy says, and Pesci knows. He did say that, and Pesci knows. Pesci, hey, not tomorrow, but Monday night, let's do the Joe Pesci, where you played the Randall Harper and me donated $40 a piece to get you on there. The prison story.
Okay.
We'll do a watch along of that. That'd be good. I still love Pizza Hut. It's not 90s Pizza Hut, but yeah, it's alright. My other account says Raw Bowl and special guest Jake Hudson and Billy Sellers. Nah, we're good. We're good. They're the same person, I think. I think Jake Hudson is Billy Sellers. They're the same guy. Hey, Pesci, we better name that car.
I knew it.
Cornette was good for what he did with that thing, you know, yeah.
You know, that was nice what Cornette did.
I knew you'd remember that clip. It was nice what Cornette did with that, yeah. Like, we have no idea what he's talking about.
None.
None at all. Oh, Jake was the best back then. I love Jake. Shout out to Jake Hudson. He is the best in the business at what he does. He's good in small doses. You just can't have him hang around long enough to fucking pollute the water, as they say. Fucking Jake. Raw Bowl and special guests Jake Hudson and Billy Sellers. Yeah. Pesci, what would you say is the best of the 3 fast food pizzas? Domino's, Pizza Hut, or Papa John's? I'm going Pizza Hut as far as like the pan crust, but Domino's has the New York or the pan crust as well. Papa John's is just bleh. It's made from here, so you know what I mean.
The Punjabi Playboy.
Pesci, what would you say is the best? Papa John's, Domino's, or Pizza Hut? If you had your choice.
Pizza Hut.
Yeah, that's what I say. Pizza Hut. Yeah.
Papa John's was always shit.
Yeah, exactly. Except for back in the day when Peyton Manning was taking care of them, they were decent.
I didn't even like it when Manning had it. I thought it was kind of always overrated.
Well, the garlic butter and the banana peppers were always a nice touch, though. I'm just saying, that was their gimmick. They were the first ones to do that. They don't know about that bowling. Yeah, the best thing was Pizza Hut personal pan pizzas in the 80s and 90s. That was the fucking shit. You got your own little fucking cast iron fucking skillet fucking thing with fucking pepperoni or sausage or cheese, whatever. Fuck. Forget about it. It's fucking delicious.
Some chicken Alfredo.
Pesci, did you ever have white sauce pizza from fucking your boy Fabio?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
He says, no, man. Focaccia, man. No white sauce, man. Focaccia, man. I told you. Fabio's.
Easy, get up.
Like, how did anybody ever think that place was good, though, Pesci? That's what's fucked up.
Easy, right there.
Like you said, maybe, like, if they ordered at, like, 5 p.m., it could have been good. But otherwise, like, everybody on the reviews was like, it was late at night. It was the only place open. It was horrible, you know. I was at a hotel. It was the only restaurant that would deliver. And it was like, it was horrible. Marco's, Jets, and Pizza Hut are the best 3 pizza franchises, said BC. Pesci, CM Gonzo says, like Rocco said, I don't even know you. Yeah, Marco's, and I do like Jets Pizza. I do like their pizza. And Marco's, the Hunt's is like in like gas stations, right? If I recall. Sean Smith's here. What's up, Sean Smith?
How are you?
About time you showed up.
What's doing?
What happened?
Oh, you know, your fellow Paisan over here, fucking Joseph Venditti, was in here.
Don't think I'm familiar with him.
He's been around a while. He says he's been lurking. He's from Connecticut. He says because he asked if we had Dutch's fucking fast food or gas station or whatever. Do you have Dutch's where you're at?
No, I don't think I've. Maybe it's got something to do with Dutchess County or something. I don't know.
No, it's up in like Connecticut. It's like their fucking. It's their like fast food that has like burgers, chicken, and pizza. You know, or gas station, whatever. BC says.
Or maybe it's in the rest area.
Yeah, probably. BC says, remember the book It Free Personal Pan Pizzas for Pizza Hut reading book? Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. That's the only reason I read any fucking books is because I got free Pizza Hut Personal Pan Pizzas, the Book It program. Yeah. Joseph Venditti says, nobody really knows me. I don't usually communicate. Yeah, but we know your name. He's up in Connecticut.
Don't listen to Smith, he's intoxicated.
No, I'm just saying Joseph Vendetti's been around a while, Pesci.
I know that.
No, I'm just saying he says nobody knows me. I'm like, no, we know you. We know your name. We definitely know Joseph Vendetti's name. Sean, he's hiding out because he had to rat on a few guys back in the day. You know, he's trying to live a life out there, you know. Yeah. Yeah, he had to, you know, tell a few things he didn't want to tell, he didn't know, maybe he knew, you know, whatever. I'm sure he'll give us a good response, but yeah, he's up in Connecticut. With David Letterman and fucking Vince McMahon, I guess.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I heard I heard you ask her if he was from where the WWE offices are.
Yeah, that's right. My other account says it's probably Cervat. It probably is. That's right. Yeah, I did ask him if he's where the WWE offices are. It's like Rocco said. I don't even know you, says Gonzo. Pesci, with your fucking clipboard. I don't know you. Who are you? Joseph Vendetti says you're a funny guy. Yeah. I do what I can, you know? Like I'm a clown, like I amuse you. It's funny as shit. He says this is probably Cervat. It's always Cervat. Pesci, did you see the Cavaliers kicked the shit out of the fucking Knicks on last night? Well, night before, I guess.
No, they did. Well, I thought the Knicks weren't as good as they were last year, though.
But yeah, they killed them like 30 points ish.
Good. I hope we could finally get our
I mean,
run.
like the Celtics are like the only challenge for the Cavs in the East.
Yeah.
Unless you get like a random, you know.
That'll be our test because they've beaten us before.
Joseph Vendetti says, Schmidt, let me know what you're having. I'll have some of that. White Widow gummies. Gonzo says all the Vaps are more entertaining than Bangs and Bowling. Yeah, they probably are. You're not wrong there. Alvin says, when in doubt, Sir Vabbit. Well, last night was the all-night Pesci birthday stream anyway.
Yeah, Shady J came on the late night.
What time did you end your stream, Pesci?
6 a.m.
God damn, I fell asleep.
Is that when Squiggle's on here with you too?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, well, I'm going to bed anyway, so I'll see y'all.
Yeah, I'm gonna end too.
Later.